All right, so we are live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. Thank you guys so much for being here. Today we are talking about my company, One Opportunity Hiring. It is a nonprofit company that helps people with criminal records find jobs, and we are going to be doing a fundraiser for 6 hours. We have roughly 12 TikTokers that will be here hanging out with us, answering your guys' questions, and answering a few of my questions as well. The first person to meet with us today is Yoke Father. She is sitting in the waiting room right now. So I'm going to start us off with our intro video here, and then we will jump on and start asking her some questions. Thank you guys so much for being here. Let's get started. All right. Ooh, not that one. How about this one? This one's better.
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Fantastic. As all of my followers know, audio issues are my biggest problem I have on all my platforms. So we did get it working on here, so that's a good start. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. I'm really excited.
Yeah, thank you. So we're going to just ask you a few basic questions I have for all the TikTokers that are joining us today.
Cool.
And if anyone has any questions here in the live, I will let you answer any that you want, or if we see any that are really interesting, we'll try to take a break and answer some of those.
All right.
All right. So I was trying to go back and find when I followed and when all the people I followed me back. Do you remember about when you followed me back? Because I think I followed you first.
Honestly, I don't remember. It was at least a couple months ago, right?
You had, it was a couple months ago. If I remember correctly, you had about 300,000 followers.
That sounds about right. Yeah, it was a while ago.
And how many do you have now?
I'm at 1.5 million now.
That's insane. Congratulations.
Yeah.
That's so awesome.
It's been really, really crazy, actually. Like when I first started, I never even thought I'd get like 10,000 followers, and it just kind of happened.
Yeah. So what did you think about TikTok before you joined? Like when you first heard about it, was it like, I'm going to sign up right away, or were you skeptical?
So what's funny is my TikTok account, I've actually had the same account since it was Musical.ly in like 2014.
Okay.
So I've had it. And then when when Musical.ly shut down and it turned into TikTok, I went over there and I would just like watch videos, but I never posted anything. And I had like no intentions on ever posting anything actually when I first started. Like I was just like watching videos.
Okay, so that sounds a bit like the people I know too. They were like, I have no intention of posting. Yeah. Did you post it all on Musical.ly then, or no?
I did. I had like 2 followers. Like it was just my best friends.
So quite a glow up then since then.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. I still have them all privated. They're really cringy.
Are they?
Yeah.
I just found my little sister has a TikTok, same thing. It came from Musical.ly, and I saw some of hers back when it was Musical.ly, and yeah, they're also very cringy. I didn't have Musical.ly, so I don't know. Was everything cringy on that app, or?
It was like a lot of lip syncing. That was pretty much all
much different than now.
Yeah, and everything was in like sped up. Everything was in like 3 times speed, you know?
Yeah, yep. All righty. So my next question for you is, in the time that you've been doing TikTok, have you changed like what you've been making videos about? Or I feel like you've been pretty consistent from what I remember, but then again, you were at like 300,000 by the time I followed you. So
yeah. So ever since that point, it's been pretty consistent. But like I said, I had no intention of like making videos when I started posting. So at the very beginning, I like didn't have any kind of theme. I was just posting like whatever. It was mostly like comedy videos.
Yeah.
And stuff like that back then. And then it just kind of evolved over time to like how it is now. But I've been making pretty much the same kind of content probably since around the time that you followed me.
Okay. Yeah. No, I love your videos. I think.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have really cool content. Like, I feel like with TikTok, we get a lot of drama or lip syncing videos or dancing videos. And it's nice to get someone who doesn't like get into all that stuff. Like, you do your own thing and you do it really well, and it's interesting.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I avoid drama as much as possible. I run from drama. It's to me like these videos are for people to get away from whatever's going on in their life. You know what I mean? Like when I go on TikTok, when I watch videos, like it's, maybe to distract myself or if I had a bad day or something like that. So why bring more drama or like negativity into the world,
Oh yeah, absolutely. I definitely hear you. I try to avoid it as too. I get sucked in once in a while. I shouldn't say I always avoid it. I literally just posted a video last night about that vegan teacher. It's one of the only people on TikTok who irk me.
Yeah,
so
I don't like her very much either, I'll be honest.
Yeah. So, but other than that, yeah, like I said, your content's really unique. And I think if you guys don't follow Yolk Father, her name is here. Oh,
Yolk
look
Father.
at that. I managed to do it right here. And that's exactly the same spelling and everything on TikTok. So do you do anything on YouTube or anything like that? I don't think I've seen a YouTube page for you.
I do have one. I'm honestly really bad at posting consistently on there, though.
Okay.
I've been posting like once a month.
Okay.
But I do have YouTube. I'm pretty sure the name for my YouTube is just my actual name, though. It's just Lexi Slavin.
Oh, all right.
For YouTube. But it's like the same kind of stuff I do on TikTok.
Okay, awesome. I'm the same way. I literally, most of my beginning YouTube videos were reposted TikTok videos. So
yeah, some of mine are. I'm just really inconsistent with YouTube. I'm trying to get, into more of a routine with it, but I don't know. It just hasn't been working out so far.
No, I hear you. I have the connection to TikTok, and it's hard for me to transition to other platforms for sure.
Yeah, I like want to spend all my time making TikToks. It's just like my favorite platform, obviously.
Yeah, for sure. So what do you think is something that you would like to see on TikTok change? So this could be anything from my thing is making mutuals orange again in live streams.
Yes.
but like anything.
Wait, they took that away?
They did, yeah. So now it's now they're all the same, and it's really frustrating.
No, they definitely need to change that.
But is there anything when it comes to algorithm videos you see? Is there anything you'd like to see different on TikTok since it's a platform you use a lot?
That's a super hard question now that you're asking me, even though I'm sure like there's always things that I'm talking about that like, oh, I wish they would change this. But
yeah,
it's like now that you're asking me, I'm like, I don't know. There should be an option for you to see all of the duets and stitches of a video.
Yes.
That always bugs me. That you can't see all of them.
I love that. So because when people use audios, you're referring to like when people use audios, you can't see who's duetted them and all that? Or are you saying, Are you like, saying you like as a creator should be able to see all of them?
No, like everybody should be able to see all of them.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if there's like a really popular video, like I want to see like who duetted it or something.
Yeah, for sure.
Because you kind of can with the audios, but they don't all show up in there.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. That's another thing I've thought about too. There's so many like little things. They do good. I will say that as TikTok's progressed, there's been things I've seen that we've asked for changes and we've gotten them.
Yeah.
So, like I think Stitch was a really good addition.
Yes, that is super cool. I love that feature.
I just thought about it last night when I stitched that vegan teacher actually, and I was like, I'm so glad that we have this instead of duets now.
Yeah.
Because duets are fine, but it's really nice to be able to like take parts of someone's video. And I feel like you can do more jokes with that. And there's just so much you can do with Stitch.
Yeah, no, I love that. I honestly don't know why they didn't come up with that sooner. Like, that's a great idea.
Honestly, it's one of my favorite changes they've made. So Ace Wolfie just made a comment here. Do not forget to donate. If you guys go to the GoFundMe page on the banner here and donate, you are automatically entered to win all sorts of merch. I have these dope hats from Finley Hats. They have pockets on the inside, which I know not everyone's going to be super excited about, but I am.
Pockets?
That's what I'm saying.
Pockets.
I go nuts about the pockets on the inside.
That's super
and then
cool.
we have the Don't Worry, I'm Real t-shirts. Did you see the story behind that one, Lexi?
I don't think I did.
So I was walking downtown and I get recognized now and then.
Okay.
But this woman came up to me and she's like, Cody, I love you so much. You're my favorite. And she was like, don't worry, I'm real. And it was so funny. It made my entire day because it was just like,
that's
like
so
you
cute.
could tell that she didn't mean to like offend me or anything.
Yeah, no.
And it made my whole day. And I made that video and it blew up. And so people are asking for that on a t-shirt. So those are available. The link is in my bio. But anything donated today will be going automatically to One Opportunity Hiring. And that'll help us with cost for a new office, clothing for people with criminal records, and all that fun stuff. Okay, so next question for you. Who are some of your favorite TikTokers to watch?
Oh my goodness, this is so hard. I follow so many people.
Just a couple off the top of your head. No one will be offended if you don't mention them. I might be, but no one else will.
Okay. Well, you, obviously.
Thank you. No.
Or else I wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
Favorite TikTokers. I swear, when people ask me these questions, my mind just go blank. But it's like...
It doesn't help that I didn't give you guys questions to prepare for.
I know.
So no pressure. To anyone watching, I did not give them these questions. This isn't on you.
Throwing us under the bus here. Like we're just we're just going.
Like jump in and figure it out as you go.
For the best. Okay. Who are my favorite TikTokers? That's such a hard question. You're throwing me under the bus. I can't.
So I can name a few of my favorites and give you time to think.
Okay.
So I think it changes for me recently, it changes now and then. I have spurts where I really like comedians on TikTok. And so there's a few that I can think of, smaller, bigger accounts. I really like just wholesome accounts. My wife is one that I watch a lot, but there's like genuinely funny accounts like Iron Sanctuary. He's got all this really unique stuff he does, but he's just a funny dude when it comes down to it.
Yeah, yeah.
And so Mama Gonna Snap, she just commented her name. Honestly, if you haven't seen her stuff, she does the pop figures that she makes for creators. So if you've probably seen people reacting to those.
I have seen her.
Yep. So she did one of me and I loved it. It was so cool. I saw
that. That was like amazing.
Yeah. So that's what she does. She has some really, really cool ones too. There's a lot of artists I like. This Trippy Hippie, we just talked about her before we came in here. She does information about Tourette's. And
yes, I like her.
She's a really cool account. So
she's cool.
Is there even like categories you prefer, maybe, instead of like making you pick individual people?
It's just so hard.
It is. I mean? There's so many good people.
It's just so hard. I feel like comedy and like art are the two things I watch the most.
Okay, so those are two big ones for me too.
Yeah. I love like artists. It's the coolest thing ever.
Do you like when people do art of you, or do you get weirded out by that? I always have people ask me that too.
To be honest, I haven't had that many people do it of me. But I've never gotten weirded out by it. I think it's like really cute.
No, for sure. I get a lot of it, and I don't know if it's because I'm a mental health creator and people just are able to connect with me a lot. Mm-hmm. I am always so flattered, but also embarrassed because I'm like, I'm not worthy of this,
Oh, come on.
Well, it's a weird thing to be like just a regular person talking about my own struggles and then having people like identify with that.
It's a lot, especially like I don't know. And it's like, this person took the time out of their day to like make this. Like for me, like that's crazy.
Well, and I'm sure you get it even with like, I see duets and videos and comments even that I'm like, that's so nice that people like, especially now that you're a bigger account, do you get a lot of that where like sometimes it's overwhelming with all the support and love you can get on the platform?
It really is, honestly. I had last week I had a video get like 9 million views. Yeah, I was like, wow. I didn't expect it to do good. It was a video about Mandela effects.
Okay, I did see that one actually. Yeah. It was not that big when I saw it.
I love Mandela effects. I was like, I'm just gonna make this for fun. Yeah, and it was just like overwhelming, like the amount of comments and stuff I was getting and duets, and it was just like it was all positive. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I hit 1.5 million that day. I was like, I'm going to cry. Like, I was at work. I'm like, I'm going to cry. Like, this is crazy.
That's incredible. That's so cool. I think my best is 1 million. So I'm still waiting for that big blow up video. It's coming though.
It's always when you least expect it though, I'm telling you. Like that video I did not expect it to do anywhere near as good as that.
And even my biggest videos were all ones I was like, you know, it was just something really simple. My very first big video was the my very first schizophrenic story time. That hashtag now has over 10 million views.
Wow.
I mean, I use it on all of my story times, but yeah, so all together, that hashtag has 10 million views. And that was the first video of mine that brought me from, I think I was at 10,000 followers, and it brought me up to about 100,000 in a few days.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
So
isn't that like the weirdest feeling?
Yeah, it really is. So my next question actually is, do you remember your first big video? And like, what did it make you go from? Like, where were you at and where did you wake up to?
So I wouldn't say it was big at the time. I thought it was big. The first video I ever posted, because like I said, I never had any intention on posting videos. It was just like a rant because I had a really bad day at work. And within an hour, it had like 30,000 views. And I had 2 followers.
Okay.
And I was like, what is going on? And I was like freaking out. And that brought me up to like 10K. That's when I like really started.
And that's your first video. I don't think people usually get that on their first video.
I couldn't believe I was like, no one is going to see this. Like I was just upset. And I was like, I'm just going to post this video because I literally have no one to talk to.
Yeah.
And like, I was like, no one's going to see it. And I checked in like an hour and I was like, what just happened?
It's insane how the videos can do that. So
it was crazy.
My account, when it was like at basically 0, it wasn't until I started talking about like schizophrenia or mental illness that my account started to grow. So it was the same thing for me where like I had 5 or 10 followers, and then I posted a video about my schizophrenia, and that night went up to like 5,000. I was like, oh wow. Because it's something, you know, I was just really struggling with understanding what I wanted to talk about. And I was like, you know what? I don't even care about the viewers or followers. I'm going to talk about mental health.
Yeah.
And then and then that's when the views and followers came. I was like, that's so weird, but it's just people being able to identify with it, I think.
No, I think that it is so cool that you use your platform for awareness for like mental health. And there's not enough creators out there that do what you do, I think. And I think it's really cool. And I think a lot of people can identify with it. You know what I mean? And it's teaching people things that they didn't know before.
Well, and that's the cool thing about seeing it. Now it was so crazy. I remember the first time a psychiatrist commented on my post and they said, I learned more about schizophrenia from you than I ever did in medical school.
What?
And I was like, it's so weird to like see that because I still go to a psychiatrist to get, you know, to get treatment help and ideas for my, you know, treatment. And it's so cool to be able to see medical health professionals and mental health professionals come to my page and say they're learning something after 8 years of going to school for, you know, what I'm suffering with. And it's so cool because
That's so cool.
it really is. Well, and I know you do a lot of informative videos. So do you ever get like people who come on and tell you like how much they learn from it? Because to me, that's like the most rewarding part of it.
It's my favorite. I have some kids tell me that they wish I was their teacher.
Yeah, you would be a fun teacher. You really would.
You know, I thought about teaching. I thought about going into teaching.
Did you?
Yeah,
what did you want to teach?
I'm still kind of thinking about it. I don't really know. Probably English.
Okay.
I'm not a math girl.
No, I couldn't do math even if I wanted to.
I can't do it to save my life. I can't even count.
No, I hear that for sure. So that time went way quicker than I thought it was going to. I'm going to open up the last like 5 to 10 minutes here. We might overlap a little bit with Zach here. I'm sure he won't mind.
Okay.
Does anyone have any questions for Yoke Father here regarding her Instagram or sorry, her TikTok?
Instagram too.
Instagram too. Yep. Any questions for her that I can throw in here? It can be about her wanting to be an English teacher. I actually wanted to be a choir teacher. Interesting fact.
That's cool. I also thought about theater teacher because I'm working on a theater degree.
Are you? Oh, that's so cool. I did like musicals and stuff when I was in high school.
I love it. I was such a theater nerd in school.
So H. Wolfie doesn't have a question, but she says, OMG, she's so pretty.
Thank you so much.
Ace Wolfie is one of my regular viewers. She's super sweet. And yeah.
She seems like it. Well, thank you for being here.
Yeah. Okay. So we have one here. What's your favorite play since you were talking about theater?
My favorite play? Well, I'm more like a musical gal.
We'll say musical then. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess kind of one and the same. Les Mis is definitely my favorite.
Very good one. I go back and forth between Les Mis and then Wicked. I mean, I love Wicked. I saw it. Like,
Wicked's pretty great.
I saw it on Broadway. It was such a good performance.
What?
Have you seen? I haven't seen Hamilton yet. Have you seen Hamilton?
I have seen Hamilton.
Okay, you like that one?
It was amazing.
Okay,
it was so good. You know, my fiance took me for our anniversary last year, and he was not excited because I like made him listen to the soundtrack and everything, and he knew how much I loved it and I wanted to see it, but he was like, I don't know. Like, I don't know about this one. And we went to the show and he like wasn't excited at all. And he became like obsessed with it. Like now he can like sing the entire musical.
Oh my goodness.
Like he like memorized the whole thing. Like he like loves it. And I'm like, yeah.
So he liked it. Yeah, he liked it.
Yeah,
that's good.
You can say that he liked it.
Okay, here's another one for you. What has been your favorite role you've played? So have you been in musicals and stuff before?
I have. I've been in a few shows. Mostly in like high school and like some college.
Okay.
My favorite role I ever played was in my college. I don't know if you're familiar. There's this play called Blythe Spirit.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like this old timey setting and ghosts and things like that. There's like this ghost that comes and tries to seduce this man.
Okay.
And I don't know, but I played a maid with like a British accent.
Okay, so you got to play with accents a little bit. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I love doing the accents, and I was just like a klutz in this show, and it was like so fun because it was like, this is me in real life.
You're like, I didn't even have to act that much.
Yeah, I'm just being myself right now, but with a British accent. It was fun.
Well, that's kind of cool. I think my favorite was Grandpa Joe in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
What?
Yeah.
That's so awesome.
That was my junior year. Senior year, we did Back to the 80s. Have you ever seen that one?
No, Back to the 80s.
Yeah, it's all 80s pop music. So like Michael Jackson and We Are the World. And I played a Fergal, the nerd. I liked that one too, but I don't usually tell people about that one because they don't know what it is most of the time.
Yeah, I didn't know, to be honest.
All right. I'm going to add another question here because I just remembered Zach might be a bit late because we had to change links because I am not super good with StreamYards.
Yes.
So someone asked, do you like the NFL? Do you watch football at all?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't watch football at all.
I'm a
really
Packers
don't.
fan. That's all I know.
Yeah.
I don't really watch anything else.
My entire family, they're huge Patriots fans because we're from Rhode Island.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I've never really got into it.
All right. I'm gonna answer. Also, your TikTok live ended. I know, that's my bad. I had to message Zach about
Oh,
the
no.
change. So I'm gonna just remind everyone here quick. The GoFundMe link is in this banner below. If you donate to the GoFundMe or on Twitch, you are automatically entered to win some of the merch we are giving away later. All the proceeds go to my nonprofit, One Opportunity Hiring. And we did get some through Twitch already, I see. So thank you guys so much for your donations. I really do appreciate it. I'm getting some other people ready to jump in here. So next we have Zachary Galloway coming in. He does prison stories. You should check him out because I know you were saying you weren't familiar with him.
No, I'm gonna have to check him out after I get off of here.
He does, so like I do jail stories. Colin Ray does a prison stories, but Zach does this, like he does his prison stories, but in a really funny way, and it's super unique because he's bringing like awareness to like the justice system and prison, but he's doing it in like a funny way.
Okay.
And it's something that even I struggle with, because it's a tough thing.
Yeah.
And it's the same issue I have with mental health stuff. Sometimes it's hard to put that funny spin on it.
Yeah, it's a touchy subject for a lot of people,
Is there something that, like, is there topics that you talk about that you try to make more comedic so they aren't so intense? I know you have a lot of topics you do. You don't really stick to like one specific thing, and that's what I love about your page. Has there ever been stuff that you've proceeded with like real caution on?
There has been. One of the things I do is I tell a lot of like true stories and things like that have happened. And anytime it's just something like I did this story and it was like one of the weirdest coincidences that has ever happened of all time. And it had to deal with like two brothers that like died on the same day at the same place and like all of this. And I'm like, I have to try to make this like happy because it's really not, because it's about death. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of morbid, but the story is interesting and I want to try to make it not too sad.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and sometimes it's hard to do that. So it's nice.
It is.
It's nice that you think about that because sometimes I don't think people go in with that mindset. And sometimes it can come across as like they don't care.
Yeah, no. And I don't want to make it seem like that. There are some things you have to be careful about for sure.
Yeah. Well, and
I don't want to upset anyone.
No, for sure. And the cool thing is being able to see people like talk about it, even in a funny way, without being rude about it. So yeah. I just made a video today about how people joke about schizophrenia. I always say, joke as much as you want. Don't openly mock a person with schizophrenia, and don't mislead or confuse people about an already stigmatized illness,
Right. Totally.
All right. So I am going to check Zach's mic and stuff here. Is there anything you want to tell everyone before you head out today? Thank you again so much for being here. I really appreciate you coming in.
Thank you so much for having me. This has been really cool. This is my first time I've ever done something like this. So
well, I appreciate it being here with us because this is about as low key as you can get, I think.
No, this is cool. It's been super chill. This is the first time I actually met you. So.
Yeah, for sure. And it was nice to be able to talk to you a little bit. I'll definitely let you know if I do something like this again in the future because it was so nice having you, and I'd love to learn more about your stuff. So if you want to let
everybody for watching as well, it's been really great.
Absolutely. If you want to let anyone know about your, you said Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, you can go ahead and do that now. And I'm gonna check in with Zach here.
All right, sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, guys, it's just me now. So yes, my name is Lexi. I go by Yokefather on TikTok. And on Instagram, Yokefather with an extra R at the end because somebody did take the original name, which is fine. Okay, I'm just reading your comments. But thank you guys so much for watching. Please, please, please consider donating to the nonprofit. This has been a really cool experience for me and my first time doing anything like this. So thank you for bearing with me. Thank you so much, Ace Wolfie.
All right. Thank you again so much for coming in. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'll let you know the next time we do something like this because I'd love to have you back.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having me.
All right. Sounds good. Have a good one.
You too.
Bye. All right. And here he is, Zach himself. Can you hear me, man?
Hey, Ellen. Thanks for having me on the show. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
So I don't know if you told people when you were coming in. Did you tell people when you were coming in?
I made a video about it now.
Okay, because we went from 20 viewers to 90 viewers when you came in. So
no shit.
So yeah,
hey,
it is.
Braden, I remember you. What's up, dog?
It is a little bit laggy on our end, but that's all right. We're gonna keep chatting here. No issue. I don't mind the lagginess. So, basically what I'm gonna do is ask you a few questions about TikTok, and then we'll kind of give our big news for everyone, and then we'll go from there.
Absolutely.
All right. So my first question for you is, how did you get started on TikTok? And what did you think of TikTok before you joined?
All right, so I had just gotten released, like maybe, I don't know, a couple months, 2 months, something like that. And I was in bed with my boyfriend, and he was doing what he normally does, which is ignore me actively. And you know, I turned over, I'm like, "What are you doing, bro?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm on TikTok." I'm like, "What?" So he shows me, and my first thought is like, "Oh my God, this is so cringy. I definitely have to do this." So you know, I made I made an account, and I just started posting videos, and it kind of became an intermediate because like, I hadn't been around people for quite some time, and it kind of became like a stepping like stool for me to kind of go back into society. So it was it really helped me out in a lot of ways. And then to my surprise, people started listening, and that was weird. So that was something I had to deal with.
Well, and talk about growth, man. What were you at 190,000 last week, and now you're at 400,000?
It escalated quickly. Not gonna lie. It's yeah, it did. I'm still lucky though. I mean, I'm very blessed by the whole thing, and it's cool. I've been able to meet a whole lot of cool people. I mean, you're all right in small doses too.
In small doses.
Some other cool people. Yeah, I mean, it's been good though, man. It's been good.
Awesome. So, my next question for you is: did you expect such a response when you started doing your prison story times?
The first one I did, it was a little bit terrifying because I went from, I think I had like maybe 300 and something followers. And I think that was mostly just a what the hell is this guy kind of follower. And then I woke up the next morning and I had about like 15,000. And it was just like, this has to be a mistake. And then and like after the initial shock of it, I even called my boyfriend up. I'm like, what do I even do? And he was like, I don't know, keep doing what you're doing. Apparently people like it. I'm like, all right, I guess. And yeah, I didn't expect the reaction or the response. And it's been really cool to know that people are interested to hear about like the humanizing stories of prison and just that life in general. Because I feel like everyone already knows about, you know, it's hardcore, there's violence, or we're big tough guys. But, you know, reality is we're just a bunch of nerds locked up, man. You know, nerds who miss their mom and dad like everyone else. So
Yeah, for sure. I was just talking to a Yoke Father, the person who was on before you, and I was admiring how you're able to bring like a funny aspect to a lot of your videos. You do have some serious videos, but I think it's really hard to bring that comedy with something that even I struggle because I was in such a dark place. Can you explain like how you do that and how you're able to like uh, make such a positive light on, the mistakes you've made?
well, this is actually what it comes down to, man. A lot of what people are seeing is just my therapy and rehabilitation in real time. Like, I struggled with PTSD and I had really bad nightmares when I got out, just from both what I had done to get there and just some of the stuff that happened in there. So, what I did is I took the opportunity to really talk about stuff and just it was a safe place for me because the reaction that people were supportive. I mean, death threats are mostly just because, I can only assume, but
Yeah.
that's what it is. I started talking because I needed to talk, and I was so grateful that people listened. So
That's so awesome. Yeah, I mean mine was the same thing. The first video I did about my schizophrenia, I was like, I don't even care if no one sees it. I was going to use TikTok as like my own personal diary. And so
right,
it's really crazy to see people connect and like like be able to get into your life a little bit and see what you've struggled with and kind of appreciate you bringing it to light, because you don't ever, I know you'll get people who say you make crime seem okay, like I and Colin both get that too, but what
yeah,
you're
of course.
really doing is shedding light on your process through prison and your process identifying your mistakes and getting out and becoming, who you are now.
That's what I've been trying to do. And like I've always said, like I'm not trying to glorify that life. I'm not trying to glorify prison. And I feel like I need to keep making every so often keep making a video like, hey, make sure you don't want to go there because that's not the point of this. Um, but yeah, I mean, a question for you: was it a little terrifying for you when people started paying attention to what you were saying? I mean, because it went from what I know. I mean, my boyfriend was a fan, like, is still a huge fanboy of yours, and you jumped pretty quick. Was there a bit of a shock moment for you?
Oh yeah, no, and I think everyone who gets it, because TikTok is such a weird platform where anyone could really have a platform. It really is up to the odds. And so
Hmm.
for me, it was really shocking because my page grew around mental illness, and it's something I've always been too terrified to talk about. I live in a small, rural, conservative town that is really religious, and people didn't understand my schizophrenia and my mental illness. And I was too afraid to ever talk about it because I saw how my mom was treated when she came out as a schizophrenic person, when she had symptoms in public. So
Right.
it was really crazy to um, get such positive feedback. Like, obviously, I also got haters, I got death threats, but 99% of it was positive. And so it was really cool to be able to connect with other people who either have schizophrenia, have family members with schizophrenia, people that just suffer from mental illness in general. Um, and I'm sure you get a lot of like ex-cons and stuff that reach out to you as well because of, your experience.
Bro, what's been crazy to me? Like, yeah, I absolutely get ex-cons all the time in DMs, but the biggest thing that I love is the amount of cops and COs I have in my DMs. Like every day, I got like 10 to 20 different cops and COs like, hey man, I love what you're doing. I like that you're showing that they're people, blah blah blah. And I mean, it's that's what's cool to me. Like I love getting that sort of feedback from them.
Yeah, absolutely. So I actually, that reminds me of like when I do have some cops that reach out to me because I've done videos about my addiction and stuff like that too. But I also get like psychiatrists and stuff that reach out to me, which is something that we were talking about in the last
Oh, I
interview.
bet.
And so it's really cool to see people who like, I mean, I don't know if if I would have ever had like a full conversation with an officer or a CO person before I went in. And now it's like you have them reaching out to you. So is that kind of weird for you?
Oh, it's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying. Like, the first DM I got that said, "Hey, I'm a Phoenix PD officer." I'm like, "That's fucking great. I'm going back in." Like that was my first thought. But actually, funny story. The detective who worked my case ended up finding my profile because one of his kids follows me, and we connected and had a full he Facebook messaged me, and he's like, "Bro, you look so good, you look amazing," and like we had this full on almost after school special episode moment where I was like, "Hey man, thanks for locking me up. It's probably one of the best things you ever did, or it was done for me." So like now we're friends, I guess. So that's something that happened, and still kind of working through that process.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, that's so crazy because it's like the people that reach out to you, it's amazing the people that have been a part of your life in weird capacities that come back now that you're growing rapidly now. I was telling Lexi that I think you're gonna hit 1 million followers by the end of January or February. That's my prediction for you. The way you're growing right now is insane. And so to see people come back, like I've had people from high school hit me up. I've had old therapists. I've had police officers that have arrested me in the past. And so it's really cool to see, who comes back around and at what capacity they want to just message you because they're thankful. They want to message you because they're grateful for where you've gotten. Have you gotten any people who have reached out in negative capacity? Because I've gotten a lot of that too, where people who bullied me in high school will reach out and they're like, "Oh, Cody, we should do a video together." So get fucked.
I get it. Okay, so a little bit of my backstory. I spent most of my life what is colloquially known as a whore. So I get a lot of ex-girlfriends, ex-boyfriends hitting me up, and some of them are like, "Oh, you were such a piece of crap." I'm like, "Yeah, I was a junkie, man. I was terrible. I'm sorry. That's everything you're saying is valid. I'm not saying that it's not valid, but that's not where I'm at now." So I do get those. Let's see. I got a couple people who are like, "Hey man, you owe me money." I'm like, "Yeah, good luck with that. I don't even have fucking hot water in my house, but keep squeezing."
Yeah, that's the other thing.
Oh, I forgot to mention. So apparently, I've got catfish accounts of me.
Oh, do you?
I do, and I don't know how I feel about it for two reasons. One, they didn't use the best pictures of me. I'm kind of upset about that. And second, their profiles I feel are a little smoother than I actually am in real life. So I'm a little bit jelly of I'm a little jelly of my own catfish. So I'm not sure how I feel yet. Still,
well, that's kind of rough.
It's a little rough.
I don't actually have any catfish accounts yet that I'm aware of, but so I mean that's gotta be
Cody. Let's start that. Let's get that going.
Let's not, but that's got to be some sort of fame milestone, right? People want to catfish as you. So I mean,
yeah, I suppose. I mean,
internet fame and its finest, right? Oh, here we go. Someone just said, "Watch, there's going to be 100 Cody catfish accounts now."
Hashtag catfish Cody. Get on, guys. Do it. I want to see this. Get him on Grindr.
No, God.
Absolutely.
I think my wife will be briefly concerned if she finds if someone sends her a Cody Grindr account.
You mean another Cody Grindr account?
Another one. Oh God. Yeah. So hey, shout out to Beard Laws. Beard Laws is in the chat right now. He's going to be coming on in a little bit. I'm going to take a second.
I love Beard Laws. That's awesome.
He's good shit. He really is. I'm going to take everyone's doing the hashtag catfish Cody in the chat.
Cody, yes. Yes. Hanukkah came early.
Quick shout out. We got a few people who have donated to the GoFundMe. So if you guys see down below here, we are doing this stream as a fundraiser for One Opportunity Hiring. It's a nonprofit I do that helps people with criminal records find jobs, which is something that both me and Zach can identify with. And we have a few donations that I wanted to thank here. I haven't seen the ones on Twitch, but thank you to anyone donating on Twitch. On the actual GoFundMe, we have $30 from Maggie, $20 from Ezekiel, and $50 from Miss GVS. So thank you guys so much for the donations. I really appreciate it. 100% of the donations are going to the nonprofit One Opportunity Hiring. If you donate to Twitch or GoFundMe, you're automatically entered for some of the giveaways we're doing later. So these are my new Finley hats. Finley Hats is actually sending someone to be in this live later today. So we're going to talk about these and a giveaway that's coming up. But we are giving away one of these hats later on today when we hit these goals down below. And then these shirts, which say, "Don't worry, I'm real," hashtag schizophrenic.
All right,
yeah,
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, that's if you haven't seen that story time, basically I had one of my followers approach me on the street and they came up, they're like, "Cody, I'm such a big fan." And they were like, "Don't worry, I'm real." And I thought it was so genuine and funny that we decided to make a shirt for it. So those are on sale on the link in my bio. The proceeds for that also go to One Opportunity Hiring. So yes, the hats are fire, by the way, as Beardlaw said here. They have pockets on the inside, so you can't beat that.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, I just got syrup on one of the shirts. So someone's going to get a shirt with McDonald's syrup on it.
Not going to ask why you have syrup at your desk, but you do you, boo. It's all good.
I had McDonald's breakfast. See, I still actually have my mocha frappe here.
Hey, no, you don't need to justify why you have syrup. It's cool. You
well,
got your lifestyle. I can't say it's morally right. I'm just saying I support it.
After the whole catfish Cody, I wanted to make sure there was no misunderstanding why there was syrup on my desk.
Oh God, I so hope that's a thing. If there's any justice in this universe, Catfish Cody will take off.
I swear to God, if I go on TikTok later and I find a bunch of hashtag Catfish Cody videos, I'm gonna be sending you some messages.
Because it's just where it's gonna start. It's gonna be Bumble, Grindr, Craigslist, everywhere. Catfish Cody 2024. That's what's going down.
All I have to do is send your boyfriend some of my merch, and I bet I can get him to terrorize you. So keep that in mind.
It wouldn't even take the merch. He calls me every night. He calls me every night just to remind me that I'm still a bumpkin that lives in West Phoenix. He's like, "Hey, just keeping you humble here. You're still pretty much garbage." And I'm like, "All right, thanks, babe. I love you too."
Okay, I appreciate that. Someone said Tinder, Plenty of Fish, and eHarmony for that hashtag, I guess.
Hey, it's Maggie. It's Maggie. I like Maggie. She's good.
Someone said making accounts right now. Oh, here we go. It's the battle of beards, Cody versus Zach. Who can out catfish who?
Ooh, that's a good one.
All right, so this time is going really quick. It's been happening all day so far. So we're down to like the last 10 minutes. So if you don't mind, Zach, I'm going to tell them the big news and I'll let you jump in and you can talk about it.
Absolutely. We are dating now. So that's good.
If my wife's watching, I swear that is not true.
It's mostly not true.
Yeah. If your boyfriend's watching, also not true.
My boyfriend would be all about it. He's got a crush on you. So, I mean, it's that's just where it's at.
Okay. Well, in case my wife's watching then. So the big news is that me and Zach are currently working on a collaboration right now. We're planning on doing a podcast together. The idea we have is called Criminally Mental, and it's going to be a combination of the criminal justice system and mental health, our own personal experiences, and then other people we're going to bring in that either suffer from mental health issues or that have an experience within the criminal justice system. That might be previous convicts, it might be COs. There is all sorts of ideas we have for this. So we're really excited to get started with that. We are going to upgrade Zach's equipment a little bit here. We're going to get him a mic and some other stuff so he doesn't have to stream on his phone. But Zach, can you talk a little bit also about the podcast and why you were interested in doing this with me?
Absolutely. So as I've mentioned before, I've actually been a fan of yours too. It's not just my boyfriend, and I really like everything you brought to your channel. Just because I think both aspects of this, like you do on yours, people are interested in mental illness and the prison system because it's two subjects that everyone thinks they know something about, but we don't talk about much. And most preconceptions about it are ridiculous because they only see it in movies, TV shows, things, and that's not always the proper representation for it. And you're a decent guy. I like spending time with you, so I'm excited to do this with you and hang out more. I think we both have two very good aspects to bring to it. So I'm absolutely jazzed for it.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much again. Cause this is something that, I had the idea for, but I didn't want to do it alone. I wanted to bring in someone who also, and you've had a much different experience in the, with the justice system that I have. My stay was pretty brief, whereas you had a longer stay. You have a lot more stories that you can do on that capacity, but you also have some ties to mental health. So it's really cool for us to be able to talk about these two taboo topics. And I think also for us to be able to bring a little humanization and comedy to the subjects too.
Absolutely. And plus, so this all started from one of my followers tagging you millions of times in my videos, saying you guys should do a podcast. It kind of entertained that thought. I'm like, yeah, maybe we should, because I like Cody. And then I woke up and had 127 DMs saying that we should do a podcast. And I was like, all right, well, maybe that's something worth listening to. So
you got to give the people what they want. Am I right?
Exactly. Especially the Catfish Cody, #Catfish Cody 2020. So let's get that going.
Let's not catfish Cody. Let's actually make sure we also get started #criminally mental. Because that is the name of our podcast. I mean, I feel like the #catfish Cody is going to happen anyways.
That's happening.
I also saw #3-way up there for a second. So let's also get the criminally mental going too, because I would love to see people make some videos about what they would like to see us talk about. If you have any TikTokers, YouTubers, anything like that you'd like to see join us, please make some videos, tag us in some videos. We're going to be getting this started pretty quickly here, and we're going to be working out a schedule so that we can. I would like to do weekly podcast. Someone asked what platform it's going to be on. So what we're going to do is probably do what Beard Laws does. And if he's still in here, or if any of you guys watch him, what he does is that he streams here on StreamYard and then projects it onto YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, and then he saves the audio and puts it onto all of his different podcast platforms. So that's essentially what we're planning on doing too.
Nice.
Someone said #criminally mental, #3-way.
I mean, it is the holidays.
It is the holidays.
Let's not take it off the table, is all I'm saying.
Beard Law said he's still here and he will show us the way. So we might have a little rocky start, but we have really good guidance here with Beard Laws. He does an amazing job. If you guys do not watch the Beard Laws podcast, go watch it because he does a really cool job. He will be coming on here in a little bit. I'm sure he's going to be asking to get Zach on a episode soon. I know he mentioned it to me.
I love Beard Laws. he may be my next tattoo. I'm not sure yet, but
Oh, there you go. There you go.
yeah.
All right. So I am waiting. We have who do we have up next? So we actually have Jacob Crash Compactor coming on next. The link worked
Nice.
for you. So whenever I see him hop on in the waiting room, I'll let you know, and I'll give you like a couple-minute warning. If anyone has any questions for Zach while we're waiting, please put them in the chat here. You can just tell me if you don't want to answer this because it keeps popping up in the chat, and I've seen it on your videos too. Please tell me if you don't want to answer it. I just want to shut these people up. People are wondering about where Shaggy is now. If you don't want to answer, please just let people know so they can stop asking in the chat. But I keep seeing the question, so
I'll address this. So you guys do need to bear in mind these are real people that I'm talking about and I bring to you. And my boyfriend has been in the comments, as has some of my friends who have kind of said the story of what did happen to Shaggy. I don't like talking about it because I'm not at a place where I really can talk about it yet. However, I'm sure you guys have seen the comments there. Shaggy is no longer with us. But I keep telling his story, and I'm going to continue telling his story because to me, I'm always going to have him, and I want you to have him too. So that's where that is.
okay. Thank you for answering that. I know you've been getting it a lot on your videos. I wasn't trying to pressure you there. I just that's why I said if you didn't want to answer it, definitely don't have to.
No, absolutely.
So Shaggy, when I started listening to your videos, Shaggy, I think, is who I identified with. You know, I'm not autistic, but even when you do the face twitch that I'm guessing is something he did. I saw you say in one of his videos when he was hallucinating, he would get like that face twitch.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've seen any of the videos of me having active hallucinations, but that's something I get as well, only when I'm having hallucinations. And so the more you talked about him, the more like I saw a lot of what I struggled with, and especially being someone with schizophrenia in the justice system, in the prison system. It's really cool that you were able to bring his story to life. So I wanted to personally thank you for that because it's something that even I struggle with, and especially like I said earlier, doing it in a kind but also funny way.
I'm really glad to hear that because it's something I was kind of concerned about, just because like it's in a way kind of like doing like mental illness blackface. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to represent it poorly. But at the same time, I spent so many nights, so many hours watching this kid, like looking at how he was acting, trying to help him out. A lot of times, trying to hide his symptoms from COs so he wouldn't be sent to psych. So I felt like I had it down pretty well. And I remember one of the first videos I saw of yours was when you were having hallucinations, and it really was like, holy crap, like, yeah, okay, yeah, this is like, I understand this. So in a lot of ways, I can't say I identify with it because I don't suffer from that, but I can remember from my experiences with him that it was so very similar, especially the temple press thing,
Yeah, right there. See, and like you'll notice I even do it when I'm not having symptoms because it's one side of my face that constantly twitches when I'm having symptoms. So
yeah.
like I notice it. Other people say they don't notice it, but this eye is a little bit more closed than this one. And so like I constantly do that because this is the side I hit myself on when I'm having symptoms and stuff. And so I think it was actually more genuine for you to do that. And I haven't seen anyone call you out for it, but if they did, I would speak up and say something because I think the problem with mental illness is that we're not willing to talk about what's real with it. We're not willing to talk about the bad sides of it and what's going on around us. And so it's really nice to see people talk about all of it. It's even the tough parts.
Right. I mean, especially the tough parts. That was one thing that I did address because a lot of people were saying there was a rumor that Shaggy killed his family in a episode, And I wanted to real quick make a video about that. And like, that's not how schizophrenia works. People aren't typically violent. It's very rare for them to be violent. So that was, and like, I don't like talking about what other people did so much because, I mean, you know, with him, I did in that case because he's not around, he's not with us anymore. So I didn't feel the stigma there. But I definitely wanted to nick that in the butt, you know, that it wasn't a violent thing that he did.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I think you did a really good job. You were respectful, but like you said, also you kept it authentic. And that's really cool to be able to see because like I always get nervous when people share other people's experiences, but you do it in such a genuine way that like I'm really appreciative of, because if you were telling my story, I feel like you would do a good job of it. And that's what I like to see. Like, I would like to think that if your buddies from prison saw this, they would all be like, oh, I love how you portrayed me. I feel like it was authentic. You kept the real parts. You kept the funny parts. You didn't sugarcoat anything. And that's really cool. And I don't think a lot of storytellers can pull that off.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I am definitely going to be in a little bit of shit with Chucky when he gets out. When he makes parole, I think I'm going to have to, I'll have some explaining to do, but I mean, I still feel I captured him. So,
yeah, no. And I honestly, I think you did a video about it a couple of days ago, and I was like, that's super funny. Cause I was like, I was thinking about if it was me, and I was talking about, I don't really do stories about like my time in jail or prison. I mostly talk about my schizophrenia. So I don't really talk about a lot of other people besides my mom, and she's a schizophrenic and she is my mom. So I can say what I want about her.
Yeah, true.
So, all right. I do see that we had Jacob jump in the background here. So I do have some more openings later today if you want to jump back in and hang out with me. If not, I just wanted to thank you for jumping in. And
shoot me a DM. I'm pretty much free all day. So yeah.
All right. Awesome. Thank you again so much for being here. I appreciate it. Guys, go make sure you follow Zachary Galloway on TikTok. He has really good story times, and yeah, you will not regret it. So thank you again so much for being here. If I end up having another opening, I'll probably shoot you a message.
You know where I'm at.
All right. Take it easy, man.
Later, man.
Bye. What's up, man?
What's happening, brother?
That was a good jump back over there.
Right? I've lost my nicotine. It's gone. So I'm just gonna deal with that. Sorry, I'm a little late, man. I got onto the thing and I had to download Google Chrome. Google Chrome's in my browser now. I have a Mac. I have a fucking MacBook. So
I didn't even think about that. Maybe I should let the other people jumping in to know that either.
Yeah, it's just it's real quick. I did it super fast, and my internet's garbage. So
okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here, man. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Sorry, I look like a fucking gamer right now.
It's all good, man. This is streaming on Twitch, so no one will even think anything of it.
Awesome. It's the only mic and headset I have. So, how you doing?
You know, not too bad. We're you're the third person on today, so we had Yoke Father. We just got done interviewing Zach Galloway.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much of that you saw, but
I saw like that right at the end of it. Yeah.
Okay, so me and Zach are actually starting a podcast soon called Criminally Mental. He has experience in the prison system and with mental health, so we're collabing with that, and we just announced that.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, so before I get into asking you some questions here, I just want to give an update on the GoFundMe page and everything. We are up to $100 on the GoFundMe page. It is down below if you guys want to donate. Everyone who donates will be in the drawing for my new Finley merch hats, which have stash pockets on the inside. So check that out.
That always helps you out right there, huh?
That's why I like them. You can't even tell. I got stuff in there right now.
Look at that. That's where I put my jewel.
Yeah, there you go. And this part actually comes down and can wrap around your head, which I use for kayaking and longboarding. So
that's nice. They look very, very well made.
They definitely are. And they did a good job because tie-dye was a hard thing to pull off in a stitched design. So they nailed it.
That's really cool.
I also have these shirts we're giving away when we reach some of the goals here. They say, "Don't worry, I'm real." Hashtag schizophrenic hippie. So we got those going on. And yeah, we're really excited about that. We are accepting donations both on the GoFundMe and on Twitch. So like I said, if you donate even $5 to the GoFundMe, you are automatically entered to win one of these awesome giveaways. We also have Beard Laws jumping on later. He has a few things to give away as well. A poop knife and stuff. I don't know. He's got some interesting stuff. So yeah, basically what I'm doing is I'm just asking some people about TikTok and what it's like on there and what your experience has been. So
man.
Yeah, I know. It's been crazy. And I know you're over 600,000 now, correct?
I'm right under 6K,
Are you?
600K. Yeah, I'm about 540 something. I think I just hit 540, but I'm getting there. Not too bad. That's not too bad.
Well, 500,000, nothing to shrug at for sure.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right.
So the first question I've been asking everyone is, how did you get started on TikTok, and what did you think of the app before you started?
Ooh, that's a great question. I thought of TikTok as kind of like the subsidiary of Musical.ly, right? And it was all, have a little faith in me, yeah. I never wanted to put myself in that position, in that little category of TikToker.
Yeah.
Because all it was really like, at the time when I started, was like dancing videos, lip syncing videos, you know, all that stuff. So I was kind of like, I'm gonna do my own thing and put myself in that situation, because I was like, it's the only, like, it's a big thing, and I saw it was going somewhere, and I was like, well, it would be cool to like start a platform and have that. But oh, dude, all I thought of it before I ever started, all I thought of it was just like lip syncing and dancing. That's really all I saw on there. If my sister was on there, because she's been on it longer than I have.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, man, I've been making videos like I make videos like now with my little skits or talking to the camera. I've been making that shit since I was like, am I allowed to curse on here?
Oh yeah, it's cool. A really laid back thing.
Fantastic. I've been making that shit since I was like 14. So I mean, it's not uncommon to me to like pick my phone up and just say some random shit and and somebody look at me and act like I'm absolutely insane, but like, you know, that's how it's always been. It's very uncommon. It's very not like uncommon for me to just go and be weird. So for me to like have a platform that's like, holy shit, this algorithm is like something else, man. Like it got me famous. I didn't get famous. The fucking app got me famous. I just put whatever I put out on the Snapchat stories or Instagram, and the app did all of the work for me. And now it's kind of a different story where I just kind of, it's more of like a keep my head above water type thing.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and so I started following you back when you had like 50,000 followers. And the thing I like about you, people like you and Colin Ray, is I don't think you do a lot of prep for your videos, do you? It's kind of just off the top of your head.
I pick my phone up and start talking.
See,
and I'll do different takes. I'll do more takes and stuff, but I've come to see that the first take is always going to be the best.
Yep.
So with TikTok, you know, when you hit record, you watch it through. If you don't like it, you either draft it or you go back. And once you go back, you can't get that shit back. So with me, it was like, I've always just kind of like get it off the top of my head. If I'm thinking of something while I'm saying something, and that's usually what I'm always thinking about what I'm saying next after I finish my sentence.
Yeah.
While I'm speaking my sentence. So my mouth does the words and my head does the thinking, and my head tells my mouth what to say next. So like, I don't write down shit when I make a video. I don't have anything that I would write a script in. Like I write movies on my computer, but I don't like type something up. This is what I'm going to read, and then I read off a teleprompter or anything, or I don't like memorize it and then do it. Unless it's like something like when I did a Rick and Morty video when I recited "Ants in My Eyes, Johnson," and I had to listen to that over and over and over again and read and type it out and read it off a script. but like regular videos that I make every day, day by day, it's just like me picking my phone up after I take a dab. It's just like, what's in my head?
Yeah.
What am I thinking about? You know?
Well, and that's one of the things I love about your videos. You keep, like you just said, it seems like you don't redo a lot of takes because you keep some really like genuine things. So like one of the comments in here is, did he just open that can with his teeth?
Yeah.
He definitely did. And I remember like watching one of your first videos where you were like, oh, ow. And I was like, did he mean to keep that in there? Because I love that authenticity, you know?
Yeah, it's just like it happened, and I got video of it, and it's like in my eyes, it's not going to happen again because I'm not going to go and perfectly hurt myself, or I'm not going to go and do that on purpose with the same benefactor of like what it would look like. So I'm just going to keep it in there for shits and giggles, you know, because like it doesn't, in the long run, it doesn't matter. Nobody is policing my content and saying, listen, you got to have it right the first try, because I'm not working for nobody. I'm my own boss. So like I get to make whatever I want. And that's the best part, is like I see so many people that they're like, here's my coldest water bottle. And I'm like, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to have to put something in the thing. I don't want to have to do that. See that? Like, I don't want to put myself in that position of like a marketplace thing. Like I'm scared of that, because I don't want somebody to be like, yo man, you can't do that. Be like, who are you? I will bite your throat out. Who the fuck are you?
Yeah.
You know, I get so protective over it because like this is my art. This is the shit that I make. This is truly who I am. And I don't want anybody saying anything about it, trying to change it. You know, if I make like a mistake and like say something bad, which I've been like partially canceled one time, and it wasn't even like a canceling thing. I said the F slur in compare, and I'm like okay talking about it too. I said the F slur talking about myself when I was in high school. Somebody called me that, and I was telling a story, and I was speaking as them to me. And people were like, well, if you're like not like like gay, you can't say that, or if you're not like queer, you're not allowed to say that. I was like, oh, okay, well, I mean, I wasn't calling anybody that. It was more or less that was what's said to me, but I made an apology and everything, and it was genuine because I didn't mean to offend anyone by saying it. More or less, like I was offended when I got called that because it's it's not something you get to. People don't use that in a nice term. They use it to grade you. So when I say that, it was like it sucked whenever it used against me. So I was just like, oh no, I get it. If you're here and you're like, hey, he's not allowed to. I understood that. So but other than that, man, I don't say really anything bad. I don't really say shit that I'm like, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. And people have like gotten on my ass over and over and over again. To where like I can pretty much just post whatever the fuck I want and keep it all up for the remainder of my channel being up until they fucking ban me. I don't know when that'll be.
Yeah. Well, and like you definitely give your opinions, and that's what I like about you. I never see you delete videos. You don't backslide on anything. Like if you make a video, you meant to say it.
Yeah.
Whereas I think a lot of people backslide on their stuff. So like I lost a lot of followers back when I started talking more about police brutality and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And people were shocked. I'm like, I'm an ex-convict. Why do you think I would not talk about this?
Have you been here before?
Yeah, like as someone who's been a part of the criminal justice system and currently still works partially in the criminal justice system, that's what my nonprofit
with your
does.
business and your nonprofit and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, so like I have opinions about that, and people were so shocked, and I lost a shit ton of followers, and I couldn't believe it. But people were asking me to do an apology video and like take back the statements. And I was like,
nah, that's not something you apologize for. That's your own view about something that's unjust in America these days. Is the police system, as well as the prison industrial complex, is corrupt as hell.
Yeah.
It's absolutely insane. And for somebody to be like, you're not allowed to have an opinion like that. Like, no, I like to watch you make funny joke.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to talk political. It's the same thing with like that whole scandal where the people on Fox were like, LeBron, shut up and dribble, or when Drew Brees can be like, well, this is my political opinion, and Fox News is like, yeah, Drew Brees, you tell him what you're thinking about the government. But it's just like you can't just pick sides, You're not allowed to say, oh, I like this entertainer, but I also like their political views, so I'm gonna let them talk. And then say, oh, I like this entertainer, but I only like it when they do dancey dance and make me laughy laugh. And I don't like to hear about what they say about the unjust police brutality that's going on throughout America that I'm turning a blind eye to because it's not affecting me.
Yeah, exactly.
So make joke, funny man, and don't talk about politics. I understand, bro. It sucks. It really does, because those are the people that you're like, hey, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't really care if you're here or not. Like, you could leave and it would not affect the way I feel about making content because you're not the person I make content for.
Well, I think, are you getting feedback from me, or is that me?
Oh, no, I can hear you, brother.
Okay, I'm getting my own feedback.
Nah, you're crisp.
Okay, sweet. Is anyone else getting feedback? Fuck, what is that? That's gonna bother the shit out of me. Okay, I don't like when people can't voice their opinions. Everyone is allowed to have their own opinion, and we don't have to all agree either. So, like,
exactly.
The thing I've been getting into on my pages, I've recently, my videos of me having schizophrenic episodes have made it onto Christian TikTok. And no disrespect, my wife is a practicing Christian, but some of the comments I get are incredibly rude and insensitive. They'll basically tell me I have demons, I have schizophrenia because I'm not a practicing Christian. And so it's like, I've been getting a lot of backlash because I started calling out some of these comments.
And that's backlash that you can't fight against, because like, I'm not going to let you do that to me. I'm not just going to let you walk all over me in my own comments. I'm going to address this and say, no, you're wrong.
Well, and growing up in a small, rural, 2,000 citizen Wisconsin town.
Oh, yeah.
Where my mom was the only schizophrenic person anyone had ever seen. And then I started developing schizophrenia. And at one point, I was a practicing Christian until I saw how they, treated my mom and me and all that.
It's unfortunate, and there's a lot of that. And I've seen a lot of that with, I don't know how heavy you are into films, but there's The Devil All of the Time on Netflix.
Yeah.
That movie shows Christianity in a new light for a lot of people, because it truly is, to some people, a safe haven, and to a lot of people that have been saved in that way, they feel safe. To others, and to an alarming rate of others, Christianity is used as a weapon. It's used as a tool for them to get what they want. It's used as this sword for them to hurt someone else that's different.
Yeah.
I saw, and it doesn't really relate to it does relate to mental health because it's really drug related, but I saw a video of someone who was having a bad episode off of a drug, and I think it may have been bath salts or maybe a psychedelic or something, and their mother was recording them and saying, in the name of Jesus Christ, I repent. And like, he was freaking out. You could see in his face he was not having a good time. That's not Christianity. Christianity is supposed to be a safe place and supposed to be makes you feel safe and makes you feel better. And that's scary, man. That's terrifying. I mean, when you see these people, like the way there's so many tradition is weird. It's peer pressure from dead people. I saw a TikTok that said that it's peer pressure from dead people, like the way people in the South, right? They'll go hunting, and if somebody gets their first kill, they will take the blood of the deer and wipe it on their face.
Yeah.
What do you need to do that for, old boy? What's the point of that? And they say it's disrespectful to the animal. I think it's just dirty. I think that's blood.
Gross.
Doesn't need to be on your face. It's just like you have, in so many different ways, there are so many traditions that are just like, why are you doing that? That there E. coli. Don't be doing all that. Don't be doing all that. It's insane. I mean, the way that people use religion for one, and for people to come together and get married, and they unite families, and they do so much good. And I'm not a religious person. I'm just I'm agnostic. I believe when I die, I will most likely just come back as a beetle or something. I don't know. I'd like to think like a wild horse in the south of Wales, but that's another story. But when you see all of this, and you see religion take place, and like my parents got married, and I was baptized, and you see all of this, and it's beautiful, and it's families being a family. And then there's such a dark side to it. There's so much darkness to the side of Christianity that says, like, if you are different than anybody else, we will do everything we can to change you. And if we can't change you, we're going to blame you and you only. It's nobody else's fault except for yours. It's just like, you're not helping anyone. You're making the problem worse.
Yeah. And it sucks because I have seen both sides. Like you just said, me and my wife were actually married in the same church that my grandpa and my grandma got married, and my mom and dad got married. So it's like, you know, it was a really cool thing. But then there's also the side where I saw them criticize my mom when she started having addiction and when she developed schizophrenia. And there's also, like, I've worked with several people in mental health now. I used to be a NAMI peer support specialist. And so I heard a story that this woman said at 7 years old, she started having schizophrenic symptoms, and she was put through a 3-day exorcism. And she developed PTSD and depression, and she has way worse symptoms now because of that traumatic episode.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's so sad to see, like, something that was supposed to be built on helping people. And, you know, the whole thing that like I said, I used to be a Christian. When you're in jail, there's not a lot to read. So I read the Bible several times.
Yeah, exactly.
And if people actually followed the word of Jesus, it's a lot of supporting people no matter their flaws. And then God judges people for their flaws, not Christians.
Right.
And so I didn't intend this to turn into like a Christian, but I love this type of content.
Yeah, no, it's a great conversation, because like you can see stuff that relates in so many different ways. Like when people thought women were witches because they knew how to read. Like, let's drop a stone on them. Let's see if they drown. And if they don't drown, they're a witch.
Yeah.
We need to find another way to kill her. And if they do drown, I guess she wasn't a witch. Like, come on. You can't maybe go to a hospital, an exorcism, that's the literal name of a movie. Let's be real. Let's be real with this and say, oh, somebody needs help. Let's get them help. And of course that makes it worse. Oh my God, I can't even imagine. It's horrible, man. Well,
and that's the thing about that story is, at that point I had heard other stories of exorcisms, but a 7-year-old, how are you gonna? She literally described being tied down while her parents watched her get an exorcism.
And the thing that the parents allow that shit to happen because they truly believe something's gonna work. Like it's oh man, it's batshit crazy. It's wild in my aspect of it. It's just like, no, medication.
Yeah.
Maybe natural remedies if you don't want medication. Let's not do an exorcism.
Could we not do that?
This isn't a Sam Raimi movie. This is real life. And it's wild, bro. It's absolutely insane. But on a lighter subject, how has everything been going?
Fantastic. So I'm actually going to give a GoFundMe update right now. Thank you so much, Miss GVS, for the $50 donation on GoFundMe. Crystal Buchanan, sorry if I pronounced your last name wrong. Thank you so much for the $20 donation on GoFundMe. All of you have been entered to win the hat and the shirt. So thank you guys so much for your contributions. 100% of the donations go to One Opportunity Hiring. We are a second chance staffing agency that helps people with criminal records find jobs. We're super proud about what we do. As someone who's a felon, who's been in jail, who had to find a job after jail, I take a lot of pride in starting this and developing it to a nonprofit and being able to help other people get back to work. Before we leave here today, I wanted to see, we are creeping up on my next guest here. We have been overlapping about 5-10 minutes every time. So you actually got here just in time for yours. And so if anyone has any questions for Jacob here, if any of his followers are here and want to say hi to him, please throw them in the comments quick.
Yes, say hello, please.
I did want to thank you for being here, man. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me on, dude. It was great. I really enjoyed talking to you, and it's a great conversation, man. It's so many aspects of it. It's crazy to think about. It really is, and it could go on for days.
Absolutely. No, it definitely could.
My TikTok is Trash Compactor, my little handle right there.
Okay, and that's spelt right in your handle here?
Spelled the exact same way on TikTok, yeah. That's my name for everything. Right?
Do you have any other platforms you want people
Twitter,
to check out? YouTube?
Instagram. I don't have anything on YouTube.
Okay.
I'm working on, I really don't know how streaming works, so I'm working on trying to get my Twitch settled and hook my Xbox up somehow. I don't know if that works, but I want to start streaming Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Okay.
I'm currently doing that on PlayStation, on Twitch. If you need any pointers, let me know.
I will, most definitely. I'll come to you after this whole thing is done, and you can give me some. Also, question: am I allowed to smoke weed on Twitch?
That's a great question.
I've been asking everyone I know, and nobody has an answer for me. But do I always open soda cans with my teeth? Yes, it's tradition.
I have never, my wife is here now. I have never been kicked off a Twitch live for anything, swearing. So,
right,
they might not like make you a partner if you do it, but like, I don't feel like you're super attached to that idea anyways.
I just want to play my video games.
Yeah. So, here we go. So Chris, so that's probably
Chris Udala.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, if he does it, I'm sure it's fine. I think he has a pretty big Twitch too.
He's got quite a big following, actually. I'm subscribed to him, so yeah.
Okay, someone said if you're in a legal state, you can, but I don't know how they'd check that.
I don't know how they would either, and I really hope they don't.
Oh, and actually, someone said he's partnered with Twitch too, so
maybe I can get a little something going
on. So yeah, if you have any questions, I'll tell you all about the nightmare of streaming from a console to computer, because like I still had to buy a gaming PC, and then a capture card is like $200 to get it to the PC.
I think I might just give up.
Well, so here's the thing though. I did do it on my laptop until I had the funds to do it on a gaming PC, and like it's a little lagged, but it's fine. People watched, people liked it, so
okay, cool. Yeah, I might rob an armored vehicle. So we'll see how that goes, man.
Premeditated. You're not supposed to say that. As someone who's been in, I'll tell you, don't say that beforehand.
I will. Then I won't do an armored vehicle. I'll just rob the bank.
Okay. Once again, premeditated. All right.
Oh man. All right. Thank you so much for having me on here, brother. I really
thank you so much, man. We do have the average Chris that just jumped in. I'm going to be bringing him in. He is another prison TikToker. So
very fun. You guys will share some stories.
Hell yeah. If you don't follow him, you should. He's a really cool guy. I've been following him since he had like 100 followers. So awesome dude. He's really starting to grow on TikTok, and yeah, I'm excited to see you hit 1 million. If you do
working there.
If you do some sort of video where you have all your mutuals, like
yes, I will hit you up, absolutely, because I need to do that. I've never done that before, and I need to do that.
I'm gonna do it when I hit 500,000, and I'll let you know when I do. So
I'd love to do it. Yeah, absolutely, man. Oh, you're just gonna boot me right out, right? I don't have to do anything.
You don't have to do anything. You're good. I'm
gonna keep watching.
Okay, sounds good. Take it easy,
brother.
man.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me. Bye, guys. Thanks for watching.
And here we got Chris. How's it going, man?
Yo. Hey, man. Hey,
can you
hear me good?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of a kind of like technical difficulties, but it sounds like you're coming through pretty good now.
Okay. You're not too like you can hear me, see me all right?
I can hear you and see you. Can you hear me and see me?
Yep. Seems like we got a little bit of a lag, but that'll be all right. It's just a few seconds. Oh, did he hear me that time?
I can hear you. Hold on. Let me see if I can figure this out.
All right, no problem. Like I said, this is a laid back stream. I was anticipating issues all day. So the fact that we've made it this far without a lot of technical difficulties is actually amazing.
Yeah, man, I've been keeping up. I'm hoping that I don't get kicked or booted. I'm trying to close some other stuff out. I got a not so great computer.
That's all right. We've had people streaming on their phones and stuff today too, so no worries.
Oh man. Well, dude, thanks for having me. Glad I could hop on with you.
Yeah, thanks for being here. So I'm going to give a quick update to everyone about the GoFundMe and giveaway, and then I'll jump in and ask you some questions about TikTok and your experience and stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. So we are up to $125 on the GoFundMe. Lynn H just donated $5. Thank you so much. Everyone who donates is automatically entered to win either a Finley hat or we have some t-shirts that say, "Don't worry, I'm real." Hashtag schizophrenic hippie. All the donations are going to my nonprofit, One Opportunity Hiring. And we basically help people with criminal records get jobs. So we have had Zach Galloway on. Now we got Chris. And later we have Colin Ray coming on. So we do have quite a few prison TikTokers coming on today. I wasn't able to catch up with Justin Demented, but I'll try to get him on the next one. So, yeah, we're going to jump in and ask Chris some questions here. Are you still doing all right on your end, Chris?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect. So the first question I've been asking everyone is, how did you get started on TikTok? And what was your view of TikTok before you got started? Like, what did you think of it before you got started?
When I originally downloaded a content watcher, I used to do that, but it wasn't until a TikToker that I followed that I became friends with, What the French Toast 23, who does as an involved with like military aspect of TikTok. In TikTok jail for being reported for her. And I just kind of remembered how much I enjoyed making videos and being able to like laugh and have fun and do the whole process of it. And so she kind of like got me jumpstart back into it after being a little bit. And I've had friends tell me for years about prison. Like I should talk about prison, that I should talk about my ideas and the things that I'd have. And I just kind of like, I pushed it aside and I want to do it because I didn't want it to be the face of who I was. I have been trying everything in my world to get away from my background and to not have prison define me or make me who I am. But it doesn't go away. It doesn't go away. It doesn't ever go away. And so I started using TikTok to be the outlet for that. And here I am. I just hit 80,000 new followers, or 80,000 followers this morning. And so a lot of love and support. Dude, thank you. I saw you skyrocket, man. That's a lot of love coming to you. And
yeah, I followed you back when you had just a few hundred followers, I think. I got tagged in one of your videos. Someone actually, because of my business, thought to tag me in your video. And so I tried to show you some love really early on in your process because I love what you're doing. And I think the more we have people representing felons and ex-cons and people that have been through difficult times, it really helps others understand that we're just regular people who have had some tough times and we just want the best for the like we're still young, me and you especially, like we're lucky, we're 26, yeah, and I'm 26 too. So it's like we have a lot ahead of us. And although our past shouldn't define us, we should be able to use the experiences we had from them.
And that was one of the videos that you duetted with mine was talking about that topic of like somebody with a felony background is not like what you see are. People will walk past and work or go to school with people that have done time or just, you know, have felonies, whether they got prison probation, and they don't know. They have no clue. And so there's just this stigma of hate towards it because obviously, you know, it's not something that people they're gonna flock to for support because, you know, crimes were committed, people were hurt in whatever way it was. So of course it's got a negative view, but it's the after that I focus on. It's the people do their time, they paid their price, they're coming home. Like they want to make it their past. Let's make it their past. And so that's kind of my focus on the aspect of felony background, people coming home and getting away from it and not living in the past of it.
It's really cool to be able to see people get that second chance. Like that's what my company has been about, is like, even if it's, some people are so grateful to get back to work, whether it's a retail job, whether it's anything, you know, because there's people with really high felony charges, like especially I've noticed people with theft, and I think yours was something related to robbery or theft as well. That's really difficult to get back to work with a charge like that. And so people are so grateful to have that second chance. And so can you talk a little bit about like the first time you were given a second chance and how much it meant to you?
Yes. So when I first started I came home, I did 4.5 years. I came home. I got a lot of family support, and that was one of the best stepping stones I could have got, was having family support. So I was home for about a month or so before I was like, I need to get to work. Like I want a job. I want to get to work. And so I made a video about how my first interview went down and how the manager, the person running the interview, asked why I had this gap in my employment because I was gone. And so I was still on probation, and probation still requires me to tell them, and I have to tell my employer and stuff like that. And so I did. I told the manager, and threw my application on the table, and immediately, like, looked me dead in the face, said the interview was over because of a specific charge that I had. And so from that I just wasn't gonna let it get me down, and I just applied everywhere. And my first job was at a smoothie place where I worked for a little bit, but there was a lot of inner working problems between staff that me just getting out, not wanting no part of that because I had just lost a few years of my life. And in me too, I said, I'm good. I've left and moved on. And I actually got some of the best jobs from staffing agencies, and I will preach them up to anybody that has a background that if you need a job and you want a job immediately, go to a staffing agency. Like they will take you, they will hire you, and they will put you that you fit in the form of what you can do, even though you have a background, because the companies that they contract with don't care. Some of them don't.
Yeah.
And I've definitely, if you have a background and you need a job quick and you can go attempt to hire and get hired onto a company, definitely go staffing agencies.
Well, and so I know you know about my business and kind of what we do, but the main reason we did it was because even with some of our local staffing agencies, they've turned away people with criminal records, whereas our specific goal is to help people with criminal records get back to work. And by doing that, the companies that sign up with us know what we're doing. They see themselves as a second chance employer, and they take pride in that. And it's really cool for the employers to want to actively hire people with criminal records, because it really shows that there are employers out there who want to give second chances. And that's such a cool thing to be a part of. And like you said, staffing agencies in general usually do a pretty good job about that. And it's it's something that I wanted to be a part of when I went back to school for HR. So I started my own. So can you hear me all right? It looks like you're having
Cutting out a little bit. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. Can you hear me now?
Hold on.
Oh, we'll give Chris a second here. I know.
You're back.
Okay. I was going to say Space Case, one of my no, you're good. One of my mutuals even said it's not a Cody stream if we don't have some audio issues. That's just a regular thing with my streams. So my next question for you would be, what was the first video you remember like being really big, where like you woke up the next day and you had jumped a bunch of followers?
I've had, man, I would have to say the one that really kicked off getting it was I made one, it was like a comedy one about kind of like having a felony background in dating, and it was like me like dancing, and that was me talking to like this girl in a nightclub, and she was talking about she was going to ASU or whatever, and I was like, oh, that's cool, and I told her I went to ASU, and then I went state prison complex, and then she was like, oh, okay, and then she kind of, well, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then never came back, and then I was just like doing this weird dance thing. Well, that was the first video that really like started like grabbing people's like attention, and like I went from like having 100 to having 1,500 in like a day and a half or so. But my first video that hit 1 million views was the story. Oh God, man, sorry, it chokes me up because it's a sensitive topic and it was tough doing.
Yeah.
God, I can't be the guy that cries on his live streams all the time.
You're good, man. No worries. No worries.
It was a story about my brother, my little brother. I still had 2 years left. I was on a max unit, and he was 9, and he was killed. He got killed, and it was an accidental thing involving a firearm and kids. And so the video I put out was a story of me getting told. Sorry.
You're good, man. Take your time.
And so I wanted to share that, and share that like a lot of the stories in the way that I tell them are to show a certain aspect or a certain life of being in prison that most people just overlook. You know, they don't notice, they don't see it. And I got a flood of support and love. And after that, my page took off just. And a lot of people were talking about how they they lost loved ones. Like people, like they did time, they lost somebody, or you know, they were out and they lost somebody on the inside. And so a lot of people connected with that, and a lot of people saw that, and that's when it was kind of like, all right, I think I'm gonna like actually like do this, actually like make it a thing and stuff, and like really talk about it. And I get nothing but love in my DMs all the time. But I try to share these certain aspects of prison that people overlook and miss, because I don't want anybody to go there.
Yeah.
But I got arrested at 17. I got out when I was just a few months away from 22. Like I lost my whole like life, like a very important growth period in someone's life. And if I can encourage people to be like, hey, I don't want to get locked up and potentially like never see my mom again, never see my dad again, my grandpa, like, hey, maybe they'll it's tough, man. It's tough.
Well,
It's tough.
like you said, though, sharing those stories, I know you, me, Colin, Ray, Zach, we get a lot of comments that we're glorifying crime or criminal records when it's the exact opposite. We're trying to help people recognize that it's a really difficult thing to go through. I mean, I still have things I'm dealing with because of my criminal record from when I was 18 years old, And so fortunately for me, I am sorry to hear about your loss. That's really tough. I didn't have to go through that while I was in, but I did watch a close friend go through that, and he wasn't allowed to go to the funeral. He wasn't allowed to, it's such an impossible thing. Yeah. And it's such an impossible thing for people to realize that it's your whole life. You don't get out for little things like that. My brother missed my wedding because he was incarcerated. And so it's hard for people, and like our accounts, I don't think they glorify like some people think they do. I think what we're doing is bringing real life situations and experiences so people can see how difficult it really is.
Yep. And I actually made a video just like recently about like glorifying, because there's certain things in prison like I try to stay away from certain things and say certain things because I don't want it to be misconstrued for people thinking I'm trying to glorify prison, because there is no way, shape, or form do I glorify being in prison. Period. It wasn't a place I wanted to be in. It wasn't a place I would go back to. And but there are like there are some really like tough things that I saw that I was still being young and stupid and being a part of as well myself. And like you get these people. I made a comment on something because somebody was getting harassed real bad, and it's always these people with no pictures and no content, and people go, oh, content doesn't validate you, dude. And I'm like, that went right over your head. You missed exactly what I was saying when I said that, because when you make content and you put yourself out there, then it's different. It becomes different. You can hide behind your account. You can hide behind your phone. You can talk all of this crap and big game and be tough and do all of that stuff. And it's not about content validating you. It's you are putting yourself out there so people can be like you and do the things that they're going to do hidden behind an account.
Yeah.
And so I try to stay away from the sounding of like I glorify prison, because I don't. I just try to educate, just like a lot of us do.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. And I think people are starting to identify how helpful accounts like ours are. Colin is now over 1 million and verified. I just talked to Zach Galloway, the person I'm going to be doing the new podcast with, and he just hit 400,000 today, and he's been growing 10,000 a day. So it's like people are seeing how difficult it is for people who have been in prison or jail, have felonies, and I think our stories do help people. I think people can see our stories, they can either identify with them or they can see why they don't want to do it.
Yep.
And so it's really cool to be a part of that. And thank you for also, putting yourself out there. Cause like you said, it's tough to do. It's really hard to put yourself out there. And I thank everyone who does it, because I know just, and as my account gets bigger and bigger, I see so much more love, but there's always going to be more hate too.
Yep.
And so being able to look past that and remember how much support we get is super important.
I think like one of the things that like for me that I tack is the recidivism rate. And it's something that I want to take. It's something that I want to take on off a social media platform base and take it to where it needs to go within the States, because recidivism is it's just people going back. It's the same people going back. And if we can just figure out how we can get something to where they can go back without, having the stigma of so much hate, and like people realizing that there are people that are getting out that are actually trying, but there are things that are stacked up against them that people don't realize. That's my goal. Like that's what I want to do. Like I want to work towards that, especially in my state, in Arizona, because my state's very unforgiving. Like the only thing that I have is a set aside, and I can't get an expungement like other states can, and it's rough. Like to me, I'll be stuck with it forever, and I can get like my rights back and stuff, but there's like a process, and there's like a length of period of time and stuff, and I just want people to see that there are people that are suing and making change, but there's like barriers that people don't understand that you just can't run into. And sometimes if you just don't have the strong mind or the family support or background that, some people that have succeeded did, you're gonna see failure. The mind is only so strong before it gives in.
For sure. And so, I mean, that's a really good segue, because I was going to do an update here on the GoFundMe, but employment is, I think you would agree, a huge aspect that becomes an issue if you're a felon or you have serious charges, including like anything to do with theft or violence. It's really hard to get a job with those types of records. And so it's something that I want to also be constantly addressing, because recidivism is something that we can all do better at. And when people get jobs, they're way less likely to go back in. So it's something that's why I chose, this nonprofit. And that's why I love what I do, is because there's people that I've helped. Actually, I'd have to look at it again, but I don't think anyone that I've placed in a job has ended up back in jail or prison yet. So like, I know I won't be able to say that forever, because the rate is really high for people. But as of right now, the people I've placed are still either working at the job they were placed in, or they're in new jobs. So it's really cool to be able to be the person that helps people stick around and not go back, because like you said, it's so easy to end up back in.
Yep. And that's documentable. Like that's something you can document. You can look at, you can research a program with backgrounds and basing it off of and seeing who goes back versus like who stays out. And you have a current platform of a setup that allows you to research it through your own stuff, and you can take what you have research-wise and show that, hey, this works. This is something that is working. You can take this information and put it beyond the spectrum of just like within a small circle of people with felonies or jobs and stuff like that, and show that, hey, this works. This is something that is actually preventing and assisting people with not going back. And I think it should be looked at further and seeing what the states can do at a state level.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's something, once the company gets bigger, we have a board because we're a nonprofit now. That's something we actually have already discussed, is being able to use our experience as imperative data, because as long as we're one of the few, staffing agents specifically designed to help people with criminal records, we have an obligation to see how well it works and what benefits there are providing these resources.
Absolutely.
So I do have just a few minutes. We have someone who's trying to get in right now. But I have a couple minutes here if you want to talk about anything else you're doing. I don't know if you have Instagram, YouTube, anything like that. Also, if anyone has any questions, please throw them in the chat while we're waiting for the next person to get in. But I did want to say thank you for being here, Chris. I really appreciate it. And once me and Chris get our podcast going, I do have you on the list as someone we would love to interview for the podcast.
I'd love to be there. Definitely.
Awesome.
It seems so tough. You're going through a rough time that you can be branded for life as a criminal. Yes, that's true. That is true. It's tough. And it's a huge societal view. Chris used to do a podcast, Tribunal 6-7. It's something that has been thought about. Dude, see if you'd be interested in it. But
here
societal
we go.
view is. Oh, is he on? What's the best way you can source someone who is recently released from prison? If somebody's changed and they're going to make a change in their life, you're going to see it. You're going to see it by the way they carry themselves and how they act once they're out. And if you trust that and you trust that instinct and you're willing to take that effort, the best way is to just, you don't have to do it in a financial sort of way, but just let them know that when things do get hard and they do hit those barriers, that they are somebody that you are somebody that they can come and talk to, that they are somebody that you can be there to see about maneuvering in a different way, giving them support through direction instead of stability.
Awesome. This is actually my wife who just commented. She said, so true. Yeah. Okay. So we do have, it looks like I got Felicia in the background here. So thank you so much, Chris. Guys, if you want to follow Chris, I believe this is the exact username for TikTok, right?
Yep. The Average Chris.
Okay. So you guys can go follow the Average Chris. Thank you so much for being here, Chris.
Thank you. Appreciate you, man.
The chaos. I'm glad we got audio working and all that.
Yeah, man. Whenever you want to have me back, dude, I'd be glad to do it.
Absolutely. We will definitely have you back, especially when we get the new podcast going. So thank you so much for being here, Chris. Have a good one. Make sure you guys follow him, the Average Chris, on TikTok. Take it easy, man.
Thank you, man. Have a good one.
All right. So next we have Felicia coming in. Now, Felicia is super awesome. She has blown up in the past couple months. She reached out to me when she was a much smaller account, and I lost track of her for a couple months. And by the time I found her account again, or she reached back out, she had over 500,000 followers. So we're going to bring her in right now. Hopefully we don't have any audio issues here, but yeah. Hi there.
I think I did it.
It's been an experience. I wish I would have had more time to prepare and work with everyone.
It's fine. I've just been texting you like a mad woman, like I'm having anxiety.
Yeah. And like I was trying to answer, but also like I have I'm trying to like listen to everyone's questions and stuff too.
Yeah,
and so
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I know, like when I did the Beard Laws podcast, I was like the whole night before I was messaging him like, what do I have to have ready?
Okay, good. I'm sorry I bothered you during your other ones because I watched since you started today.
Okay.
And I was like, I can see him like looking over when I'm texting him, but I don't want him to like be interrupted. But I need to calm my anxiety.
Yeah, for sure. No, and it's like part of it was on me for not planning this a little more ahead of time. So next time we will be a little more prepared. This is also the reason I couldn't give a lot of information before is because this is my first time streaming on StreamYards. So this is a very new setup to me. And that's why we had to, it was kind of last minute because I worked with Beard Laws last night to get this all set up. Like even this backdrop that I have, I got this morning, an hour before the stream started. You can see it has my little logo over here.
Yeah, but I love it though. It looks great.
So take your anxiety and double that. That's what I've been dealing with all morning because I'm like, everything is not ready.
I'm not alone then. Okay. Yeah, because I'm in my boyfriend's little brother's room in England because obviously I'm not home.
Yeah.
So I was like, I need somewhere to be. And yeah, like you can see, that's what's going on in the background.
I like it. I can see, I feel like I have some of that stuff in my room too. I see some action figures and stuff back there. Yeah. I'm going to do a quick GoFundMe update and then I'll jump in and we'll talk about TikTok and all that fun stuff.
Do it. I'll update my Instagram while you go on that.
Perfect. All right. So we are currently up to $125 on GoFundMe. Our most recent donation was from Lynn H. Thank you so much. We are giving away some Finley hats here, if you can see. This is my logo that I've been doing with Finley hats. It has a pocket on the inside. I know I'm always talking about the pocket on the inside, but I love it. We are also giving away some shirts that say, "Don't worry, I'm real," hashtag schizophrenic hippie. That's some merch we've been working on. And so everyone who donates on either the GoFundMe link down below or on Twitch will automatically be entered for all of these donations. So thank you guys so much to everyone who's already donated. The minimum donation is $5. Everything helps. It's all going to the nonprofit One Opportunity Hiring. For those of you who don't know, my nonprofit helps people with criminal records find jobs. Shout out to Danielle. She's my moderator here. So if you're in the chat, you can see all this information she has. But yeah, let's chat with Felicia.
Yay.
Thank you again for being here. I really appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, of course. I'm really honored that you messaged me and asked me to be on here. I was super excited.
Absolutely. Well, and like I mentioned before I brought you in, I think me and you connected when you were still a very small account.
Oh God, yeah, very super small. I had like under 200 followers, I think, when I made that video on auditory hallucinations that you found.
Yeah.
A lot of people tagged you in it, and like I messaged you like, I want to do this, but I'm scared. Help.
Yeah, and then I remember chatting with you for a while, but my life gets so busy and I do lose track of people. And by the next time I found you, you had really blown up and you're still growing at a pretty good rate. So
yeah, it's crazy. It's been crazy for the last couple of months and I'm so grateful for it.
It's really truly amazing what TikTok can do for people. I know we have what are you up to? You're over 600,000 now, aren't you?
I'm closing in on 700,000, hoping for like sometime maybe in 2 weeks.
Okay, perfect.
684.2.
That's incredible. Yeah, that's insane.
It's just, yeah, I haven't really got my mind wrapped around it yet, but it's coming.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it still feels.
And it's really cool to like, and I had this conversation actually with the average Chris too, because me and him connected when he had a couple hundred followers. It's really cool to be able to see the people I connected with early on be able to have such success. Because the thing about TikTok is it kind of seems like a fame lottery. Like, you don't know what's going to happen. I never expected to have over 300,000 followers. I'm sure you never expected to have almost 700,000.
God, no, absolutely not.
So yeah. My first question for everyone has been, how did you get started with TikTok, and what did you think about TikTok before you started posting videos?
So I don't really know how deep you can go here without there being like shutting down the whole thing. But do know that, and a lot of people that follow me know that. I started TikTok the day I got out of the psych ward after an attempted suicide. And I basically started making videos because I had nothing left to lose. I was like, I feel like crap. I don't want to live anymore. And I feel completely alone. And I don't want anyone else to be this alone ever. And I was newly diagnosed with borderline. And that was really scary because when you start reading on Google on borderline, it's just not a lot of great stuff in there.
Yeah.
And I was like, shit, am I like a terrible human being? Because that's what I thought when I read everything on the internet on it. And I was like, I will just show people that, you know, it's okay. And I have videos on like panic attacks and stuff when I'm having panic attacks. Because that's basically where I started. I knew about TikTok because I saw it on like Instagram and stuff, you know. You saw people reposting videos.
Oh yeah.
And I thought it was great, but I never thought it could be this. You know, I thought it was very just dance and stuff like that. And then when I got on there, I don't know if my FBI agent in my phone was like, shit, this girl's depressed, because like there were like mental illness stuff on my For You page from the second I opened that app.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, cool. So yeah, that's basically. I always like TikTok. I think it's great. It reminds me of Vine, obviously.
Yeah.
Which is when I was a kid. We did that.
I remember telling Allison when she showed it to me for about 6 months, I said, I will never download that stupid app. And here I am now.
Yeah, here you are. Goddamn.
So I think it's really cool to see that, you know, we are able to talk as a lot of the people chatting with me today are ex-convicts, mentally ill people. And so it's really cool for people that I feel like couldn't develop a platform on YouTube or or on like maybe Facebook and some other platforms where we might have a harder time developing like an audience base. It seems like TikTok does really well with pairing people with what they want to see.
Yes.
And so
sure.
like if you like mental health content, you get more of that. If you like prison stories, you get more of that. And it really allows everyone to have a fair chance of, you know, being able to share their story. And so it's really cool to see people, especially like you said. I did see one of your videos where you were having a panic attack. And so I know you've seen, or you've probably seen some of the ones where I've been having active hallucinations.
Yeah, I have.
And so it's really cool for us to be able to use platforms like that because it really helps people who have never struggled with it better understand what we go through. Mm-hmm. And I also think better help understand Zach.
I love the catfish, Cody. I was here for that whole conversation. I loved it. I'm doing it.
Yeah, now they're all coming in here.
No, we're doing it. We're doing it. Everyone.
But no, so it is really cool to be able to all have our own platforms for whatever we want, you know?
Yeah, it is for sure.
And so my next question for you is, what was your first video that blew up? Because like I said, I kind of lost track of you for a little bit there. So, you know, you were at a couple hundred followers when you first reached out to me, and then you just blew up. So was there a one video in particular that did it for you?
Basically, so I've always had a love for the paranormal.
Okay.
And true crime and everything dark and twisted in this world. So I was like, well, I really love this stuff, but mental illness is kind of my brand. And I was like, I'll just try and make a video on true crime and stuff that I really, really like. And I did, and it blew up. And I think it got like 4.8 million views or something.
Okay.
Which was insane. So my actual video that blew up, that made me gain a lot of followers, was not a mental health video. But then I think I got really good at like combining the both of them, because I've realized also that a lot of people that followed me for the mental illness stuff is actually very interested in oh, thank you. Sorry, I have a concentration span of like a goldfish. I'm sorry. I'm just.
No, I actually put these up there so you can interact with them as you want. Like the questions that are going up there are things that I'm putting on the screen. So it's specifically so you can see it.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yep.
But so I think that was my first video. It was a true crime video that blew up, and then I had other videos blowing up. I don't know why. I don't really get why people watch me, but they do apparently. So.
Well, and I've started watching your videos too now that we've reconnected, and I've been able to go back and start watching them. And I think you were so worried about how people were gonna, you know, like see you, and you appear so confident in your videos.
Oh God, no.
Well, whether you are or not, you appear that way, you know, and you are a good speaker. You can tell that you're passionate about the things you speak about, and you're authentic. And I think those traits are really what people look for. It's what I look for. And so to see you doing these videos now, I'm like, yes, this is the exact stuff I watch. And so it's perfect, because when you were talking just now about how mentally ill people seem to also like true crimes and all that, I don't know if there's something to that, but Criminal Minds right now is my jam. And so I think there is something to that. I think we get to see, you know, a certain struggle. We've all seen different, whether paranormal or unexplainable things in our life as mentally ill people. So I think there is a cool connection there that you're being able to tie into. And I really like that. I think that's so cool.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, I am really grateful that I'm able to do what I'm so passionate about, and now actually able to live of it and start a company, and everything I ever wanted to do with this, it's come true very fast. And if you follow me on Instagram, you saw that I'm coming out with merch.
I did.
What?
Yeah.
It's so weird. I love it. I'm so proud of it. It's coming out in a couple of weeks, and my boyfriend is walking around wearing one of the t-shirts, and I'm like, wait, what? It's just so weird, because 6 months ago I just got out of the psych ward and I wanted to die, and I took every opportunity I could, to be honest, to overdose or just kill myself in every possible way. I couldn't even shower by myself, And now I still have really dark days and hours where I have really bad panic attacks, and one of the symptoms of borderline is auditory hallucinations, and you know what that's like. It's fucking hell.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And because it's borderline, you can't medicate for it. So and I still have those days, but now I do have a purpose, to keep going.
TikTok, and it feels weird saying this, TikTok gave me something to live for.
Yes, exactly.
I have a TikTok tattoo, and people ask me about that. They're like, what about when TikTok? Well, and people they get so weird about, what about when TikTok goes away? I'm like, TikTok saved my life.
Yes.
It really did. I will never regret this tattoo.
No. It's dope. I love
it. It turned out awesome. It was perfect.
Yes.
Zach said he will pay you any amount of Cheez-Its for a Raven cosplay. Do you know Raven, who he's talking about from Teen Titans?
Yeah, kind of.
You could pull that off. So
I probably could. I do love Cheez-Its, so actually DM me. No, but honestly, I love Cheez-Its. I'm down for anything when it comes to Cheez-Its.
So yeah, I'm gonna do a quick update here again. We did get a $50 donation on the GoFundMe. So shout out to Chelsea Morrison. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. Everyone who does a donation is eligible to win either one of my awesome Finley hats or a shirt that says "Don't worry, I'm real" #schizophrenia or schizophrenic hippie. And we'll be doing those giveaways kind of near the end here as we reach some of these goals. So the first giveaway will happen when we reach $500 on GoFundMe. All you have to do is donate at least $5 to be eligible. That's the minimal donations on GoFundMe here. So yeah, Zach said, "Don't play with me." He's serious.
I'm Googling it.
Are you? Okay. You guys will have to
connect. Is this the girl?
Yep, that's who it is.
I can pull this off.
That's what we were saying. When he said it, that's why I put it on the screen, because I was like, I could see that.
Yeah, fuck yeah, I'll do this.
The power. Someone said the power of Cheez-Its. It's incredible.
Yes. It is. It truly is.
So, here, let's see. Yeah, Chelsea Tattoos is the one who gave that last GoFundMe donation. Thank you guys so much for all the contributions there. So, while I'm shouting out my merch, this is your actual TikTok username, right?
Yes, exactly. So, I love that over here.
Yeah, and since you're in here with me, let's make sure we go give her a follow. Let's check out her merch. If you follow her already, definitely check it out. But if you don't follow her, go give her a follow, because she does really good content. And also thank you for being a part of this today.
Oh,
I know it's been chaotic, and next time
it turned out good. I didn't have a panic attack. I was just a lot of anxiety involved. I mean, that's a good day for me.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry for creating anxiety for you.
No, that's 100% on me, because I was so convinced you hated me because I sent you 4 messages and I wrote help me. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm technologically challenged.
Yeah. And I was like, I saw him and I was like, I don't want to interrupt the people talking, but I definitely saw him and I was trying to get back to you as quick as possible.
Yeah, you did it really, really well.
Here we go. He said, "Dear Diary, today was a good day." Absolutely. So yeah, we are, I don't know if you heard, you said you were viewing the whole time, so you probably heard about mine and Zach's podcast that's coming out. We are, doing specific days about mental health. So we would love to have you on there too.
Yeah, I'd love to be on it.
That gives us a little more time, because like right now I'm squeezing people into 30-minute increments.
Yeah.
That will give us more time to really have a good conversation about mental health and about I know you mentioned BPD. For people who don't know what that is, it's okay, I spaced just now. I almost said bipolar. It's
borderline personality disorder.
Thank you so much.
A lot of people mix the two because they sound very the same, and they are kind of in the same spectrum.
Yeah, and so I'll be completely honest. When I first learned about bipolar disorder, I didn't know about BPD.
Oh, no,
so when I saw BPD, I assumed it meant bipolar disorder. And so, people, I'm sure everyone in here has already heard me talk about schizophrenia. Can you explain a little bit about what BPD is?
Yes. So it's a personality disorder caused by trauma. So you're not born with BPD. It's something that happens usually to an overly emotional child in an under emotional home. So the most common way is you're neglected emotionally, and you're a very emotional child. So basically, it's like, I usually, for people who know what bipolar is, I usually explain it in the way it's a very intense bipolar. So I can be euphoric, like living, I feel like a god 1 minute, and be suicidal the next. And it goes like that. And in an hour, I can feel totally empty and like not have feelings at all. And I have about 7 to 24 mood swings a day. And they're all that drastic.
Yeah. Yep.
So that's the biggest part. Together with that, there's a lot of other things like extreme fear of abandonment. Self-harm is usually a really, really big thing. That's something that's really scary with BPD that people don't talk about, that 1 in 10 people will die from suicide that has BPD, because it's such it's a hard diagnosis to try and kind of grasp. And it's very stigmatized, very, very, very stigmatized, unfortunately. It comes with paranoia. Usually I have really bad paranoia, and also sometimes auditory hallucinations, and also I cannot thank you. Also, we have the same hair color, and I love it. I'm living for it.
Danielle's actually my moderator for TikTok, Twitch, and Discord. She's amazing. If I was a rich, famous person, I would pay her so much money to keep doing what she's doing, but she does it for free, and I love her so much. So thank you, Danielle.
Yeah, she seems like a great person, because I would never be able to figure out all of this.
No, I wouldn't either. Like, without her, I'd be lost.
Yeah. Danielle, maybe you need to help me at some point. But so basically, it's a very complex disorder, and it's kind of hard to squeeze in everything. And it's just, hi! Sorry. Hey!
Well, and I would argue that it's one of the least known disorders. So like, even with schizophrenia, people might be confused about what it is, but they have a general idea. Whereas BPD, I mean, I have grown up around mental illness. My mom has schizoaffective, so she has both bipolar and schizophrenia. I didn't know about BPD until my journey on TikTok started, and I started doing more research about all sorts of mental illness. So I would argue it's one of the least talked about, or just maybe least known mental illnesses.
It is, because it is so stigmatized because of it's stigmatized in the mental health, mental illness community as well, which is really sad. A lot of people with, for example, bipolar is like, ooh, borderliners, like stay away, they're toxic. Yeah. Which I've made a lot of videos on that. People will be like, oh no, stay away from her, she's toxic. Like, no, I'm not toxic, I'm not manipulative at all. I just kind of have a really hard time putting my feelings into words, because a lot of times I don't even know what I'm feeling.
Yeah.
I can't be like, oh, I'm sad, because I have no grasp on really what that is.
Yeah.
And it can be really hard. And it's also so different. It's about 200 different types of borderline, because there are 9 symptoms. And you need to fill 5 criteria of them, and all the different compound. It's a whole thing.
Well, and from what I understand too, medication wise, there's not a whole lot they can do for bipolar, or for BPD, I mean, because it sounds like they can prescribe antipsychotics and antidepressants, but I mean, it doesn't work like that. It's a very misunderstood illness. And I think prescribing those things, in the cases I've heard, can actually cause additional issues.
Yes. Yeah.
Because it's the same thing as like when my mom was first diagnosed, she wasn't diagnosed with schizophrenia at first. She was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. And the meds she was given, although some of them are used to help schizophrenia, the one she was specifically given actually made her schizophrenic symptoms more pronounced and more worsened. So it was like, I feel like it's the same thing for BPD, where, yeah, they can give you these meds, but if they're not specifically designed to help, are they really beneficial for the person taking them?
Exactly. You can give medication for the parts that borderline usually causes, like depression. I'm on antidepressants, have been for the last, oh God, how old am I? Oh shit, I'm 21. So the last 3 years. But now they're doing a whole thing where they're looking into if I might be autistic and might have ADHD and ADD as well. And for example, if I do end up having ADHD, they can't give me medication for ADHD because it makes the borderline worse. The Swedish came in there. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I heard it.
I'm not American. A lot of people don't realize that I'm not American. I'm Swedish. English is not my first language, so I mess up sometimes.
You do really well. Like, most of the time I won't realize it, but I did catch it there. I live in a town that's mostly Norwegian and Swedish heritage, so we have some people who still speak Norwegian and stuff here. So
then you heard it very clearly because it came through there. So I can't get medication for ADHD because it makes the borderline worse. So yeah. It's a whole thing, and mostly borderliners don't just have borderline. For example, me, I have depression, social anxiety, generalized anxiety disorder, PTSD, and borderline.
Yep.
Thanks to, borderline is caused by trauma, PTSD caused by trauma, and just depression from PTSD and everything. Yeah. So yeah, unfortunately there isn't a medication. Yeah. We don't know.
Yep. And I feel like, day to day, there's Zach here said better English than I speak. So
I'll be your English teacher.
There you go. No, I feel like especially since I have an illness that's still also really stigmatized and not completely understood, we have medication, but it only helps to a certain extent. You know, it's not like I get to live symptom free like some people with certain disorders. And so I love talking to people with BPD because I feel like there's a lot of good conversation we can have about it. So you also brought up BPD suicide rate, which is one of the few suicide rates that's up there with schizophrenia, because schizophrenia suicide rate is about 10 to 13%. So, it's right up there, and it's insane to think that it can affect people at such a high level, and that people can struggle so much, especially for people that don't have mental illness. They're always like, how can you get so sad, or how can you have like such manic episodes is something I had struggle identifying and understanding, because it's something I've never struggled with. And so I had to go out of my way to learn more about it. There's a comment for you.
Why are people so nice?
I wonder that every day when I'm on streaming platforms. Like, it's amazing how supportive, especially I'm sure you've come in contact with TikTok. It can be a really, really great platform.
Oh God, yes. Most of the time it's just so supportive, and they're like, follow people that don't even follow me, that take their time to be like, it's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
And then just keep scrolling and go on with their day. I'm like, why are you so nice to me?
Yeah. And I've even had, like you just said, I've had episodes where where I've had streams where I'm having schizophrenic episodes, I'll get thousands of people in there. Like my lives are usually 20 to 30 people. I had a live reach 10,000 people while I was having a schizophrenic episode.
Oh God.
And you know, I looked at some of the people who gifted me. Most of them were not followers. So that means people went out of their way, saw my video, came in and tried to support me. Now, you are always going to have hate,
Okay.
which I'm sure you've also dealt with.
Oh God, yes.
But I feel like it's so outweighed by positivity, and people always want to talk about the toxicity of TikTok. I rarely see that side of it, and I'm so grateful for that.
I think, to be honest, I think a lot of people with mental illness, they're on mental illness TikTok, obviously, and we've kind of created a community on our own. Kind of, because I don't think I've seen a person dance on TikTok in months.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen a straight person on TikTok in months.
Well, you see my videos.
That doesn't have a mental illness, that have like.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's just, I think we're just a very strong community on our own now, because you kind of know about everyone, even though you might not follow them and stuff like that. You're still like, oh yeah, he makes that kind of mental illness content, and I know him, I support him.
Yeah.
And then you go on with your day, but you're still like kind of a group, all of us. And just, I like the community that we've created on TikTok, where I think a lot of people go to seek comfort and to feel less alone, which I think is really great.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's
sorry, I need to move. Okay.
No, you're fine. People are always, when they talk to me about TikTok, it seems like people are really skeptical about it. And my comment is always, TikTok is what you make it.
Yeah.
If you don't want to see dancing videos, don't like dancing videos. My content is amazing because I like videos that I want to keep seeing. And I also, I go as far as like, I don't want to see this, you know, you can do that with videos.
Yeah.
I go as far to do that. And now my algorithm is very on point.
Same.
I get the videos I want to see, that I want to interact with, and the people that I want to see and interact with.
Yeah.
And that's what I think. I think TikTok is what you make it, you know?
100%. I agree. And I really like it. I had a person ask me, oh, like, what do you do now? And I was like, oh yeah, I'm working social media. Because for some reason, I have a hard time saying I'm an influencer. Oh, sorry, I need to read it. Hold on.
Yeah, this is actually my wife commenting right now.
Oh! Sorry, I'm also hellishly dyslexic, so.
Oh, no problem.
Anger bursts. Yeah.
So my wife, I try not to talk about her too much. My wife is trying to get into a psychiatrist now. And because of my time with my mom and in mental health and my recent research, I can't give her a diagnosis, but I also think she has BPD. And so this is a lot of the things you're touching on today actually reminded me about the struggles she deals with. And so it's really nice to be able to, you know, have her be able to listen to it, because I think she's being able to identify it. So
yeah. Do we have a lot of time? Do we have like a minute?
Yeah, I mean, I have Beard Laws in the background here, but he's given us a thumbs up. So if you got a minute and you want to, you know, finish up for a couple minutes here.
I have my boyfriend. He's in the other room, and he has obviously struggled a lot with the fact that I have BPD, and I can be very hard to deal with sometimes.
Yeah.
Do you want me to go get him?
Yeah, if he would just wants to jump in really quick and like talk about that. We don't have a whole lot of time, but yeah.
No, exactly. That's why I thought I was just like zoom over there and see if he even wanted to be there, because I think he's on his Xbox. But hold on.
Yeah, no problem. So this is actually a good time for me to give an update, guys. We are at I think, let me check the GoFundMe again. 175 was the last I checked. So, oh, we are up to 180 now. So Tyler Chappelle, I think it is. Thank you for the $5 donation on the GoFundMe. We're going to try to start doing some giveaways here soon. Since we aren't getting really close to the goals, I might lower some of those giveaway goals. But please, if you're able to, donate to the GoFundMe. Also, we are accepting donations on Twitch. So I haven't checked to see how we're doing on those donations yet, but please check that out. We have Felicia and her boyfriend here. I'm going to give them a few more minutes before I bring in Beard Laws. So thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah, so his wife is struggling a little bit, and he thinks that she might have borderline.
Okay.
So I thought maybe you'd just like to say what you do when I'm an asshole. Because we're talking about anger outbursts, which I do have a lot of that.
Yeah. And it's not, the one thing that I have struggled to come to terms with is that it's not something you're actively doing.
Exactly.
And it's not something that you want to be doing, and it's not something you even really recognize that you're doing a lot of the time. It's just a natural reaction. It just happens, and even 10, 20 seconds afterwards, you're sorry. You know, it's just not controllable, basically.
Yeah. And we had this issue in the start of our relationship when I would just scream, and you didn't get it why, and you would get angry, and I'll get angry, and then there's a whole thing. But it's getting a lot better. So, and I really, really like your wife. I've seen her a lot on TikTok and stuff, and she seems so sweet. And it's doable, and I feel sorry for her if it is borderline, but it is completely doable. And if she ever wants to talk about it, I think we're both here too.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as well that the whole talking about it thing is whenever these outbursts or episodes or whatever, however you want to refer to them, come up, every time it happens, it's just a simple conversation of, this is why I'm feeling like this. This is what led me to feel like this. And that's it. Everybody understands each other a bit better. It's easy.
Yeah, and for sure. So Allison just commented here, smiling because same. I do have schizophrenia, but I was very fortunate not to have any sort of mood disorder. So I was really confused when me and Allison got together, and she would express herself in like really up and down sort of ways. And so like, I think that's a lot of what you're talking about. And a lot of what I noticed when I started doing research about BPD was that where I could like sit down and rationally communicate something, she might have a more difficult time with that.
Yeah.
And so it's something that I've struggled with because I feel like at times I was really not accepting with it. I was like, well, if I have schizophrenia and I can control it, you should be able to, but I don't have a mood disorder. And it's something that, you know, I feel like even people with mental illness, we forget to look at how other people struggle differently.
And we talk about that a lot because we were really stressed before coming out here. And I was an asshole because I don't handle stress well. And you had to remind me, like, you know, I'm a human too. I have my issues. You need to know that I need to be dealing with my stuff as well.
Yeah.
And he needed to remind me of that because I was very in myself at the moment. I had a really hard time being like, okay, but someone else might have an issue here as well. And I'm affecting other people. But I just think communicating is always the way to go.
100%. It always comes back to understanding each other, basically.
Absolutely. Well, thank you guys so much for being here. I'm going to get Beard Laws brought in. I really appreciate it. If you ever want to be on another one of these or the podcast or anything, we would love to have you. So
yeah, I'd love to come. Now I know how this works as well. I don't have to have anxiety about it. And if you or Alice and everyone wants to talk to us about borderline or whatever, need support, we'll always be here. So.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I'm actually bringing on the guy who showed me how all this works. So
do it.
Thank you guys.
I'm gonna go have dinner.
All right. Sounds good. You guys have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Bye. And here he is, the king of beards. Let's bring him in.
What's up, dude?
What's up, man? Thank you. Sorry about the delay there. I thought 30 minutes we were even going to have like a little bit of in between time where we wouldn't have stuff to talk about, but
goes fast, right?
It's been rolling today. Someone just said, "Whoa, I've never actually seen his face." He's got the beard. His name does not lie.
It's true. It's true. And
But
with great beards comes great responsibilities.
Absolutely. Oh, here we go. This must be one of yours.
Yeah, it's Bearded Tater Turtle. He's a mod. Does a lot of stuff behind the scene. Just a great dude.
But yeah, thank you so much for being here. And seriously, man, shout out to helping me with this. I don't know if you saw the new background here. What do you think?
I do. I was gonna message you, but obviously you're live for quite a bit, and I was like, listen, I know I gotta hit up your dude and maybe or dudette, your person, I guess. And maybe they can start doing some work for me. So
yeah, no, she's awesome, and she, like I said, she's not like, she does it for a job and she loves it. She doesn't charge a whole lot. So
perfect. You'll have to put me in contact, because I'm always interested to make it look a little better. And especially with my show, it's a little bit different. And as you continue to add more guests, you got to have diversity. You got to have the 2, the 3, the 4, the 5. Sometimes we get 10 people in there. It gets crazy.
Yeah, and literally, I messaged her last night about this, and I was like, "Hey, I need a screen. I'm gonna have just 2 people on at a time, me and one other person." Yep. Boom, she had it, and I was like, "I love this. It's looks exactly clean. What I needed."
Looks good. So after I saw yours, when you first went live, I've been watching, and the entire time I've been making backgrounds and trying to figure some stuff out myself. So thanks for the motivation to kind of clean mine up as well.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, if you want, I was going to ask you kind of the same questions I've been asking other people today.
Yeah, go for it.
I am going to jump in quick with the update on what we got going on.
Yeah, jump in, man.
GoFundMe, we are up to 180. We're not going up super huge with donations, but if anyone is able to contribute even $5, that's super helpful. I originally had some goals down here for the donations, or for the giveaways. We'll probably lower those. And then, we do have Danielle threw this in here. She's my mod. Nice. Shout out to Danielle.
Shout out, Danielle.
But yeah, feel free to donate to the GoFundMe. Everyone who donates will be put in to win some of these new Finley hats with the pockets on the inside.
Guys, these are great hats.
Super high quality. I know you said one of your friends was recently working with Finley too.
Yeah, he's stoked.
They're such a good company. Really awesome to work with. Space Case said he puts pizza rolls in his
Why
pocket.
Wouldn't you? What about some Cheez-Its? You guys got talking about Cheez-Its, and I was so excited because I thought I had some Cheez-Its in the house, and they're gone because it's really hard to keep Cheez-Its.
Oh,
That's what I keep in mind.
That's the worst when you think about it and then they're not there.
Yeah. And then it's also, like, do I want to go to a store? Do I want to mask up and go to a store?
It's a lot of work anymore, you know.
Oh, look at this. Look at this, everybody.
Yeah. Also, we do have some shirts on the giveaway too. So every $5 donation to the GoFundMe is an automatic entry to win all of that awesome stuff. And I'll be doing that. Probably if we don't hit any of these goals, I'll just do a giveaway at the end.
Can we do something fun right now to try to get some money? How about if everybody right now that donates $2, because it's poop and it's $2, can be entered to win this, and we can raffle it off right now?
Okay, so that, I think GoFundMe minimum is $5, but if I pull up
we can't do that then.
No, if I pull up Twitch, we can still do it on there, because the Twitch, anything is acceptable for a donation on Twitch.
Cool. So, what do you guys think? Everybody in the chat. $2, you got a chance to win a poop knife. These things go for $19.99 on Amazon, and it makes an amazing gift. Or maybe you or somebody you know just poops a little bit big, and this is just, it can be a gag gift. It can be practical, because this is for real. All right.
There you go. Poop knife. Allison could probably actually use one of those.
Yeah, it's not funny, but I always say, oh, it's kind of funny. But this started as a Reddit thing that people just started talking about it. And then once you see this, you're like, oh, what is that thing? And then you hear a whole bunch of other people that are like, wow, I could have really used this one time, or my buddy could use, or this could use this, or this could use this. And it's kind of turned into this thing where it is a gag gift, but it's really practical for some families and stuff. And it's just something cool. I'm thankful to know those guys. So yeah, if you guys want to donate $2 because it's or you know what, it's because it all goes to charity. I don't even care if it's $1. If you guys want to do this, maybe, and then if it's cool with you, I'm not over here trying to make any rules, but maybe any donation at all, whether, I don't care if it's 50 cents, you know, at this point, but yeah, try to get $1 or $2. He's going to tell you how to do it. And then what we can do, you know, just quick thinking on the fly, you know, maybe like we talked about, you know, if say 50 people or 20 people all donate right now. We just do one through whatever. That's a donation order, and that person can win.
Yep. And so if you go to schizohippie.live, you probably can't do it directly from Twitch. I don't think I have a donate button on Twitch TV.schizophrenichippie. But if you go to schizohippie.live, that's my Twitch stream. Some of you might be watching from there right now. If you go there, you will be able to see the donate button. Donate at least $2, and everyone who donates will be entered to win the poop knife. What do you think of that, Allison?
Let's go.
You're really gonna out me like that with the poop knife?
Yeah, I did out her like that. My bad. Didn't mean to call you out like that.
So let me just show you too. The best part of this, even if you win this, the packaging on the back is absolutely amazing. So it says, do you or your friends or family poop big? Do those logs sometimes need a little help going down? Endlessly spinning poops will mock you from the toilet vortex no more. The original poop knife will chop the most compacted of brownies, the most seasoned of sausages, the hardwood of butt logs, the longest of sewer snakes, the most ferocious of black rock tiles, and the fattest of heaved Havanas. And then it goes on and on. I don't want to spoil it, but just the packaging itself. And again, this is
worth
amazing.
it.
It's a good stuff. And the owner of this company is just an amazing, amazing dude. And because of them, because of myself and Aaron from Talking Beards, the owner is actually now growing a beard.
Is he? Oh, there you go.
That's what he says. I've never seen the man behind the poop knife, but but I've been told he's growing that beard. So
someone asked about your TikTok. Beard Laws at Beard Laws is his TikTok actually. So
yep.
Someone asked, wait, is the knife actually for poop? Yes, that is its intended purpose.
Yep. That way, sometimes some people just poop super big and it doesn't flush. This thing cuts it right up. It's even dishwasher safe, it says. Hey, that's what it says. I'm not the product owner. I'm just saying what it says. I mean, I'm not going to throw that thing in the dishwasher with the rest of my dishes, but maybe a separate run or something.
Someone said, do you think it works on toothpaste tubes? I would think so. I mean, just like to get
it's made of silicone reinforced metal. Here, I'll show you how durable this thing is.
Oh, I thought it was made of like plastic or something.
No, this thing's the real deal. No,
dang.
This thing will cut some wicked turds.
Oh,
look at this. All right, so this is the product, and like it's a little bit bendy, but like it's all there.
Oh damn! Yeah, that sounds pretty solid.
It's made of it's the real deal. So
someone said, why is this such high quality? Because they care about you cutting your poops. All right.
Yeah, dishwasher.
All right, so. We'll have that up. Anyone who donates is eligible for that. At least $2 to the Twitch. We'll come back to that, but I do want to ask you, some of the same questions I was asking everyone else. So
let's do it.
How did you get started on TikTok, and what did you think of it before you got started?
So I started pretty much as it went, the Musical.ly to TikTok transition, kind of right out the gate. And I was actually on Instagram one day sitting on a couch because I had a different brand that I was really promoting on Instagram. And, being a business owner and stuff and creator, you have to be on your phone all the time. People think you're playing games and stuff. No, you're on the phone till your wrist hurts, your thumbs hurt, your neck hurts. You're out there marketing and networking. So as Instagram does and as businesses do, there was an ad for TikTok. And I always thought I was a pretty good lip syncer, mediocre singer, great lip syncer. So I saw this app and I was like, oh shit, what's this? They got me. Instagram, you got me. I downloaded TikTok, made a couple, and I was like, I don't know, this is weird, right? So then I started to meet a couple of people, because naturally the first thing that I kind of saw was a little bit of some beard content. And this was years ago before I had the Beard Law brand and some stuff like that. So I was on there and I was getting ready to get off the app because honestly, it was I'm your spirit animal. All right, let's go. So I was just kind of on there, and it was really weird because originally what I heard, and it could be false news, was it was kind of made to kind of be almost like an app for not homeless, but the kind of very poverty-stricken people to get money without having to be on the streets.
Oh,
so I read that early on. I don't know, again, if that was there. And when I was on there, there was just a lot of people that weren't working. Just, they were on there all the time. It was just always asking for money, crying, I can't feed my kids, just a very, very sad situation. And these people, I'm not saying we're making this up. Like, it was just a really sad situation. And it was just a lot of donation heavy. And it just wasn't for me. As much as I like to help people and you do too, it's just tough because that's all it was for a while. And then obviously it's evolved to what it is. And it's kind of, obviously one of the biggest social media platforms with some of the most amazing creators on there. But yeah, that was kind of how I got going.
Yeah, no, and it's become a really cool thing. Like, no matter where it started from, whatever it was, it became a really big thing. And I loved it. And I hated it at first. I was like, I'm never going to do this. But
yeah,
here we are,
I was on my last post one day and I was like, man, this is it. It's almost kind of my goodbye. And I was just like, hey, just don't know if anybody knows. And this is going to kind of cycle to what Ace Wolfie asked. I don't know if you guys know this, because beard laws were a couple of things that I just did for fun and just made up in my head. And you'll see memes everywhere now because of it. I was just like, yeah, there's so many beard laws. For instance, beard law 14, if you touch my beard without asking, I'll touch your butt without asking. And that video got a bunch of views for me at the time, and I was just like, oh, and then all these people were like, oh, beards and beards laws. And then, there was some other things that kind of clicked, and that's, the start of kind of how things became.
Yeah. And, there's always a start for everyone. That's actually, the next question I ask everyone is, where did you start? And so that kind of, it's always something, it's one video. Usually it's videos I don't think any of us expected to do good.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. And it was kind of something that, it fell into kind of my niche, with the beards and stuff like that. And it was just me doing lip sync videos. I didn't take it serious, and it just kind of became what it was. So it was kind of cool. Obviously beard laws wouldn't be here, honestly, if it wasn't for TikTok. So yeah.
So because this comment popped up, why don't you tell us about your new book?
Yeah. Actually just got a bunch of them in the mail. It's called The Time My Dad Saved Christmas. So without giving it away, I'm going to zoom in on a little spoiler alert. Maybe look at Santa. But yeah, this is a cool little children's book, obviously for the Christmas time. And obviously adults can read it because it's pretty easy. But yeah, it's just something cool. My daughter, just an amazing person, continues to drive me and continue to push me. So I have the other book, Dad, Don't Shave Your Beard. And then I also have this one, In Time for Christmas. It was a struggle to get that out super fast for the holidays, but I'm glad that it worked out, and super excited. It's really cool. I was able to, I heard kind of the UPS dude kind of come in here. Like, we chat sometimes. He heard I was on live, like I am a lot, and was real quiet. And I was like, oh, thanks, man. So I opened it up and I was like, oh. And people got to see kind of my live reaction when I was on live earlier. Just kind of, I didn't read it to them because obviously I want them to buy it, but I just kind of was looking through it, and it turned out awesome.
Well, that's super cool. That's really awesome. We do have a question here for you.
Yeah.
Where did it go? Oh, here, this one.
What would it take to shave your beard? I obviously answered this a lot. The only time that I would shave my beard is if I become terminally ill and the sickness would make me shave my beard. Then what I would do is I've already reached out to some people. I think I can actually get it cut off and then make it into like a beard wig.
Ooh, that'd be really cool.
So that's the only thing, honestly, that would probably make me shave it, at least at this time.
Yeah, and I know I saw one video where someone was giving you a hard time because you duetted videos, but then you pointed out, your beard has allowed you to do a lot of cool things. Someone in here earlier commented how you do a lot of stuff for charity, and you do some really cool stuff.
Yeah.
You also help out your poor friends who can't figure out how to use StreamYards.
That's the beauty of being an IT guy and a bearded guy. You're always going to help out, the people that you trust, the people that are in your circle and your friends. So yeah, anytime I'm willing to help out, and it gave me something to do. It gave me, I was able to chat with you, a little bit last night, and it's not always easy because we're pretty busy dudes. So even if we're business talking and kind of, me shooting the shit, it still worked out pretty good.
Yeah, well, and I feel like that's the cool thing about I know you had me, for those of you who don't know, he did have me on his podcast, and that was really awesome to be able to, I feel like that's your entire podcast is business, but we get to talk, we get to have conversations, we get to learn about people.
Yeah, and that's one thing I think they're like, oh, the Beard Laws podcast. Oh, it's all about bearded dudes and about beards. Like, we never even talk about beards on the Beard Law show. It's similar to kind of, this. We have stuff we talk about. We try to find and get exposure to great causes, but see people. What my personal thing is, I think it's really cool that other people can see these creators other than a 15, 30, 60-second video or a TikTok live where they can't interact back with you. So we can have conversations and you see these guys on a different level. How long is the beard? It's about this long. So I don't measure it, but it's 12 plus inches because that's what I compete in beard competitions.
All right. If you want to talk a little bit, I am putting some names onto the spinning wheel right now.
Let's go.
If you want to talk a little bit about your podcast, I am closing in. We're going to have the donations open for another few minutes here. So if you donate at least $2, you will be eligible to win the poop knife.
Let's go.
Allison, I was waiting to see your donation. I haven't seen it yet. I mean, I know it's our money, but still.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put that on the wheel. Names are getting put on the wheel right now. So I'll let him talk about his podcast a little bit. And as you guys submit your donations, I'll get your name put on a wheel, and then we're going to spin it. So
let's go. And and if one of the mods doesn't mind putting in maybe where you can donate the money to, maybe one more time. It looks like there's a lot of chats. Not to jump on your show, but
I'll
answer that real quick too. Salty French Fry asked, how often do you wash the beard? And if it's cool with you, I'll give a little beard advice. So overuse of products is actually really bad for your beard, similar to your hair. You know, he knows he's got long hair, and it's a very similar. You use too much shampoo, you use too much conditioner, then it actually does harm. So I put actual shampoo in my beard once a week, and then I condition every other day. And on those off days, I just do a simple rinse. I use beard oils every morning. I use beard butters every night. And then once in a while, I'll use a straightener. And ladies, dudes with long hairs or dudes with long beards know that too much heat is really bad. So use it every once in a while. Heat is for direction. So you just kind of, use to, have the hair go the way you want. A lot of people, get a little intimidated with the beard care, but it's no different than hair. You got a woman or a dude in your life that has long hair. You can ask them for tips too. They've been through this all, and I guess I never appreciated till I really started growing the beard out, when there was always women that complained, I'm just going to shave my head. I'm sick of dealing with my hair. It's too much work. It's like, too much work? How can it be? Well, no, I get it. So to any of the ladies in the past that I've kind of gave you shit for, complaining about your hair, I totally get it. Totally get it. But yeah, the podcast we do a show every Tuesday called Triple T, kind of short for like TikTok Tuesday. So we have some amazing guests. We have Beer Gang Actual. We have They Call Me Toby 2. We have Shay Aiden. We have Coffee Fanatics. We've had a whole bunch of other ones. Those are kind of the Dobby Bugless, Colin Ray. Those guys come on just about every single Tuesday. And every once in a while, we mix some people in if somebody has something to announce, something they want to talk about. We all just get together. We have conversations, and we show off some of the funniest videos that we personally find and then blind react to on Tuesday. So it's become a pretty cool thing. A lot of people love it. I'm thankful for everybody that does watch. It's 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every Tuesday, and then the same time, but on Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is the Thursday show that he's been on. We've had some really cool guests on there, and we just talk TikTok. I do a real deep dive on every single thing. So anything you've ever put on TikTok, I'm going to find it. I'm going to ask you about it. I'm going to bring it up, especially in the intro. Maybe it's a little embarrassing for you, but if it's on TikTok, I'm going to find it. All right. And you might even see Zachary Galloway on the episode coming up. This Thursday is Semi-Stupid. I don't know if you've ever seen any of his content, but I'm super excited. He does some pretty cool stuff, and I think it'll be a good conversation. So yeah, just a fun time. We don't talk beards. It's all about kind of TikTok, and then it's just a great time, like I said, for people to get on there, see them at a different level, ask questions. We have the ability for people to text questions in, so you can ask them directly. Obviously, the comments get flowing a little bit, as you're probably noticing. It's tough to keep up sometimes on the comments, but we have the ability to text in, leave voicemails, and stuff like that. So it's a good time. We have a lot of fun, and I'm thankful because right now I pretty much have guests booked till almost February. So that kind of makes the scheduling piece of things pretty easy when you get that ahead of things. But people cancel every once in a while, and there's some fill-ins, and there's potential of a really, really, really big guest coming up. We're just kind of waiting on a date, and whatever date this person is, unfortunately, whoever's in that slot's going to get bumped, because this one's a pretty big one. So
is it ZZ Top? Because he needs.
No, that would be cool. That would be cool. I've reached out, and I've been trying to reach out to the guy in the Oak Ridge Boys. With the big beard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because actually my one of my good buddies, his cousin is the drummer for the Oak Ridge Boys. So I think that'd be pretty cool. I'd like to get them on there. But no, it's a pretty good one. And this person's really new to TikTok. So I think it's a good opportunity for this person who has almost 2 million subscribers on YouTube to get some exposure on TikTok. And that's all I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave you guys with that little cliffhanger.
Any hints? Yeah, that was my question, but I think that is the hint. Right
any hints? They have a beard.
Okay.
And they're on YouTube. They are. They do sing. So that's what I got for you.
And
if you guessed it, I will say yeah. But this is a tough one.
New to YouTube. I think I know who it is, but I'll let people ponder.
Yeah, let them ponder.
Let it ponder. So yeah, I do have Space Case sitting in the back here. We got a few minutes, so I'm gonna spin for the poop knife here. So altogether, the poop knife helped us raise about $70. So thank you to everyone who donated.
Yeah, you guys are amazing.
And I'm gonna spin. I'm not gonna mess with the sharing screen. I haven't had enough time to practice.
That's fine. And everybody obviously here trusts you, and they're all super excited to win the original poop knife. And if you don't win, you can go to the original, or it's just, what is it? That's how good of a spokesperson I am for these guys, because I don't even get paid by them. I just think it's funny. Yeah, I get some poop knives. I like giving it away, and it's just originalpoopknife.com, and you can use promo code BeardLaws for 15% off on your order. I'm pretty sure it works. I don't even know if I have a promo code, but try it out.
Try it out, yeah. All right, so here we go. I am gonna do the spin here. You might be able to hear it in the background.
If I had a drum roll, I'd do that for you. I don't have one.
Kristen Godin, G-O-D-I-N.
Kristen, shoot me a message on Instagram if that's cool. And then you shoot me a message on Instagram and then send me the address. And the next time I go to the post office here really soon, I will get this out to you.
What? Oh, there she is. Oh, salty French fry. I didn't even realize that was the same person.
You're a winner. Is this the first giveaway today?
Yeah, this is the first thing because we kind of had some goals. We haven't been getting up there yet, so we're going to be giving away my stuff probably near the end. So this is the first winner today. Salty French fry. Congratulations. For those of you guys who don't know who Salty French Fry is, she was my first Twitch follower and subscriber. She is a long-time follower. So congratulations. I think Allison came to say,
even though you're number one, this is all about the number two. So
perfect. That is amazing. All right.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
All right. So I do have Space Case in the back. If you can hear me, Casey, go ahead and jump on. Okay. I wanted to make sure he was there before I got rid of Beard Laws here. So thank you guys so much. Just a reminder before I lose Beard Laws here, go check out his podcast. He does really cool stuff. He helped me get all this set up. So thank you personally for that.
Yeah, glad to help.
And when me and Zach get our podcast going, we would love to chat with you,
I'm always in the talk. You know that.
Oh, hell yeah. So everyone say thank you to Beard Laws, and we really appreciate you being here. I'm about to bring on Space Case. So go follow.
Yeah, I'll be watching, and for whatever reason, if you need me to jump back in and if you know what I mean, give some more stuff away, just hit me up. Today is Small Business Saturday, so make sure you guys support your small businesses, whether they're online, whether they're in person. To make sure you guys check them out.
All right, thank you so much for being here, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, have a good rest of your show.
We have a few spots that I'm still haven't heard back from, so I'll let you know if we need you to jump back in.
Yeah, hit me in. Hit me up. I should be around, so I can jump in whenever.
All right, take it easy, man. Have a good one.
All right, see you guys.
All right, next we're bringing on my boo. Allison's right here, but we're bringing on my buddy Space Case. So his wife is my new tattoo artist. She did my 250,000 follower tattoo. She also did the badass sword here that I have that says all the toughest battles are fought in the mind. So we have my buddy Space Case. Thank you so much for joining us, man.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Okay. It's a little soft on my part, but how? Just so
here.
Yeah. Okay. As long as everyone else can hear you, we're good. Yeah, that's a bit better for me.
Okay, I'll try and talk a little louder too.
All right, no problem, All right. So thanks for being here, man. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thanks for having me. I'm like incredibly nervous right now.
Don't be nervous. I tried to make this as low key as possible. So, I mean, if you want to feel a little less nervous, look how dressed up I am, right?
Right.
I'm actually wearing pajamas for pants right now. So,
Dude, I got sweatpants on too.
so yeah, don't feel nervous. This is nothing too intense. We're just hanging out.
Gotcha.
But yeah, for those of you who don't know Space Case, he does piercing TikToks and he is super funny. I first connected with him when, oh man, how many followers did you have, do you think, when we connected?
I'm not sure. I remember I followed you when you were at like 15 or 20,000.
Yeah.
I can't remember when we like became mutuals though.
Okay, yeah. So, but yeah, so he's actually from Winona. I think that's how I found out about you. Is someone was like, "Hey, Space Case is from Winona," and they actually suggested that we do a get together right before coronavirus happened.
Yep.
So his TikTok, it is exactly like it is on your name here, right?
Yep.
Space,
Yep. Space
underscore.
case.
Okay, yeah. So it's his name here. But yeah, so he does a lot of really awesome piercing TikToks. I've learned a lot actually because I didn't know that much about piercing. So his wife also does tattoo TikToks. And so I actually have met, they're one of the few TikTok people, one of the few TikTok groups that I've met. So I actually went out, got tattoos with them a couple of times, and I'm coming back for that. If you still have the maple leaf piercing, I'm coming back for it.
Oh yeah, yeah. One of these days, I'm gonna stab you, preferably in the face.
Preferably in the face.
Yeah.
All right. So I do have some questions here that I've just been kind of asking everyone. And yeah, if you're ready, I'll ask you a couple.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. I'm going to check the GoFundMe here quick just to see if we got any donations I can shout out. So the last one is still Tyler Chappelle, but if you guys are able to, please donate to the GoFundMe. At the end of the stream, we're going to be giving away a hat and a "Don't Worry, I'm Real" t-shirt. So feel free to donate either on excuse me, all donations will be entered to win these prizes. So whether you donate on Twitch or you donate on GoFundMe, which is the link down below here, you will be entered to win these prizes here. So, Space Case, if that is your real name. It's not, by the way. What got you started with TikTok, and what did you think of TikTok before you joined?
So before I joined, my wife and her friends had it when it was Musically. So they would be showing each other videos all the time, and I was one of those people, like, oh, I'm not getting that, no way. And like I downloaded it, and first impression, I thought it was like, do you remember Dub Smash?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, like I thought it was kind of like that mixed with Vine. And like when you first start out, you just get this weird For You page. It's just a little bit of everything, but then kind of started finding the things I was into. The more you like certain things, the more those pop up, stuff like that. And then I started finding, like tattoo artists and just different things like that. And then what kind of got me into actually making videos was there's a tattoo artist on there. I'm not sure if he still makes content. He was super funny, super great guy. His name was Ghost Dance. And he used to do these tattoo PSAs. And I was like, oh, that's so cool. Like it's super informative. No one's doing that. And I was just kind of looking around, and there was no like piercing content. Like there were people on there who in their bio, like, oh, I'm a piercer, but like they weren't doing any piercing content.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, I'll be that guy, like I'll start doing that. And then those started to take off. And then I just kind of started, just implementing other types of like piercing related content other than PSAs.
Awesome. Yeah. So I think I was drawn to your page because of one of your It was like one of the ones you did where you were reacting to something that was really, really not well done. And I loved your reaction to it. You were mortified. And I still see you post. I like seeing creators who I love seeing creators do new stuff, but I love consistency too. And you have a lot of that. I feel like you do a lot of the same content and you like it and you do a good job with it. It's really informative.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I try to cycle between things. Like there's the kind of like the meme type piercing videos, and then um, the informative ones, and then like the blind react ones. I'll like just kind of have my phases between them and just kind of like make a rotation just so it doesn't get too stale.
I think you're back to doing some roasting ones now too, aren't you? I think I saw one of those the other day.
Yeah, I started doing the started roasting again. I'm sure you follow him. Shout out to Coasty Jones because I
Yeah.
can't not give him credit because he does a tattoo roast. I reached out to him before I even started doing them. I'm like, yo, do you care if I like do some piercing roast? I don't want to do it without your blessings since you're like the roast master here.
Yeah.
And he was cool with it. I don't think I'll ever live up to the roast that he does because I don't know. I have such a hard time like being mean in a way.
Yeah. Well, you're really like, you can tell just by your demeanor, you're a really like good dude, and I think it's hard for you to to like you said be mean to people, but
Which is funny because people kept saying that like, oh, like you got to go harder than that. So I was like, if I can't be mean, I'll just do the flip side of it. I started doing compliment roast too. So I would just like aggressively compliment people in their piercings.
yeah, and I like there was one the other day I saw where you were climbing up someone's piercing. That one made me laugh out loud. I love it.
Oh yeah, I was going through the videos from the sound that I had used because I was like, I haven't done roast for a while, and I saw that one, and I was like, yo, his face like kind of looks like a climbing wall with the way his piercings were. So I was like, yo, I'll just green screen it and just make my way up his face.
I loved that. That was really good. What was your first big video? Do you remember like the one that kind of made you think, hey, like I could probably do this more?
Yeah, the first big video I had that actually got like a lot of views and kind of got the ball rolling. It was actually the first piercing PSA video that I did. Um, and that one, it was essentially just like it got taken down because I guess people got upset about it. It was essentially like, yo, if you're gonna come in for a genital piercing, you should shower because my my face is gonna be right there, and I don't want to smell that shit.
Yeah.
And that that one just kind of blew up. Oh, I see Andrea in the comments. What's up, Andrea?
Yep. I've been throwing comments up there for you a little bit. So if you ever see a comment you want to respond to or anything, I'm purposely throwing them up there for you.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I'm trying to read, but I focus on like one thing at a time.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one kind of blew up, and then I started doing other PSAs, and those were doing very well. And then I started doing like little meme videos, and that just kept rolling with it, and it's been going pretty well. It's definitely changed my career, like 100%.
Yeah. Well, and so what people who don't follow you might not know is you do premium jewelry. Like you don't mess around with like the stuff I got in my nose right now. And that was weird for me to realize that not all jewelers, especially in the area I live, have a lot of premium stuff. So do you want to talk a little bit about like the difference between what you work with? I know you get all sorts of comments about pricing on yours, but maybe explain why it is priced that way.
Oh yeah, definitely. So as far as the materials we work with, like the types of jewelry, we use implant grade titanium, and then we also use gold. And a lot of shops they'll still use like surgical steel, stuff like that, which we used to use that up until maybe about a year and a half ago. So it's on the lower end of the quality scale. That's where you're going to find like the cheaper ones, like, oh, this piercing total was like 20-30 bucks. But you kind of get what you pay for, you know. So once you move up into titanium, that's where you're getting titanium should be the bare minimum for any studio, honestly, because it's super good quality and it's not too expensive. And then if you want to get a little flashier, there's gold. If you want to get super flashy, there's platinum. And a lot of people don't realize that you can get body jewelry that's in that high-end material area. A lot of people just think like, oh, I just go down to Claire's and pick up, you know, like a 10-pack for $5, and like that's what it should cost. And it's like, no, that's just that's some bogus jewelry that's been normalized by a lot of people. Is what that is.
Yeah, I'm the same way. This ring, and I mean, I've told you this. This ring was a cheap ring, $20, and I hate it. It's the worst. And I need to come in and get some nice new jewelry. And I've seen what you have. It's really cool stuff. Like, it's more unique than the stuff you usually see at like the places where you get this basic jewelry. It's so cool. Some of the ones you have with like the gems and stones, like the Buddha organic ones, insane. And like I see your Instagram pictures all the time. Super cool stuff.
Oh yeah. People just don't even realize that you can get body jewelry like that. A lot of people just think like, oh, yeah, it's just, you know, like a little clear gem, like a little circle gem. Just they think, you know, that's all there is. And it's like there's a whole world of really nice body jewelry out there that people don't even realize. But the thing you got to remember is when you move into the higher quality things, the price is going to be a little bit higher.
Yeah.
Like with titanium, it's not too far of a jump. It's really not bad at all. And then gold is just going to be like a small jump above titanium. Still not bad, but a lot of people will get sticker shock. You know, like they come in and, you know, like I have this one piece in my case that's just beautiful, just like my favorite piece of all time. And they're like, oh, I want that one. I'm like, okay, so the total for that's going to be $350.
Yeah.
And they're like, excuse? But it's like, yeah, it's, you know, 14 karat gold, you know, it's genuine stones. Like it's that top shelf stuff, you know, and you want the top shelf, you got to pay top shelf prices.
Absolutely. Yeah. We got a question here from Ace Wolfie, and it's where'd your name come from? Where did Space Case come from?
That is an old nickname given to me by my wife and her friends because I am a literal space case. Like she caught me doing it the other day. I'll just like zone out. We were just sitting in the living room and I didn't even realize I was doing it. We have a star at the top of our Christmas tree that, you know, changes colors and stuff. And I was just like, just locked onto the star. And she looked at me. She's like, you okay? What's going on over there? I'm like, oh, my bad. But yeah, I am a space case, so that I just kind of started using that for my handles on everything, and it's kind of stuck.
You know, I never asked you that, but for some reason, I thought Chelsea had something to do with it.
Oh yeah. Yep.
All right, I'm gonna do a quick update here. Just so you guys know, the fundraiser is currently at $180. We do have some merch that's going to be given away. So I got some dope Finley hats that are with my logo. As you can see, actually, Space Case is rocking a Finley hat right now. These have lifetime warranties, pockets on the inside. Space Case, I think you said you put pizza rolls in yours. Is that correct?
Yeah, just any sort of snacks I can fit in there. Pizza rolls, gushers. Gushers work really well.
There you go. Yeah. So anyone who donates directly to the GoFundMe or on Twitch, the schizohippie.live link is automatically entered to win the hats or the Don't Worry, I'm Real t-shirts. I'll be doing those at the end. I might be doing the hat with our next guest because our next guest is Finley Hats. So definitely stick around if you guys want to learn. At 3:30, we got someone from Finley Hats joining me. We're going to talk primarily about this Finley hat collaboration. I also want to ask them about, them joining TikTok and being able to work with awesome creators like Space Case over here.
Are they in the backstage area right now? Because I have a question.
They're not yet. No.
Okay. Because we're working on something to release, and they sent me one of them, and I was going to show it on here, but I didn't really want to do it without their permission.
I have him on Instagram right now. I don't know if they're watching. Oh, he's actually just in here. I can try to bring him in. I haven't had 3 people in here if he's ready to come in.
Oh, yeah, we can do that.
If he is, I'll have him give me a thumbs up because I can't hear him until I bring him in. If he's cool with me bringing him in a little early, I will. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
And then that way, if you ever need to kick me out.
No, you're good. You're good. I would actually be cool to try to bring in everyone at once because I haven't done 3 people. Today is my first day working with StreamYard. So that's what's giving me the capability to stream on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. So it's been really cool to be able to set all that up today. I'm also on TikTok, but it doesn't let me do that over there. So yes, Finley Hats is coming on here. I got him in backstage right now. I don't know if he can hear me or not. I'm waiting for a thumbs up. Oh, he sent me a private, I think. Okay, gave me a thumbs up. So I haven't had to do this yet, but let's see if I can. Yeah. What's up? How's it going?
What up, Casey? What up, Cody?
How you doing?
Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it.
Dude, I'm so stoked to have both of you guys in the same chat room at the same time. This is crazy.
Well, it's like a little family get together.
I see you guys every day, but I don't ever get to talk to you in person, so this is so cool.
Yep. Beardlaw said, "Look at this crew. Hell yeah, we got everyone here." Andy's bearded. Beardlaw says.
Oh, also, I want to say thanks for having me on directly after beard loss to accentuate how awful my beard is.
I mean, I had to sit here across the screen from him with my patchy ass Post Malone beard. So how do you think I felt? So the person who just joined in with us, they're asking who he is. He works with Finley Hats. So all 3 of us right now are wearing Finley hats.
Yeah.
And the hat that I'm giving away today during this live stream is my collaboration with Finley Hats.
Yep.
So I've shown this about a dozen times already, and you're going to see it about a dozen more. But yeah, so this is someone. I don't know what your actual position is. Can you say that?
So yeah, so I work. I'm the head of customer service. I'm pretty much the head of all things social media. So I help with what our new posts are. I look for new influencers and outreach to new customers. I look for sponsorships. I help figure out, hey, you look cool. We want to get you on a collab and have you rocking our stuff and us rock your stuff. So my job is essentially customer experience extraordinaire. I'm all across the board.
That's so awesome. Yep. I do think it's weird how you thought you want to find cool looking people and then you chose me and Casey.
Hey man, you guys, Cody, you're an amazing dude and your content is incredible and you're so open with people and honest and you help so many people feel more comfortable in their own skin. And Casey, dude, I like piercings myself. My wife is a tattoo apprentice. And I just felt like I've known you guys and that you guys were going to be homies. And that's what we look for at Finley. Like, we don't look for the biggest, coolest names out there. We don't look for the biggest, most famous. We just want people that we know are going to represent what we're about. And that's good vibes and good times across the board.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Like, you could tell right from the get-go. Like, it was just like a good match. Like,
yeah.
It clicked.
It really is. And man, Finley is all about the community that we've created. Like, that's why we have the Finley Force. And for people that are brand new to checking us out, that's something that you'll see we talk a lot about is the Finley Force. Like, without people being stoked about us and what we're doing, we would be absolutely nothing. And I know that very much goes with being a content creator is if people aren't into what you're doing, they take a hike. But if they are, they stick around and they invest time. And to us, that's how we want to build our brand, is with quality people spending quality time investing into us, because we spend tons of time reading through. I'm talking every single comment, every message, every interaction, even if it's just a potato emoji. We read everything. We read everything because that's what helps us be better at what we do, you know, and offer cooler stuff for people. So
yeah, and I think Space Case was wondering, he was actually asking a question about it before you joined in. So if you wanted to ask that, and then you could possibly show yours off too.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
please
yeah.
do. Did you get it finally?
Oh yeah, I've been kind of keeping it low key. I didn't know
Okay.
he wanted me to like not kind of put it out there yet, so I
Oh,
haven't
put it on
really,
here at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I reached out to Finley and I was like, yo, there's so many like tattoo apparel companies, and you know, like there's just a million of them, but no one's doing piercing stuff. Like let's team up, let's do something cool. So we came up with this right here.
Oh, that is so
It
badass.
looks so good. The purple lace is so
I
sick.
know. I'm just so
Hey,
jacked about it.
Could
And
we swap a hat? Like, I'll give you one of mine for one of those, because that is so
oh yeah.
sweet, dude.
Yeah, I'm totally down for a trade. And then the pizza roll pocket on the inside.
Yeah.
That's all I put in mine. And then one thing that I specifically wanted to do with this one is so anything that like I personally would have made off of it, it's actually going to be donated to an APP scholarship fund. Which, if you don't know what the APP is, it's the Association of Professional Piercers, and every year they have a conference in Las Vegas where piercers from all over the world can come, learn new techniques. There's a bunch of different workshops. It's very expensive to get there and be a part of it, so they create scholarships. And I actually got one. I was supposed to go this year, but then Corona happened, so that didn't happen. Um, but they're rolling that to next year. So since I got one, and that was like one of the most amazing feelings, being told like, yo, you know, we want you to come out. I wanted to kind of help someone else get that feeling. So with this hat, percentage of the profit is going to be donated to the Sterawash APP Scholarship Fund, which Sterawash is a piercing aftercare. And they're actually going to match whatever I donate.
Oh, wow. That's so awesome.
Dude, that's
Yeah,
so cool, bro.
Right. I'm super stoked about it. And like, I just want to be able to help someone else get there as well, because I definitely needed help being able to get that scholarship. So I just wanted to pay it forward.
Dude, you're a boss, bro.
Yeah. So
you're a boss.
And as I've
Love you
actually
guys.
announced previously too, all the donations or all the proceeds from our hat are going to One Opportunity Hiring, which is actually the, you know, my nonprofit that we're doing this fundraiser for today. And someone did ask how they can be eligible to win a hat today in this live stream. And I will be giving away this hat right here. Everyone who donates to either the Twitch or the GoFundMe before we are done today will be eligible to win this hat. So like we were just talking about, Finley hats, I mean, I'm sure you can talk more about them than I can, but they, from what I understand, have a lifetime warranty.
Yes, sir.
They have pockets on the inside, and I talk about the pockets all the time. I love the pockets. Oh, he's given us a demonstration about how they tie down. So I like kayaking and longboarding, and this specifically is an awesome feature to have for those activities.
Ready.
And I know a lot of your guys, I see a lot of videos skateboarding and stuff too. So if you're a skateboarder, these are awesome.
Oh yeah, big time. It definitely dude, it's come in so clutch. Oh, hey, actually, are you ready for some cool information?
Yes.
Yep.
If you can see, it says Jimmy Finley. I'm just gonna drop it on you right now. 5 o'clock tonight, Pacific Standard Time. The Cody Green Schizophrenic Hippie drop will be live on the website.
Will it? Oh, hell yes. There we
I've been
go.
out here
Hell
busting
yeah.
my ass trying to get this going
Hell
for you, man.
Yeah. Well, I know you are, man, and you've been crushing it, and people have been getting pumped. I got people already asking where they can get it, and there you go. So 5 p.m. tonight, and that's what time? Because I always think
that'll be Pacific Standard Time. So
right.
You guys are 2 hours ahead of us, so in your time zone, that'll be 7 o'clock, I believe.
All right, and as soon as that is live, the link for it will be in my bio. So as soon as that goes live, you can go on my Instagram or TikTok and be able to get these hats in the link in my bio. So that is awesome news.
Yes, and I'm like, wow, I couldn't have had a better time for this text to come through.
Literally the perfect time for it.
Yeah, they're getting new photos of them right now. I'm not sure if we're doing one style or all 3 styles. I'm pushing for all 3.
Okay.
It's really just a matter of what we're able to do right now. So
yeah, for sure. So yeah, for everyone wondering, this one might end up being limited edition then, because if they all end up being the same, this one could be super rare. So
it could be a 1 of 1.
1 of 1. So make sure you guys donate to either schizohippie.live or the GoFundMe is right underneath Dylan there in the scroll across thing. Zach Galloway said, best day ever. Understatement, man.
Yeah.
It's been an insane day. I've been able to have all these awesome creators on with me, but also we have all this cool news. So we got to see Space Case's awesome hat. We found out mine launches at 5 p.m. Super awesome. We also announced our podcast today. I don't know if you were in here for that.
Oh, no, I missed that, dude. I'm stoked.
Yeah, so me and Zach Galloway, who I just put him up on the chat here.
Yeah.
We are starting a podcast called Criminally Mental. It's about both the criminal justice system and mental health or mental illness.
Yeah.
So we're really excited about that. This is also my first time using StreamYards, working with, Beard Laws, and a lot of the people I've met with or meeting with today. This is like some of the first times I've been able to talk with everyone. So,
dude, it's honestly, it's such an honor to even just like be hanging out with you guys. You both are so rad.
Oh yeah, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, and thank you guys for all the hookup hats because just so you guys know, Finley Hats basically built my hat wall because they, even before we started on the collaboration, they were sending me. I know you've gotten a few packages too, right, Space Case?
Yep, I've got a few. We actually just got one in today. My wife bought me one for Christmas, and she won't give it to me yet, so I'm pretty salty.
Oh no!
Oh, I hope it's a black box hat.
Ooh, I'm excited about that.
Yeah.
I'm like, I think I have about 3 of them now, and
we'll make sure you're fully stocked up. Don't you worry.
Ooh, I'm excited because I am a victim of the male pattern baldness, so hats are home to me.
High hairline here, not bald, but very high hairline.
Yeah, mine is receding every day.
I got that old man horseshoe going on under here. I'm like, I lost it early.
At least you got that tattoo. That helps your case a little bit. I just got
That's the same reason I got a tattoo on mine. I was like, no one will notice.
Yeah.
It helps fill it in a little bit, I think,
Yeah, it makes it look a little thicker,
Same with the beard. All the patchy spots, you got to get tattoos on them.
Yeah, no, I got to do that too. Unfortunately, my beard is yet to fill in. We were just talking about how beard loss. I don't know if you saw him when he was in here. Beard loss.
Beard.
Oh my goodness! And then I'm sitting here, like I said, with my Post Malone beard. I can grow a hell of a goatee. I can grow goatee for days, but this shit over here is not my friend.
You could be the goatee goat.
Yeah, there you go. Zach Galloway said, I've got beautiful Jewish luscious locks.
We need to cover those up with the Finley. I don't know what you're doing with those locks.
Yeah, right. He's got a signature hat, though. I don't know if you could get him to wear one of these, because if you watch his video, he wears one of those like a
page boy hat, right?
Yeah, like the 50s hats or whatever, and it's like iconic. Like actually, yeah, if you see his picture here, like that's
okay,
yeah. So like that's iconic. I don't think he could wear anything else.
Man, we'll try. We'll try and turn him around.
Yeah, we'll try. But yeah, so like, I mean, we just got our logo design even for Criminally Mental. I'll have to shoot that over to you. It's a brain and some handcuffs, and it'd be more simplistic than doing this for sure. But
hey, we're ready, man. We're ready.
he said it's actually attached to his head. So.
Oh my gosh, the sew on.
So you might need to figure that out. That definitely sounds like a medical issue.
All right.
But yeah, so Space Case, I mean, well, we still got you here. Does anyone have any questions for Space Case? Because I know we threw in Finley hats here right at the end of Space Case's time. So if you guys have any questions for our awesome piercer over here, Space Case, he's going to be getting me a piercing for this shitty thing in a while here. I'm going in to get a maple leaf piercing that I just fell in love with. I mostly want to get it because I think people will mistake it for a pot leaf, and I will find that hilarious.
I have a question for Space Case. I want to know why is the conch piercing your favorite piercing? I see you talk about it a lot, and you're making me want to get one, and I've never even thought about it. You're like, no, let me do your conch piercing. So I'm curious, why is that your favorite piercing?
So really, it's just you can do so many things with it. Like it's a nice area that's got a lot of space for the most part. Some people, they have those tiny ears, so not a lot of space. But for the most part, you can take these big, intricate pieces of jewelry that normally wouldn't fit anywhere else, and that's a perfect spot for them. Or you could do like a multiple setup. You could do 2 or 3 in there, and they're not the hardest piercing in the world to do. So it's just like you can focus more on everything else about it.
Yeah.
And it's just there's just so much you can do with it. I think the toss up for my favorite is the conch or men's nipples are just like the best thing in the world because
my wife's gonna comment on this, but I've been asking forever to get my nipples pierced, and my wife keeps telling me no.
Oh, it's so funny because in my experience, guys cannot handle pain. So you got this big tough dude coming in thinking he's a boss, and 9 times out of 10, they just can't do it.
Man, so, nipples are sensitive.
Oh no, they are, but it's just funny to me because they. Like not all of them, but most of them will sit in the chair and kind of be all cocky, like, oh, let's do this, like this ain't nothing. And then they're just like not down with doing the second one.
I've seen a lot of people at the beach with just one nipple piercing.
So. Yep, that's usually because they couldn't go through with the second one. But like they're really not that bad. Like it's just a slight pinch. It's just like a quick fuck type of moment, and then
deep breath and it's done, right?
Right. So tell this question here: how long has he been piercing for? I've been piercing for about 7 years. I started. So pretty much how I got into it was my wife works at the shop. She's a tattoo artist, and her parents own the business. And I would just come in every day to help out. Answer phones, stuff like that, help make appointments. And eventually got to the point to where they were just like, yo, do you want to start piercing? And it was something I never really thought of before. And I was like, oh, yeah, hell yeah, I'll give it a shot. And it just kind of like snowballed from there.
Dude, that's rad.
So this is an interesting question. It says, should you have certain colored piercings depending on skin tone?
So in my opinion, like some people will kind of have a different opinion. I think it's all personal preference, but there are some pieces that, just pop a little better with different skin tones. Like I think people with like a darker skin tone, yellow gold looks phenomenal. And then people with kind of more of a lighter to olive skin tone, like rose gold or white gold looks great.
Right here.
Right, but at the end of the day, I feel like it's all personal preference.
Okay. Okay, well, this is a bit of a long one, but it says, if you have sensitive skin, is there a way, or is there a certain kind of bear thing? I mean, hearing you should wear bearing. Maybe they meant stay away from.
Maybe they meant earring.
Earring, yeah. Oh well, they mentioned the mall too. Yeah, so like I'll say mine's from Spencer's Gifts, and it's not holding up great. And I know, I know.
Yeah, so I don't recommend anything from like Claire's Icing, Justice, Spencer's Hot Topic. Like I don't want to say don't ever get jewelry out of a mall, because there are some piercing studios that just happen to be in malls that are great. You just have to do your research. But if it's a location that uses the piercing gun, just get out.
Run.
Like, yeah, that's not where you want to be. They're not going to have high quality jewelry. Also, you're not going to find anything good on like Amazon or Wish. People just tend to get stuff off of there because, you know, like it's cheap. You know, like it's only like $5, and then your ear turns green. So it's like you get what you pay for.
Yeah, I
don't go to Walmart.
Don't go to Walmart. Yeah, probably not. I mean, you shouldn't buy anything from Wish, is my opinion. I've seen pictures of like what they advertise versus what you get. I wouldn't buy anything off of there, but yeah. So special shout out to Space Case. Thank you so much for coming on here, man. I really appreciate it. You want to throw up that hat one more time so we can see it?
Oh, I got you, boo boo.
There it is. Look at that thing. That is so clean.
Oh yeah.
Damn,
I'm like super pumped about it.
Yeah,
we'll have a drop date on that probably in the next few days.
Awesome.
Yeah, because I get a lot of people asking me about that, because like I posted it in a couple of piercing forums, like, hey, like I kind of got this going on at Sneak Peek. Don't like tell anyone. So
hey, feel free to drop at least let people know, like whenever you want, go for it, dude. And then we'll build some hype over the next few days and get people super pumped on it. And then we'll have a release date figured out really soon. I'm working on that as we speak.
But yeah, I know I've got at least 15 to 20 piercers alone, like really want to pick that up.
Good.
And awesome. Then, you know, once we put it on like Instagram and TikTok, I'm sure there'll be like the piercing enthusiasts that also wanna have that.
Well, and you already have such a great following. Like honestly, both of you guys. Not to sound like a creeper, but I live in your guys' comment sections.
Yeah,
just to see the interactions that you have with people, and people really love you guys. Like it's so cool to see just two real ass dudes putting stuff out on the internet. Like it's hard to not find that really stuffy, like, I produced this video and now I'm going to do a skit. You guys are just like, hey, it's me. Guess what? This and that, you know, like making people laugh and making people feel inspired and answering people's questions about like real life stuff. It's, dude, it's going to go off, bro.
Yeah.
Both of these collabs are going to go off.
Well, that's the cool thing about like creating like a following on an app that I just didn't take seriously for so long. I bought my first Finley hat when I was 18 and I'm 26 now and I get to work with you guys. And it's really cool because all of these amazing opportunities, motivational speaking, all that kind of shit would not have been possible without TikTok. And so it's really crazy. And I bet Space Case feels the same way. It's just like, I know you said earlier it's changed your career, like what you've been able to do with piercing. So,
oh yeah, like before TikTok, you know, I was just small town piercer dude. You know, like outside of my town, like no one knew who I was. No one would travel to see me. And now it's like I'm getting people driving from states away. I've had people fly in from like Georgia and Nevada, and it's like, yo, like I appreciate what you're doing. It makes me feel good inside. But like, you could have stayed home and got this so much cheaper.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
you know, ticket alone.
And that's like, even when I got my tattoo from your wife, I wanted to come out and meet you guys. You guys are awesome. You post good content. You're really friendly. You're really like, everything about your guys' content is actually, one of her comments is up here right now. But
Sweet boys.
yeah. But yeah, so like I saw her work after I connected with you, and I was like, yeah, I get to go meet Space Case, get a dope tattoo. I got a couple from her now. But yeah, so it's like, it's just another example of how TikTok has kind of allowed us to have all these new connections and be able to do things that, you know, we probably never thought possible.
Oh yeah, it's given us so many opportunities that without it, I would have never had, you know.
Yeah.
And like, people love to bash on TikTok because, oh, like, that's just a little kids app, and like, you know, most of the time I keep myself, but every now and then I get a little spicy. I'm like, yo, you would not believe like the things I've been able to do now because of that app.
Dude, it's a powerful tool. It is a powerful, powerful tool.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the thing. Me and Felicia were talking about TikTok.
Thank you, Danielle.
Yes, thank you, Danielle. Make sure you guys follow Space Case and Finley Hats. Danielle's my moderator. She's amazing.
No. You guys are so freaking cute. I can't stand it.
But yeah, no. So me and Felicia, not to get a little deep here, but me and Felicia talked about how we both struggled with depression and suicidal tendencies before TikTok. TikTok's the reason I'm still here. That's 100%, you know, and the reason I say that is because I got a lot of, you know, my comments stay pretty positive all the time. I got a lot of negative comments when I got my TikTok tattoo when I was out in Maryland. And I had to explain to people, TikTok saved my life. Whether it goes away tomorrow or it's here forever, I've been able to pursue motivational speaking. I've made lifelong friends. I've traveled the country because of it. And I don't think people realize how big of a deal that is. Everything in front of me right now, my desk, my computer, has been donated or bought for me or contributed from people on TikTok and Twitch.
Wow.
So it's like, it's a huge thing that I don't think people understand. And so it's really cool. And like even Finley Hats, I think I followed you guys on TikTok first, and then I saw you guys followed me back.
Like I said, we literally go through everything, every comment, every follow, everything. We check it all out, and I was like, okay, we're getting this dude some hats.
And it's so cool to see companies do that, because you know, the more I love companies that engage on social media, and you know, with companies that are like 50, 60 years old, just now getting millennials in there that are like, hey, let's try out social media. It's nice to see companies like your guys's, which is a little bit of a smaller, you know, company out of Portland, be able to, you got a person dedicated to like doing that. And like most companies wouldn't dedicate the time, I don't think, to interact with the people who wear their hats or the people who buy their products. So.
Well, and I think you're definitely onto something right there. I mean, the three of us in this room right now are extremely blessed to be able to do what we do. Like, Casey, you get to poke people for a living. How cool is that? You know, and you get to create awesome content. Cody, you get to just share who you are and be like, literally your job is being yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, and I mean, and not to toot my own horn, but dude, I sit at home with my 2 kids and my awesome wife, and I sit on TikTok and Instagram and talk to people for a living. Like,
yeah,
that's a dream right there.
Dude, it's so amazing. And all of the people that support all of us as creators and brands and piercers and motivational speakers, like, all the love goes to all of you guys. Like, we wouldn't be able to do what we do without you guys that are watching right now. You know, it's just so cool, man. It's so cool.
Yeah. And you nailed it on the head there. I think as people get bigger with being creators, sometimes we forget to recognize how we got here, which is everyone who's in here right now. There's people literally in here right now that have been here since noon today. They have watched this entire stream. Like, you guys have no idea how much it means that you come on here, support us, whether we're, you know, I have my nonprofit, Finley Hats is here, not as just a company, but as a person. It's like we get to represent ourselves, the companies we work for, and you guys allow us to do that. And so we really appreciate it. And I know I'm not just speaking for me, but also for these two here.
Well, I wanted to say too, I knew you're going to be doing a giveaway today.
Yep.
I want to also have a giveaway on Casey's page too. So you, Cody, we'll have you do your peace sign, but we're also going to give away 2 other hats to 2 lucky people on your side. Yep. Just all I need to know is the info. You run the contest, do your thing. Casey, I want you to do the same. When you launch your hat today, let's get 2 people some super sick hats. And then, of course, once we have your hat dropped, we'll get the first prize, one of those. So 2 mystery hats for both you guys. And then the first prize will be your guys' logo. How does that sound?
That sounds amazing.
Yeah.
As soon as I get that link and post it, I will make a video right away. I mean, somewhat right away. As soon as this live stream's done, me and my wife are going shopping and getting some fast food. So as soon as I get into his place to make a video, I will do that tonight. And I love that. It's another example of how like supportive you guys are. And you guys have been so easy to work with. I've been being approached by companies now since I was at about 100,000 followers. And I've had to turn down a lot of them because the companies are really difficult to work with. You guys have been just super awesome, super easy to work with, and I really appreciate it because I don't think a lot of companies take the time to, put in as much effort as you guys do with creators and people who, buy your product and represent, some of your products.
Yeah, dude, for sure. I mean, it's about investing time into people that want to invest it into you and treating them like people. Because, I mean, everyone, whether you got a verified check mark or you have never made a post on any social media, we're all just people looking for cool content and cool stuff. Yeah. Like we want to be inspired. We want to laugh. We want to cry. And there's no reason to go about treating people like a number. You know, we want to build a community that's rad. And that's why we're stoked to have you guys on board with us.
Beard Laws. Sorry, you can go quick.
Oh no, it's all good. I just wanted to add to that. I love that being able to work with Finley hats. You don't feel like you're talking to some like big corporate like.
No, you're talking to me.
You're gonna do
right here.
Like here's the deal. You're gonna work for us now, type of thing. Like you're just talking to one of the guys. Like guys or gals. Like it's just real chill. It's been real awesome. You don't feel like, what's the word? Not like overwhelmed, but like.
Well, we're not trying to put any pressure on you, man.
Right.
we're just chilling, talking about hats.
Exactly. No, like to add to what Cody was saying, like I've had a couple companies hit me up, and it just like what you were saying, they make you feel like a number, and it's like, nah, I don't want to do that. But like Finley, it's just been like, just part of the family, and it's pretty awesome. I love what you guys are doing.
Everyone in the warehouse knows who you guys are. It's not just everyone.
Oh, cool.
Everyone
I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Everybody knows who you are, from the founder to people that put laces on our hats. And we've only got a crew of 13 people that make our company run. So
you guys are a family then, like
100%.
The crew is that small. You guys are a family.
Well, I live in my own spot in another state, but half of the Finley crew live in one house.
Oh, really? Oh. Holy shit.
Yeah, I think
that's
there's
more family than you can get. Like,
oh yeah, yeah. It's 100% a family. So it's like if I'm talking to you guys, they know who you guys are too, because everyone follows everyone. It's like we want that community vibe. We don't have customers. We don't. We have Finley Force members. If you rock us, we rock with you. You tag us, we're there. Like. We have your back no matter what. And I mean, our hats come with a lifetime warranty, quick plug. But at the same time, like that's a part of that is like, if you've invested your time and effort into us, we're always going to give that back. Because I mean, that's what makes the world go around. It really does. Building community and people that you're pumped on, get out the people you're not pumped on, get the ones in that you are.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for real. So just a quick update for everyone. I got Colin Ray coming in about 10 minutes, but just a reminder, before the end of the stream today, we will be giving away this hat. This is one of the Finley hats that I have. And like we said, we don't know if this design will be exactly the same. So this might be one of one here, ultra
And
rare.
2 mystery hats. Don't forget, you're giving away 2 mystery hats too.
And 2 mystery hats. I completely forgot about that. So you guys will have to, if you donate to either Twitch or the GoFundMe, any donation, I think the minimal donation on GoFundMe is $5, but any donation makes you eligible to win one of these hats. So definitely, please let us hook you up with a hat. Donate to either the Twitch or the GoFundMe page, and I will be selecting the winners. That'll be the last thing I do at 6 tonight. And I know he said not to forget, and I forgot. I'm terrible. That's like my thing is forgetting. But yeah, thank you guys both so much for being here. Space Case, I really appreciate it, man. I'll be coming to get that maple leaf piercing here soon. And Finley hat. Thank you so much, Dylan, for hanging out with us.
Hell yeah. Stoked to come on and chat with you guys.
Yeah, it's been surreal. We got like 5 more minutes here. I figure we could just look at some of the comments here.
Yeah.
Someone said that's super dope. You don't see a lot of companies. And I love that sort of friendly family vibe, including within the company and their customers. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And
that's all about, baby.
That's really like, even as Space Case just said, even working with them, you get that vibe. Like, it's not just something they put on Instagram to sell more hats. Like, that's who they are. And it really comes through when you start working with them and you start doing stuff, collaboration with them. Oh, yep. Colin will be coming on here next. Space Case, someone wants to know what your dog's name is.
Oh, this is Lola.
Oh my goodness.
We got a Lola and a Luna.
Yeah, that's right. Luna's over here. She's at doggy daycare right now, though. All right, so here we go.
She wanted to be on the stream.
Danielle just put in the reminder that if you donate at least $5 either to the GoFundMe or schizohippie.live, you will be entered to win either one of my hats, or we also have 2 random Finley hats for a giveaway. So I will be selecting all the winners tonight before we get off of here. So please remember to donate. All the proceeds go to One Opportunity Hiring, and that is my nonprofit company that helps people with criminal records find jobs. We'll be talking about that a little bit more when Colin jumps on here next. I just wanted to thank you guys so much for being on here. It's been really cool to be able to connect with people and talk with people that I don't get to talk with a lot. You know, we're all busy people. We all got stuff going on. So
Right. It was cool. I liked how we got the little the 3-person thing going too. That was a lot of fun.
I was worried. This is my first time working with StreamYards. I lost audio with someone earlier today, so I was skeptical to try it, but I'm glad I did. This turned out awesome. And yeah, I'm excited to keep moving forward with this type of platform and being able to reach more people. So
yeah, dude, this has been a blast. Like, I am so pumped just to get, like, honestly, I consider you guys my homies. Like, if we were in Washington, we'd all be in the same room right now, chill.
Hell yeah. 6 feet apart because of COVID, but yes.
Of course, yes.
Yes, but for real, thank you guys so much. We got a couple more minutes. So if anyone has any last-minute questions or comments, Danielle said 4 hours down, 2 more to go. It's been it doesn't feel like I've been here for 4 hours. It really does not, but for everyone who's been in here for the full 4 hours, we've had some awesome conversations. Here we go. We got another one. He said he's coming out to Washington to hang out with Kevin and John. He's hitting you up. So
dude, hit me up. Hit me up. I'm ready to chat, man.
Me and Allison also are trying to figure out a time where we could come out and check out your guys' space, because we do have some TikTok friends out there also.
Yeah, let's do it, man. Let's make it happen.
Me and Allison just need an excuse to get out and travel, you know. So if we can mark it down as a business trip, I am all for it.
Hell yeah. Yes. We'd be stoked.
Someone says when we hang out, we have to get inflatable dino suits, apparently.
Oh, I already have one, so that's perfect.
Do you? Okay, awesome. Well, I guess I'm behind then.
Actually, I don't know if you saw the video I posted. It was a while ago. I have this inflatable Megazord suit
I
from like
did not
season
see
1 of
that.
Power Rangers.
What?
Dude, yeah, dude, it's so sweet.
Dude!
Like, if we ever like meet up and have like inflatable battles, I am bringing that.
Yes. Yes. I'm going to take you down, but yes.
Oh, Colin can't get in because I haven't sent him the link. That might help.
Geez, Colin, don't you know the code on your own?
Yeah, come on, Colin. There is a question here for you, Dylan, if you want to answer this while
Yeah.
I'm posting.
Oh, does the company ship internationally, specifically to Canada? Yes. We ship worldwide. France, Russia, Brazil, Mexico, Canada, you name it, we ship there. Yes. And we
Awesome, 'cause
actually, I
have a
don't think
couple
it's
people from Australia and South Africa that have been asking me for links for your stuff. So that's good to know.
if people from Australia are asking about us, we actually, it's kind of odd, but it just worked out well for us. We actually have a finleyhats.au, which is specifically for people in Australia.
Okay.
And they can get hats shipped to them from Australia, so they don't have to pay for international shipping costs.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
wow.
Yep, and they'll actually have, so we'll have a essentially like our last run of designs and stuff available there, so people in the States or really anywhere, they can order from that website too and get stuff that a lot of people don't even know is out there.
All right, so
That's awesome.
last question here. I'll let you answer this question, and then I'm going to bring Colin in because I see he's ready in the waiting room here. So
Sure. It says, how long does it take for hats to get delivered? 3 to 7 business days. So we do things a little bit differently than a lot of companies. Typically, companies will have a huge stock of hats ready to go. So they'll have 200 of this hat, 200 of this hat, 200 of that hat. But we change our designs weekly. So every Friday at 7 o'clock, we drop 5, 6, 7 new designs while we still have our main product line that will go through the season. So usually they're 3 to 7 days because we have to make it once your order comes in. We don't just have them sitting around. When your order comes in, we look at your sheet, we say, what hat do we need to make? We make it, put laces on it, pocket it, the whole 9, and then we send it out to you. And that really just allows for us to be able to constantly create new stuff so that you don't see the same stuff sitting on the website for 4 months.
all right.
And we do have expedited shipping and priority shipping options as well. So if you want something out the door in 24 hours, you do have to pay a little bit extra for shipping, but we offer that as well. So
Awesome. Well, she said she ordered one Wednesday and got it today, so that's pretty good.
Woo!
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. Just a reminder to everyone watching, if you donate to either the GoFundMe or the schizohippie.live link, you will be eligible to possibly win this hat or a few of the mystery hats from Finley Hats. So Space Case, Dylan, thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Take it easy.
Thanks for having me.
I'm sure I'll hear from both of you soon. So
Oh, can I say one last thing before I go?
absolutely.
For anybody who's watching, you can use the code TikTok7 for $7 off your first pickup. If you don't win and you're still stoked about our stuff, we would love to have you join the Finley Force. Keep us growing. So use the code TikTok7 for $7 off your first pickup, baby.
All right. And I did just put it in the chat there for everyone to see. So
Perfect.
all right. Well, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I'm going to bring Colin in here. Take it easy, and I will chat with you all soon.
All right. Later, guys.
All
See you
right.
later, boo-boo.
Oh, I brought you back in on accident. That's my bad. All right. Up next, we have the infamous 5'7" Colin Ray. What's up, man?
What's up, Cody, man? How's your day going? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me all right?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Okay, I was just making sure it was getting a little choppy when I was listening, so I didn't know if it was. Yeah, I can hear you. How's it
Yep,
going?
audio's
Man?
good on this one. So he is not 5'7", by the way, despite what Google will tell you. I've met him. He's closer to 6'4", right?
Yes, sir. I don't know why it says 5'7", and I don't know how to get it fixed. Like, Like 5'7", bro. Like
Yeah,
that's not even like he's 6'2" and he's actually 6'4". Like you gave me like that's like a whole 9 inches off. What if
I
you
don't
would have
know
said I was 7'1"? Like
I don't know how they decide that or how they figured it out. And then like it's a part of Google. Like you search Colin Ray height and it comes up 5'7", like it's factual.
well,
It
that's
cracked
like
me out.
Google's very funny. They told me my net worth was just under $2 million.
Damn, bro.
Yeah,
Well, if
I
you're
fucking
making that
wish.
much, you should be flying me out there to visit. Damn.
I know, but I wish I was making $2 million right now. Shit. Not yet.
I,
Give me 2 years, I'll be making that kind of money. But damn.
well, and I've seen a lot of TikTokers like go on and see that kind of stuff, and they're like, where's that fucking money at? You know?
Yeah, like I'd love to have that. Like that'd be fantastic.
Yeah. So
God, he looks
yeah,
tall. They said.
we're just kind of hanging out, chatting. I got some questions just about like how you started on YouTube. We have, we met with Zach Galloway earlier. I don't know if you watched earlier.
Okay.
Me and Zach just mentioned how we are releasing our podcast soon. It's going to be called Criminally Mental, about
Okay.
the mental health system and the criminal justice system. And it's definitely, you're one of the people we
Hell
immediately
yeah.
as being like, we want you to come on a bunch of times because I know that you're
Hell yeah.
passionate about talking
Of
about
course.
that kind of shit.
Oh,
I
of
also
course.
had,
That's the whole thing.
yeah, for sure. I also had the average Chris on. You probably remember him.
Yep.
He's still growing. I think he said he just hit 80,000. So he was the one that like came on a couple months ago. He has a robbery and assault charge. We had Crash Compactor on earlier. Your buddy Jacob.
It's my buddy Jacob, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
We
That's
had
funny.
Beard
Oh yeah,
Log.
we talked to Jacob when we were on my porch.
Yep. Actually,
Yeah.
that was when he followed me back when I was out at your place.
Yep. He's a good dude, man.
And then we got Young Panini coming on, I think right after you, actually. So
Gotta bring Panini through. Panini's the homie too, man.
Hell yeah. So the first question I've been asking everyone is when did you find out about TikTok and what did you think of it when you first heard of it? How did you get started on it?
So I first heard about TikTok like right when I came home because my sister uses it. So I was like, oh, like it's cool if it's for like kids and shit. And then they were like, no, it's not for kids. Like there's plenty of funny stuff on there. I'm like, really? I was like, I'll check it out. So I downloaded it, started watching, and like that was back when like you didn't have to scroll long to find something very funny. And I was like, oh, this shit is actually funny as shit. So I watched for like 4 months before I posted anything. And I literally posted I was driving and I wasn't thinking about posting or anything. But I had like 4 people in like a 20-minute span hit me up on Facebook Messenger like, dude, where have you been? Like we missed you, this and that. Like I was like, you know what? Like I'm gonna go ahead and make my first TikTok post. And I was like, listen, bitch, you know where I was. Stop acting like we're friends. We're not. Fuck out of here. You know what I mean? And excuse my language.
No, swearing's fine.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
I got like 2 views on the video, and I was like, oh, that's cool. 2 people saw it, and then I posted a video that everybody's seen 1,000 times on my page. I'd be surprised if my mom like 2 days later. I posted that like 2 days later, and I had 1,000 views and 250 likes on it in the first day. And I was like, oh, this is cool. I had 40 followers. I was like, oh, that's cool as shit. Went out of town to DC for 2 days, came back. My sister texted me on the drive back and was like, yo, what the fuck, in all caps. It was a video. It was my video from her For You page with 55,000 likes on it. I was like, wait, what the hell? I was like, hold on. So I went to my page and I had 11,000 followers. I had 11,000 followers, 400,000 views on the video. I was like, oh shit. Like, and all the questions were, why were you in prison? Why were you in prison? Why were you in prison? Because I captioned the video, did 7 years in prison. You know, so what did you go to prison for? What did you go to jail for? And so I started making little story times about this stuff and then talking about, if you get pulled over, don't do this, don't do that. And got it, got a little bit bigger, and then just kind of like tapered off and didn't really grow much. And then hit the summertime this year. And TikTok was like, we're just kidding, dude. We're going to push your shit out as much as possible. And that's when everything just skyrocketed.
Yeah, and you blew up because you went from like 100,000 to 600,000 within a matter of a couple weeks, I think, didn't
Yeah,
you?
literally from June 1st, I was at 200,000. The first week of September, I hit 1.1. So it was literally
That's
like it was damn near like every week I was gaining like 100,000. Like it would slow down for a day. I'd pick up like the one day I remember specifically because I wanted to hit a million before my birthday because I was just like at that I wasn't thinking about that way before, but like once it started getting close, I was like, oh, I might be able to do this on my birthday. And I had 2 days back to back. I gained like 400 followers and like 300 followers. I was like, oh yeah, it's over for that. I was at like 900 something. Next day, picked up 45,000 and was like, oh
Jeez.
shit, like what the fuck? And like now I just hit 1.3 a couple weeks ago, just hit 1.4 last week. It's just been, is that my boy Beardlaw? That's my guy
Wait,
right
you gotta see
there.
the second comment though, because he said, "Look at this stud," and Colin.
Oh, he did me like that. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's it. He definitely got me though. No, that's my boy right there, man. If anybody doesn't know, we do a podcast every Tuesday, and it's always so much fun. I wasn't able to. We have people visiting from the Netherlands right now here at the house, so I wasn't able to be on this past Tuesday. But every Tuesday we go on there, and we have a blast, man. They're some of the coolest people I know. Like,
Yeah, so he was actually on here for a little bit. He did a half hour too, and he talked about TikTok Tuesday and his regular podcast and all that. So I know
yeah,
I did a podcast where you jumped in on with him where they tried to make you the
yeah,
mystery person. And as soon as you jumped on,
yeah,
I was like, that's Colin. I just spent a week with the fucking dude. I know who that is.
yeah.
All right.
It
So
was great.
yeah, speaking of like popping off, so Zach Galloway, the guy who's doing the podcast with me, I don't know if you've been on his page recently. Last like a week and a half ago, he was at about 196. I looked today, he's at 415,000. Like I'm guessing he'll be at a mil before the end of the year. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
400.
he's growing.
He
That's
just
awesome.
fucking passed me. I followed him back when he had like 100,000 followers. I'm like,
Right.
damn, just blowing me out of the water now.
Yeah. I think I was following him before he had 100,000 for real. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Well, shit.
so
When I was following you, we had damn the same following when we were following each other.
yeah, exactly. And like I'm still doing good. I grow a little bit at a time, but like compared to
Right.
y'all, holy shit, you guys just pop off. And it's hard not to like Zach's videos. He's such a good storyteller, and it's the
Yeah.
same reason people like your videos. You're authentic, you're a storyteller, and you don't sugarcoat shit, you know?
Right. There's nothing to sugarcoat. Like at the end of the day, like people always want to get in there and like talk about like, oh, you went to prison, you're a criminal. Like, yeah, no fucking shit. Like, what do you think I talk about all goddamn day? Like, you're acting like this is something that's news to me where I didn't know. Like, oh, I didn't know I was telling you about my life. Like, my bad.
Yeah,
It's
like,
just funny to me because like they really think that shit is gonna affect me, and I love it because it's all it does is just allow me to make more content. That's it.
well, and like I think what gets people mad is seeing people who are criminals or like me addicts or like whatever. They don't want to see us succeeding and blowing up on social media and like being able to do shit like this, you know? I think it's hard for people to watch.
Yeah, and it's like it's so backwards to me because it's like, what would you rather me do? Go back to committing crimes? Like,
Yeah.
not even like think about it. It's not even about the committing a crime. Like, if I'm committing a crime, like that means I'm making somebody in society a victim. Like, why would you want there to be a victim out there somewhere? That's terrible. Like,
Well,
wouldn't
and not
you
only
like what? Like,
not only that, but I don't know why. So me and you, I think, are the same way. We want to see other people succeed. Like, I think that's a true statement for you as
yeah.
well. I want to see people succeed. I don't care what their fucking
Oh yeah.
past is. And so it always boggles my mind when
Yeah.
someone comes on our page and they are really negative because I'm like, you don't understand what we've been through, like what kind of shit we've had to overcome. And yeah, we've
Right.
made mistakes, but we've also made the best out of our mistakes.
hmm Like, think about it realistically for me, right? Put yourself in my shoes, right? Do all that time in prison, come home. All I have is a high school diploma. That's the only like accomplishment I have. No college, no none of that. Like, I was gonna work dead end jobs for the rest of my life. Like, that's the reality of it. Maybe at some point I would have been able to like run a warehouse or something after working in it for 30 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that would have still been considered a success because I stayed out of trouble and I made the best life for my guy. For myself. I said for my guy. For myself. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
to be able to do something like this where I can literally enjoy life, make videos, make people happy, inform people about things, and make 5 times as much money as I can in the warehouse now, a couple months after working in the warehouse, like I went from making $600-700 a week to making 5, 6, 7, 8 grand a month. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
well, like that's like I wasn't doing that in any other field. You know what I
I
mean?
would love to find a job that would pay me that much. Shit, that's a hard job. Like that's a union type pay there. That's tough pay,
Right,
you know?
right. Like it's just crazy. Like, and it's like, and people forget like it's not me that's doing it. Like it's everybody that follows me and supports. Like they're the people that are making it happen for me. All I'm doing is making videos. You know what I mean? That's it. People, it's up to people to like them and to follow and stuff like that. Like, we're not out here begging for followers. You know what I mean? Do I make like traps sometimes? You damn right, because like, why wouldn't I? Like, it works, you know. But I always
Part of
come
the
through. I'll be
game.
like, oh, okay, if you do this for this many likes, I'll do this, and then I'll always do it. Like, I just posted a video right before I got on here. Someone was like, dude, drop a song on YouTube. And I was like, dude, like, hell no. Like, I'm not no musical artist. That's not my lane. I don't have a knack for that. But 500,000 and I'll embarrass myself and everybody. And if they do it, I'm gonna be sad that they do if they do it because I don't want to be embarrassed myself like that. But it's okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
you know.
I'm having fun, they're having fun. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing wrong with having fun doing something you love, you know?
Yeah, I try not to say things because people will hold you accountable. If you don't do shit they say, they're gonna come back and remind you. So like one of the things, funny
Oh
enough, one
yeah.
of the things I kept saying I didn't want to say it on camera, but I said it in my lives and shit. I kept saying if I ever hit 1 million, I'll get a TikTok tattoo. Well, I can say that now
Right.
because I already fucking got one. So
Right, no doubt. You got that when you went with that tall, handsome guy down to the tattoo shop in Maryland, right?
yeah, I think so. The felon I went out to
Maybe.
visit in Pennsylvania, I think. Yeah.
The felon.
The felon I went to
Mine healed up. Mine healed up really. Mine
it's
healed up really well.
holy shit, yeah. Yeah, see, and mine is like just the same too. Like I don't
Yeah.
know how well the camera is, but
Oh yeah, no, it looked
like perfect. Oh shit. I lost
there.
it. Oh
Are
shit.
you there
Yeah, there
now?
you go.
I'm sorry.
I
I
don't
got a
see
call. I hung it up. All right. You
oh
want me
you
to
good.
exit and come back in?
If you can fix the cam, you shouldn't need to exit. Oh yeah,
Right there. Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, I
you're
got a
good.
call. I didn't know it was gonna get.
Oh,
That's always fun when you're on live streaming and you get a call.
it's not
Zach,
the
what's up,
first time
Zach?
it happened. I'm sure it won't be the last either. You know, I got calls just
Right.
today while I was doing this too.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
Zach's
try
in
to.
here
I'm gonna
now.
try to meet Zach soon. I'm gonna try to meet him soon. I'm supposed to be going back to Arizona like anytime, like today or tomorrow.
Oh damn, I'm gonna miss out on that shit. Fuck.
That's where he's at.
Allison, pack your bags. We're going to Arizona. Yeah, no
Oh
joke.
yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I thought you in particular would be interested about that, you know, podcast we're doing because I think my guess is we'll have you on it a lot because it's something that you can definitely relate to. I know you don't talk
Right.
a whole lot about mental health, but you've definitely done TikToks about like depression and stuff like that too.
Yeah, I made one last night. Matter of fact, somebody asked me. He said, "Do it, no balls." Somebody asked me last night. They asked me like while I was in prison if like I ever thought about committing suicide, and I was like, yeah, like plenty of times. I was like, I'd be lying if I said I don't still think about it. But it's just something you got to keep, moving forward and getting better, relying on people when you need them. You know what I mean? Get the help you need when you need it.
Yeah.
Like
And that was
too many people are scared to ask for help. That's a problem. Like they feel embarrassed or something like that. I'd rather be embarrassed and be alive than have too much pride and you know what I mean, die. Like that's
loser.
not
Yeah.
what I'm trying to do. You know?
Well, we don't talk about the fact
Like
that men are often taught not to share their emotions, and it leads to high suicide rates for men as well.
mhm.
So that's something like, that's why
It
we kind of
does.
thought it would be a cool podcast to mix mental health with the justice system, because there is a lot of overlap there too.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I know that both you and Zach could defend the statement that I think more people in prison need to be in psychiatric facilities and rehab clinics.
So many more. 70% of Pennsylvania prisons have some sort of mental health diagnosis and are there for what's, I mean, technically considered like a petty crime. Like obviously crime serious, but what's more serious, selling a bag of weed or robbing somebody? You know what I mean? Robbing
Yeah.
somebody's much more serious. There's people getting 3 to 6 years for one DUI. Like I get that you shouldn't be driving drunk, but that's a lot of time for a DUI when there's people with, you know what I mean, sex cases that get a year. Like I just don't understand where the justice is in that. Like me, I deserved as much time as I got. I did hella years because I committed hella crimes that were violent. Like I get it. I'm not mad. You know what I mean? I got exactly what I had coming to me. But that's why you never hear me bitch about how much time I had, because at the end of the day I did what I did. Like
Yeah.
I can't, you know?
Well, and that's the thing is like, I can't say I've done as much time as you or Zach. And I can't even say that I've like can understand exactly what a prison's like. All my time was done in county, but I did like damn
Right.
near a year in county for a charge that I was originally looking at 14 years in prison for. So I know enough about
Right.
the system, and I am a convicted felon, which I think the label felon
Right.
has enough issue behind it, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'm clean.
Are you?
Absolutely. Mhm.
Allison's here, so she was the one who found your 5'7" thing that I had to share with everyone.
I'm gonna leave.
Really?
Yeah, she was Googling some of your stuff.
It's funny because I'm 5'3" and you're way taller than me, so I was like, what?
Yeah, so she was like she was like trying to like, she showed it to me and I was like, oh no, that is not right.
That means I'm like 4. I don't know.
Yeah, if Colin is 5'7", that makes me like 5'3", because exactly, yeah.
It was just so crazy that it said that. I was like, I was reading through those facts and I was like, it said I was 25. Like, it actually enrages me when I see someone get more time for having weed than the actual name. Yo, it's so ridiculous. And it happened. Listen, so not to get off topic, but while I was there, I saw someone that I was down for about 2 years. He went home, right? Came
Yeah.
back for another sex case, right? Did a year, got back out, came back for another sex case, and got back out again, and then came back for another sex case. He didn't leave again before I left. But the fact that you have now 4 sex cases and they continue to give you a year or two, what?
Yeah.
Bro, if I spit near a cop right now, I'm doing 5 years. Like, what? Like,
Yeah, that's insane.
It's
Well, and like,
ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
and it's so weird because like, and this is the cool thing about the podcast we're saying, we can really talk about like how mixed up our criminal justice system can get, because even for my accident where I shouldn't have been driving, I know that, but what I got charged for was an OWI, and what actually happened was I was tired and having schizophrenic symptoms. The THC in my system wasn't active. That was proven by a lab test. I wasn't impaired while I was driving. I still had to do time and all that. But oh, this is a good question. I was actually wondering about your opinion on this.
The decriminalization in Oregon. So honestly, like it's tricky. You know what I mean? It's tricky. I think that it's a good thing as far as, because like obviously, like if somebody's selling drugs, they're gonna still arrest them for that. They're saying for the possession of all drugs. So if you get caught with coke or heroin or weed, you're not gonna get charged. You know what I mean? You'll
You
still
get
get
a
charged for
ticket
selling it,
still.
but you get a ticket, which I think is a lot better, because you know how many people I know that were literally just addicts sitting in jail because they got caught with heroin when they got pulled over. They weren't selling it. They were literally trying to get home to do it as fast as they could, and then they're in jail. Like, they don't need to be in jail. They need rehab, or they need outpatient. They need help. Like, addiction is a disease. Like, people need help with it. You can't just fucking I'll throw you in prison. You'll be all right. You throw that person in prison, especially in Pennsylvania, where all you do is make them go through a TC, which is a therapeutic community. It's like a drug rehab inpatient, like in prison. It's 4 months long. It's so stupid though. Like anybody can float through it. I know people
Yeah.
that literally were getting high while we were in that group. Like you live on a block with the rest of the people that are in the group, and there's still people getting high. And then
Yeah.
when you get out, it's like you don't care about none of that shit because you're like, I'm free. I'm going back to what I know. Like there's nothing there to like actually like rewire the way you think about it because that's what it's about. Like if you rewire the way you think, it becomes a lot easier now to do things, which is why now I'm not like, oh, let's go commit a crime because I worked hard to get to that point. There's plenty of times
Yeah.
when I was just in jail when I was like, oh, I can go home and I'm gonna go home and do this, and I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do it like this, and I won't get caught. And then it was like, well, dude, what are you talking about, bro? Like, what the fuck? Like, are you stupid? Like, bro, you did 7 on the first time. What the fuck do you think will happen next time?
Yeah,
You
right.
better cool your fucking jets.
Well, and one of my most controversial posts was actually about something like this. I said that if I became president, I would legalize all drugs. And then the money that we make from selling drugs as a government would go towards rehabilitation, recovery, all sorts of different, it would go towards medical. So like my other thing is it would go
Right.
towards healthcare. And like if you made drugs legal, you could afford to do all of that. And then there's more
Oh, yeah.
reason for people to quit too, because right now doing drugs isn't just an activity, it's a lifestyle. And if we change that,
Oh, it absolutely is.
if we made drugs legal and make it like and some states this is different, but drinking in some states is more of an activity. I live in Wisconsin. It's a lifestyle in Wisconsin. But you know,
Right.
if you make it more of an activity, less of a lifestyle, people are way less likely to abuse it and more likely to get help if they start abusing it. So
Right. No, exactly. Like I know a lot of people that drink. I know a lot of people that don't, and you can buy alcohol legally. You know what I mean? Thank you, Danielle. I appreciate it. Like
Danielle is my
seriously,
moderator.
like it's just one of
So
those things. Okay, okay. Like just like cigarettes. Like how many? Like what percentage of the United States smokes actual cigarettes? Maybe 15%, 30, 20%. You know what I mean? Anybody can buy them. Anybody can buy them if you're over 21. You know?
yeah, for sure. And that's a really good example. And
Like,
actually it's 15.5%. I just looked it up for you. So you were like really close there.
is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I figured it was. I figured it was in there in the 15, 20 range. Like, but yeah, that's not a high number.
It's not. No, and like I mean,
Like,
granted, it's a lot of people if you like span everyone out, but like percentage wise, really, I thought it
right.
was worse. When you said that, I was like, I bet it's higher than that. But yeah, you were like pretty much right on.
Yeah, like and like the like weed and I'm 10% of sales. Shit, I've been 20% of the sales for like as long as I can remember. Like, I'm trying to quit now. It's always listen. I always know it's a Zach video every time I scroll into the video. I see the hat, I see the smoke. I'm like, yeah, it's Zach. I'm gonna
Yeah.
be dead asleep and just see like a wisp of smoke on the video. I'll be like, oh, it's Zach.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know if anyone has any questions to throw in here. I've been doing half-hour increments. I don't actually know if I have oh wait, I do have Stixie
Good
coming on
meeting.
at 4:30. So
Oh, really? Okay.
yeah. So but yeah, if
Oh,
anyone
yeah.
has any questions for Colin, thanks again for being on here, man. I appreciate
Of
it.
course, bro. Of
Just
course.
a reminder, all donations put you in for an entry to win a Finley hat. We are giving away one of my design, 2 mystery hats. And so, yeah, any donation over $5 automatically enters you to win that here. I'll just let Danielle say it because it's easier for her to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
No
yes,
doubt.
you can donate on the GoFundMe or on the schizohippie.live if you're watching via Twitch. And all the donations go to One Opportunity Hiring. And same with the, oh my gosh, I've been sitting here for so long. I'm finally starting to stumble over my words.
Yeah.
We're going on 5 hours here right now. So same thing for all the proceeds to the hats. If you buy a hat or you get one, all the proceeds also go to One Opportunity Hiring. So thank you to everyone who's donated to that. I really appreciate it. We are looking at a new office space again for one-op hiring. So first time on Twitch, what was your biggest fear of getting biggest fear getting out of prison?
Honestly, it was probably just the like fear of like failing. You know what I mean? Like of not living up to my expectations. Like, and by my expectations, not just mine, but also my family's. You know what I mean? Like, I like wanted to do something to make everybody proud for once instead of just disappointing everybody like I had forever. You know? And now that I'm doing this, I'm like, okay, like I'm actually like fucking proud of myself.
Here's another one for you.
How do I like LA so far? I love it.
Never going back.
Great. Yeah, no, fuck. No, it's good though.
All right. We got someone who asked, is there anything you miss about prison?
Do I miss about prison? Just my homies, man. That's it.
That would have been my response about jail too, is I don't miss anything about being in there except for the people I connected with.
Exactly.
This isn't a question, but someone said they're proud of you. So
hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Seriously. That type of stuff makes my day, for real. Thank you. Honestly.
Someone asked, is it hard to discover a job if you're a felon? So I think you've done a video where you said you actually had pretty good luck with it where you were out at.
It's all the thing is, it's not hard to find a job as a felon. It's hard to find a job that you'll like as a felon. You won't find a job that you like more than likely, but you'll find a job that you can work and, make a living.
Yep. Well, and that's been kind of the cool thing about like what I do is because I want to get people into jobs they'll like, and like when people hear I am a second chance staffing agency, they assume that all I do is production, manufacturing. And don't get me wrong, that's a lot of what I do.
Right.
But most of our jobs pay over $15 an hour. We don't take any jobs that don't offer health insurance as well to the employees. And we also have a lot of other interesting jobs. So I've had office positions available for felons. I've been able to like find some really cool opportunities that I don't think you could just get off the street,
Right. Absolutely.
All right. So I'm just messaging Stixie to make sure he's still coming on. Because if he isn't, I was going to say we could bring Zach on for a while and just chat the three of us. Or if you got to get going, I'll just bring Zach on and I'm just waiting to see what Stixie says. Do you follow Stixie at all?
All right. Yeah, we follow each other.
Oh, do you? Yeah, he's
as long as it's the person I'm thinking of.
It's he's the
hell yeah.
He talks about addiction a lot. He has a lot of tattoos on his body. Skinnier guy.
Yeah. Yeah. He's from Boston.
Yeah. Yep. That's him.
Yeah. We follow each other. We're mutuals. Yeah. We were talking a couple months ago actually.
So there's actually a question on here for me. I get this question a lot. How many jobs do you think we filled? To be completely honest, not a lot, because I started in October and about January is when our area got hit with COVID. And there was about 5 months where I wasn't even in office. And we're just now getting back to being able to place people. A lot of occupations are still not actively hiring. So I would say we've placed upward of 20 people. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but that's 20 lives changed forever.
It is, absolutely.
Almost all of those people are still working with the company they got in with. A lot of them got into union jobs that are making like $17 an hour. So we have a lot of really good results. We just haven't, it's a poor time for us to be able to show it because
that's the thing people don't realize. Like felons work hard, man.
Yeah.
Felons work hard.
And the cool thing about that is I actually get to work with a bunch of different companies. Sorry, I'm sending I had to send him the new link. The companies I work with, as soon as they hire someone through my company, they just are so shocked. They're like, wow, we hired this person who has one specifically that I'm thinking about, got a job with a pretty good customer service person or a customer service employee, and it was a really professional job, and they were very skeptical. And they hired the person. It's been about 6 months. The person is still there, and they said he's our best employee. He works harder than anyone. He puts in overtime, and like he busts his ass because he's grateful and he wants to show that he can do more than just be a criminal, you know. And that's exactly how they worded it to me, and I love that.
Absolutely.
I think this one might be for you. What's your hope for the coming year? Do you have any big plans?
In the next year, so that's what's November, almost December. In the next year, I don't really know, honestly. Continue growing, continue supporting the people that support me, being there for my people. LA obviously is a temporary thing. It's not forever, obviously. I want to buy a house back home, and yeah. But can I flip this camera? Is there any way to flip the camera?
You might have to just turn it around, but yeah.
Okay. This is the view from here.
Holy shit. Yeah, it's hard to go back to that.
It is, but Pennsylvania always be home, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I feel the same way here. Like, Allison was like, she's like, well, would you want to move out to LA with those guys if they offered it to you? And I was like, I would miss it here. You know, my wife's here, my daughter's here, my family's here. You know, it's like where you're from is always going to be home.
Right. Well, if you want to move, let me know. We can all get a place.
Well, Allison asked me that seriously. She's like, if you can make enough on TikTok to send enough back for my half of the mortgage, like when I've had part-time or when I've worked up in La Crosse with my business, there's been 5 days at a time where I basically am up there and don't get to see her. So, and she works third shift, so our schedules already don't meet up. So I would consider it. Here she comes now. She heard us talking.
Hi, Allison.
Hi. I can't go out there. It's too hot.
Yeah, she said she can't come out there, but
unless I stay up.
It's only 70 right now.
Only 70. It's like 30 degrees here. Not even.
That's hot.
That's hot for us Wisconsinites. But yeah, so I haven't heard anything yet from Stixie. But if you got to get going, I might see if Zach can get on here.
I'm actually gonna head out here. I'm about to leave the house. That's why I did the earlier one rather than the later one because I knew I would be at the house. Are you gonna watch the Tyson fight tonight?
Wait, is that the one with who's he fighting?
Roy Jones.
Roy Jones. Nick's watching it. My little brother is watching it. I'm sure I'll stop in and see a bit of it. But, yeah, that gives us a reason to stop and see. Oh, sweet. Actually, Stixie just jumped in the waiting room here, so that's perfect timing.
Oh, perfect. Well, thanks for having me on, man. You know I appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure, man. Take it easy. Thanks again so much for being here. For anyone who wants to follow him, it's just Colin Ray, right? Not Colin Ray.
No, it's just Colin Ray.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So Colin Ray on TikTok. I'm sure all my followers already follow you. But just in case you don't, go give him a follow. So thank you guys so much. Thank you for being here, Colin. I appreciate it.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Take it easy. Have a good one.
All right, you too, man. Later.
All right. Peace.
I got a new hat.
You took my hat? All right. So I am bringing in Stixie. This will be exciting. I haven't had a super long conversation with Stixie yet, so I've been super pumped about this all day. So here we go. What is up, Stixie?
What is going on? You said Colin on. That's funny. I know Colin.
Yeah, do you?
Yeah.
I actually just asked him if you guys knew each other because I'm like, yeah, I got Stixie coming on. He's like, yeah, we're mutuals. And he was like, it's the guy from Boston, right? I was like, yep, that's him.
That's cool stuff.
But yeah, we've had all sorts of awesome people on today. So thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you taking time.
No problem.
I figured I'd tell you about this because basically everyone who's been on, I specifically chose people that I thought would be good for this live stream because, you know, we're talking about my nonprofit, we're talking about addiction, mental health, and the criminal justice system. So yeah, so I specifically thought of you too. One of my followers said, "It's nice to meet you. You should follow Dixie if you don't already. He is super awesome."
Yep, it's at Charlie D'Amelio.
You really need to give her more followers.
That's my ad. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, gotcha. But yeah, so Stixie's super awesome. He, I kind of fangirled when you followed me back. I messaged you a bunch. I was like, "Yo, thanks for the follow back." But yeah, so we connected quite a while ago now, right? We're going on.
I do remember that. I think you were like one of those people who, like, I saw on my For You page, and then like I probably like followed you, then unfollowed you because like you didn't know me, and then like followed you again.
Oh, did you?
That's how it is with like everyone I follow. Yeah.
I don't. If you did unfollow me, it never notified me that you followed me back. So maybe I accidentally.
That's sometimes how it goes. That's sometimes how it goes. Is like people don't know me at first, and then I follow them, and then they're like, I'm like, "Oh wait, they're following me. Why was I doing this?" Yeah.
But yeah,
That
so
is what it is.
I just have some like basic questions I've been asking everyone, but just a quick update for everyone. We are giving away some Finley hats tonight. So we have this one, which is my logo here. And it comes with an inside pocket, all sorts of interesting stuff. It has a lifetime warranty. We are giving away this one and 2 mystery hats. We actually just had someone from Finley Hats in here shortly before you came in. So we are giving those away. The only thing you have to do to be eligible is donate to either the GoFundMe link in my bio or go to schizohippie.live and donate via Twitch. Everyone who donates will be entered to win, and I will be choosing the winner around 5:45, 6 o'clock. So thank you, Danielle, for putting that in the chat.
Nice.
All right. So I've been kind of just asking people about TikTok today. So can you tell me a little bit about how you first got into TikTok and what you thought about it before you started making videos?
Yeah, so it's funny because it's being this stream talking a lot about addiction stuff like that. I was a month and a half sober, and I didn't really have any like hobbies at the time because I spent like the last 5 years of my life just like drinking, and that was it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, and like drugs, which is like the other thing I did. So I did 2 things. And you know, I was always like a creative guy, and I felt like my addiction kind of took that away from me for a while. And I saw this app, and I'm like, I saw the videos on YouTube, but I don't know if you were like knew about this in 2018, but they were like it was like when it first started, there was like all these kids like coming on and making fun of this app because it had like some really weird videos, and I always loved that growing up, you know. So it was an easy way for me to get back into like doing stuff that was creative. And I just kind of kept going even when like trends changed and everything else, and some people left. I just kind of stayed on, and then you know, I just kept it going, and now I do social media full time at this point, and that's kind of where my story went, you know.
Well, I actually didn't know you were doing it full time. That's super awesome. Congratulations, man.
It's pretty nice.
Well, and I specifically followed you for a couple reasons. One, your videos are unlike anyone else's. You're never going to copy another creator. And if you do, you do it in a funny way. Like, you don't ever copy someone word for word. And I love finding people who are unique and different. And you definitely fit that. You have really, really awesome videos, but you do take time to like make some serious ones. I've seen you make mental health videos. I've seen you talk about, I know you don't get a lot into politics, but you've done a little bit with that. And so it's cool to see you take like that ability to make people laugh and to spread like joy and use it to talk about things like addiction and mental health and other stuff.
Yep. That was actually a big way that I started. Because, you know, I was, and my content's kind of changed over time because like I've changed too. You know, I'm 2 years sober right now, and I've been going to therapy and stuff like that for like over a year now. And you know, it's like I remember when I first started, a lot of my stuff was about like being pretty poor and dealing with like being in the criminal justice system and dealing with addiction, and it was like I felt like it was important to, like, if I was going to make funny videos, to kind of like frame a lot of these social issues in a way that was funny, because I feel like most of the time when people talk about this stuff, they're just trying to like shove it down everybody's throat. And then it's just like, it's kind of boring, you know, because nobody really wants to hear about this stuff. But when you can make people laugh and then go, wait a minute, is that a real thing? That's when you start getting a message across. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and like even I've noticed some of that too, because you know, schizophrenia content is kind of how I started, but then I also started talking about addiction and what my company does. And I got some followers. I made it to about 100, but then 100,000. But then when I started doing what you do and adding a little comedy to the situation, like it took the longest for me to do it with my schizophrenia, but people love the videos of me making jokes about my schizophrenia, because I think it makes it a little less awkward for people. Like not everyone wants to come in and see me having an episode or hear about like the time where I almost took my life. But if they can see it in a funny context, it gets them started researching or wanting to know more.
Totally. And I feel like there's when it comes to like disabled people's TikTok, right? I feel like there's this like unhealthy trend that was going on for a while, which I've seen more people breaking who are just like doing an awesome job at it. But it was like, look, guys, I'm like a token person with a disability and I can do all these things that you can do and stuff like that. And it's like, no, let me joke about it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to like I'm not going to compare myself to you. I'm going to I'm going to go, this is me. You know what I mean? And I feel like there's been a good like evolution of what it means to be like a disabled creator on the apps now, you know, and it's interesting, you know?
Yeah, well, and the thing is, like, even I still talk about my schizophrenia, but I don't ever pose it as like you just said, as like a disability anymore. I pose it as a learning experience for others, and then I mostly pose it as a way to vent for myself.
Totally.
And I don't ever ask for help with it. I'm taken care of. I do medication treatment. I know what I need to do, but this is still a good way for people to learn about it, for me to be able to vent about it and post shit content about like funny shit, you know? And so
I was like the first, one of the first people with like the fake eye on TikTok, and then it was like a bunch more people who started joining, and I'm like, that's how we do it, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Well, and like I don't know if I was the first, but I definitely think I became like the biggest schizophrenic TikToker.
Yep.
And so I felt like the same thing where I was like, hey, I'm more than just my schizophrenia. Like, and that's why I did want to talk about other things. And that's why I started doing, like, I'm a motivational speaker for schizophrenia and mental health. I still do that. But I wanted to be able to talk about my wife, my dogs, you know, I want to be able to talk about my life. I wanted to be able to tell jokes.
Because you're a normal person.
Exactly. Yes, I wanted to talk about you sometimes. My wife is here. She's kind of just chilling in the background.
Nice.
But yeah, so, and it's like
you just said. No Nut November t-shirt she had on?
No.
It's pink, I think.
Oh, I thought it said NNN. My bad. I was like, is this a No Nut November t-shirt?
That would be funny.
That would be funny because she's worn that shirt so many times.
The same aesthetic too. Just make it look like a normal shirt that just says No Nut November. You know what I mean?
Well, and with this like tropical scene, tell me people wouldn't rock that shirt.
My brain is ass right now because I'm moving, so you're gonna have to forgive me. Like,
no, you're fine.
I'm
worries.
Barely coherent, you know.
I didn't know you were moving. Are you moving closer to your gal?
I'm moving to like the other side of the city, which I don't want to do, man, because it's all like yuppies. But oh well, that's what like being normal is like, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't have any more like criminal connections down here, so it's just like I guess
not really worth
okay,
being there anymore.
I mean, it's so worth being here, but like, I just there was nothing on the market, and I had to move like really quick. So you know how that goes.
Yeah, no, for sure. Me and my wife are sick of moving, so we bought our house, so we didn't have to move.
Hey, thank you, Zedman. I'm sorry, I didn't even see the comment. Thank you, Zedman.
Yeah, sorry. I just throw them up here. Feel free to interrupt me at any time. I throw them up for you.
Sure.
I can pick and choose what comments go up. So yeah, if you see them, I put them up there for you.
Nice.
This must have to do with your accent.
You say sober again? Yeah.
Yep. Everyone's saying they love your accent.
Nice.
I have a Midwest accent. Apparently, I don't hear it, but apparently people say I do.
You say Wisconsin?
Wisconsin?
Yep, a little bit.
Well, and it comes out at weird times. If I get mad,
comes out at weird time. Yeah, I could hear that. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, but especially because you have a definitely noticeable Boston accent.
Yeah,
and so like I feel like, but even yours gets like at weird times in your videos. Even I'm like, oh wow, that was like really weird how he said that word. But people think that with me too, because 9 Inch Nails. What?
It's cool, but schizophrenic hippie is cooler.
That's
I code switch a lot though. I've been learning to do that. You ever heard of that, code switching?
I don't think so.
I feel like that. I want to educate some people on this. A lot of people who speak like a little bit of different dialects and stuff like that, you know, like African American vernacular English. That's a good example. You'll hear some people code switching sometimes. So like when I'm like talking, when I'm making like one of my well-researched political videos or something, you don't hear me talk like this. And that's because like I'm code switching. And that's what a lot of people got to do if they're going for a job interview and stuff like that. It's kind of switch up the code and stuff. And I don't know if that's necessarily fair, but it's something people do that a lot of people don't know about.
You know, I think that's a really good point. And like, because unfairly, I think when you interview with someone, and this is coming from an HR perspective now, and it's the thing, like, we don't ever try to do it, but the more like me that you are, the more likely I am going to be like, yeah, this person would be great for the job. And I try
so hard. Like corporations talking about wanting someone who fits in with the culture of the office.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. They want everyone who's just like them.
Yep.
Well, and it's something like, and I'm really aware of it, but it's something even I catch myself doing, like, oh, I love this person. I'm like, well, they're a long-haired hippie guy with tattoos and piercings. And like, are they really the best person for the job, or do I just identify with them?
Yeah.
And I love, actually, I'm going to school for HR, and I love seeing that they're calling that out with us in school. They're saying, hey, be aware that if you have someone with a different religion, ethnicity, or even like we just talked about, accent, you need to be aware that the reason you might not be thinking they're the best person for the job is because you don't identify with them as much.
100%. You know what I mean? 100%.
Yeah. So do you remember, and I know you've been on TikTok for a while now, but another question I've been asking people is, do you remember what your first big video was and like how that impacted you? Because a lot of us, it sounds like today, woke up the next day and just had like a shit ton of followers. So
like the big ones I was doing was like where I was like throwing my eye at people, and I've had like, they get like bigger and bigger, like my bigger videos as I move on. Like it went from like 10K was like a big video to like 6 mil was a big video, you know. But it's it was one where there was like this like trend based on this like Bollywood movie song. Well, I'm happy that you're at least going through the struggle, because it takes a lot of strength, Big Drew. And yeah, I mean, the fact that you could say you're going through the struggle means you're trying, and that's pretty good. So give yourself a pat on the back today. And if you didn't drink today, that's pretty cool. But nah, so it was like this like trend where it was like, basically, long story short, you put the hand over the face, and one side you're smiling and the other side you're crying. So I do one of them where I'm like missing the right eye and stuff, or it was like I put the fake eye over my face like this. Let me do it for the stream. Everybody better donate now that I did this. But they put it over that like the Muppet or something.
Yeah.
Everybody went like crazy about it. I got like on PewDiePie. I was like, wow, you know?
Yeah. I didn't realize it got over to PewDiePie. Like, that's huge. That had to be a huge thing in growing your account.
It was a big deal back then, because that was like when he was doing all the, you know, he was looking at all the TikToks and stuff, and it was a big deal, because it makes me feel kind of like my contributions back in that time at TikTok are like remembered, which is cool, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Just a shout out to Adam White. As soon as you did the eye thing, Adam White donated $5 on GoFundMe. So
yes, Adam.
So much. Beard Laws. I just now saw that Beard Laws also donated. So thank you so much to Beard Laws for that.
Thank you, Beard Laws.
Just a reminder for everyone that we are donating hats and shirts, or we're giving away hats and shirts at the end of this stream today. We got about an hour left of the stream, so look at Danielle's comment here about donating. Yeah, so check out Zach. Do you know who Zach Galloway is on TikTok? He does prison TikToks. He's a great storyteller.
I think I know. No, I do follow Zach. Zach, why don't you follow me back?
Oh no, Zach, you're getting called out, bro. So I told you about the podcast I'm doing, Criminally Mental. This is the guy I'm doing it with. And
wait, I don't even know if I follow him, but anyways.
Yeah,
he's the kid that's got he's got the hat.
He's always smoking a cigarette all the time.
Zach, are you white?
Yeah, he is.
Okay, so he's a white guy. All right, I know what he's talking about. Yep.
He said I'm popular on Grindr now, I guess. He was in here. He was in here, and he started a new hashtag.
I like it.
Here it is. Here's the hashtag, Catfish Cody.
There you go.
So, but he's the one that I'm doing the podcast with, Criminally Mental. It's going to be about the criminal justice system and mental health too. So,
yep.
Allison thinks that's hilarious. But yeah, so what were we talking about before I got distracted by his comment? Oh yeah, so we kind of talked about, how the disabilities were, something we didn't. I'm sure you were the same way. You didn't want that to be the only thing you were known for on TikTok.
And it was at first, and then it's like I ended up doing more things once I had a bigger following, and that's how it works, It's like that's kind of what got me famous, and then I think today was like one of the first days in a while I did a video regarding my fake eye. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like I very rarely do it now, but it's still fun,
Yeah, for sure. Well, and that's it's something that my account's at a point now where I'm finally starting to be able to do different things. Yep. Like that's why I started doing Twitch and stuff. It was really tough when I was at like 100,000. The views just weren't there to do other stuff. And I mean, I'm getting closer and closer to like 400,000 now. And it's really allowing me to do a little bit more here and there. I'm still definitely not like, Colin was in here. I've had all sorts of you guys in here now who are at like 1 million. And I know I've seen the jump happen and how big of an impact that is. So I'm still waiting for one of my videos to get me up there, but it's coming for me. I can feel it. Here we go. Oh, Allison's now. Thank you, Zach. Now Allison's wondering why I'm on Grindr. So,
there you go.
So, yeah, Ace Wolfie here said she's seen your videos, and when you pulled it out, she didn't know that it was.
She thought I was cross-eyed. That's funny.
But she didn't.
People say that. I got a better prosthesis than a lot of other people, honestly.
Yeah, for sure.
Because some people, not all the people make them do the best job. So I'm pretty grateful for that,
Yeah, but the thing was
fabulous.
The thing was, even when I started following you, I followed you actually first because of your comedy stuff, and then found out about your eye. So I also thought that you were you had just a crossed eye. And so when you first did it on a video, I was like, is that real? Like, is that really happening? And so it was really interesting because at that point you were already kind of getting away from using that, and I'm not saying you used it specifically for views.
No, I did. I absolutely did that.
Well, and that's the thing. I don't want to say that, but and I feel like that's when people have disabilities and it does get views, why not use it to get started with a platform?
Mm-hmm.
And then
somebody wanted to ask me this. You mind if I answer this one?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm gonna tell you all something, and this is a little separate from the issues we're talking about and stuff, but that's okay. So if you're trying to go into social media, don't do it for money or fame, or else you are going to hate your life.
Yeah.
I made barely any money this week. Can I make a lot of money next week? Yeah, it's okay. But don't do it for that reason. And it pays the bills pretty well. You know what I mean? Because I'm dedicated to it. But you're going to have bad weeks, and that's okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, that's really good advice. Because I got into the creator marketplace too, and I thought I was doing pretty good until I started seeing what people like Colin make, and I was like, oh damn, you could actually live off that. And it's you know, I'm to a point now where if I didn't have a mortgage, I probably could do this pretty close to full time.
Yeah.
But we just bought a fucking house that we didn't need. I want to sell it and move into a van, but of course the wife won't let me. I just want to be a homeless schizophrenic person in a van. Is that too much to ask for?
Never know. Yeah.
But yeah. Oh God. Zach here.
I use my disability. Yeah, I got the Hebrew tattoo right there.
There you go.
I'm just curious what that was like behind the wall, because like most of the guys I knew were like really anti-Semitic, but like you're not gonna, who are you gonna hang out with in jail when you? That's what I always wondered. You know what I mean? Because I'm part Jewish.
Yeah. So if you actually, I mean that's part of the reason I like watching Zach's prison story times is he had a pretty diverse group, whereas like the one
not
I
a lot
identify
of people do. You know what I mean?
Exactly, yeah. And it sounds like it kind of depends on the state, because Collins talked about how in Pennsylvania there really wasn't those factions or like gangs so much.
Boston, there really is, because Boston's a really racist fucking city.
Yeah, and
I'll put it out there. Like we're all, you know.
Well, even here in Wisconsin, you know, we have enough right wing like people, and even like we have enough groups that can create some of those factions in the prisons.
What's some uncomfortable stuff people don't like talking about with like prison stuff is like, look, like racism happens in prison, and it's like a lot of people aren't even really racist going in there, and then they just come out like more racist. And it's like we got to be able to talk about it. You know what I mean? Because it's real. You know.
And if you're a white guy and the only people who will accept you are white supremacists.
Yeah, that's why there's so. I seen his video of this kid. He was getting like the swastika tattoo removed, and everybody's like, "Why would you get it in the first place?" And I'm like, "Y'all, have y'all ever gone to prison?" Like,
yeah.
And I ain't even gone like I've done like my little county bids. You know what I mean? I'm 24 years old and I'm a young guy, and I'm lucky I didn't do any longer. But shit, like it was still racist there too. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's like I'm a felon, but most of my time, yeah, I've done county. Like I did long time in county. I did almost a year in county, but that's like the same thing for me. Like it wasn't quite as racist there, but it still definitely was. And it blew my mind. And I was like, just thankful that I was in county, because I didn't have to like be a part of, and Wisconsin County is mostly DUIs and OWIs. It's old farmers.
Yeah.
So like I didn't have to worry too much. So I wasn't forced into a gang or anything like that, like a lot of people are in big cities.
Yeah.
Oh God, I love Zach. Zach is just
until they needed someone to do the accounting for the gambling. That's what you do.
I'm so
excited. You want a cigarette? There's 2 soups. I need 2 soups. I'll do it.
I can't wait to do a podcast.
I'll represent you. That's 2 soups.
Yeah, right. I'll do your taxes for you.
2 soups.
Oh God. But no, yeah, I'm excited to do a podcast with Zach just to have that like the zingers, because I'm a pretty good speaker, but when it comes to impromptu comedy like that, Zach has it down, and it's not really my thing.
Yep. It
but
takes a bit.
It is closing in on 6 or on 5 here. So if there's anyone who has any questions for Stixie, now would be a great time. Sorry if I keep you a couple minutes late here.
Dude, I don't mind. I started at like 5:40 technically, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
I can go as long as you need anyways.
Okay. Well, it's no pressure. We do have, I don't know who's coming on next, but I know we do have someone else going to be signing on here. So no pressure. But if anyone has any questions, now would be a great time to throw them in there. Quick plug while you guys are throwing in your questions. Do not forget to donate to One Opportunity Hiring. Right here. We will be giving away this hat and some other mystery hats from Finley Hats. So it's easier if I just pull up Danielle's comment. My moderator has this down. But yeah, please consider donating. Any donation makes you eligible to win a hat. So whether it's $1, $10, someone donated $100 earlier, everything helps. And we really appreciate the help. All right. Oh, here we go. Are you a Celtics fan?
So I was until I lost like 10 grand on Game 7 like 3 years ago. That game was fucking rigged. Nobody can tell. Sorry, am I allowed to swear?
Yeah, swearing's cool here. We've been swearing all day.
That game was fucking rigged. Nobody can tell me any different. That was so everybody's bookie could still have people betting on LeBron. But yeah, I have a gambling addiction, so I don't watch sports anymore.
Probably a safe bet, actually, if you're a gambling addiction.
I got a Celtics hat, but it's packed away in the boxes.
Yeah.
Got a nice little tower here. Tower of Power.
Oh, actually, there you go. Here's a question for me. Cody, how have you not been to the bathroom literally almost 5 hours? I prepared for this 6-hour live stream.
Y'all ever been to jail?
Oh, yeah, that's the other point. Is I don't think I went to the bathroom for the first week of jail until
I went like 3 weeks without taking a shit.
Yeah. Seriously, the first time you have to shit in front of 10 other grown men, it's really uncomfortable. And I like the first area I was in wasn't individual cell blocks. It was open space. So it was about 12 of us in one space, cots laid out. So it wasn't 2 people in a cell. I was in there with everybody. And so there was no time where the bathroom wasn't being used. And yeah, so once you've been to jail, that's a good point. I didn't think about that, but I think that's probably the reason why I'm able to do that. Exactly. Any other questions for Stixie here? I know we got more. I know there was some throughout there. So I'll say congrats again on sobriety, because I love hearing sobriety stories. I usually, if someone has a story of sobriety, I usually follow them back on TikTok, because I'm all about that shit.
Totally.
And actually, I hit my 7th year of sobriety on the same day I hit 250,000 on TikTok. So
nice. That's actually pretty cool.
It was one of those few days, like, I'm not a super emotional guy, but I came on here and made a video getting all sappy and crying because it was a big deal to me, you know?
No, that is a big deal, especially with time frame, because it's that kind of stuff that really makes you reflect a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you play video games? And if so, what's your favorite game? So I play a lot of video games in quarantine. I'm going to school y'all kids on something. Prototype and Prototype 2. No, none of y'all know what it is, but it was like the Spider-Man games y'all playing before the Spider-Man games. You straight up like eat random people off the street, and that's how you get health. It's like GTA on meth. All right.
I forgot about that fucking game.
You know that game now.
Yeah,
the
once
best
you said
movement and combat system in the world. You know what I mean? Only thing bad about it now is like the graphics are a little outdated. I don't care. Go play Prototype right now. Yes, it was an underrated classic. Yes, it was.
All right. I don't know. As with you might have to. I don't know if this is for me or him. I mean, you could answer that. Do you ever get like offers for sponsorships? We were talking about that earlier with Space Case too.
So, guys, here's the thing. Let stuff just fall into your lap once you have a good amount of following going. Just let it fall into your lap. Worst thing you can do is go for like some crappy deal where the guy wants to, he's like, hey, as soon as they message me something, they're like, yeah, we'll give you an 80% discount on our store if you make this promotional video. I just don't even respond back.
Yeah.
I don't even respond back. Like that's not worth my time. That's because I got the privilege to be able to do that though, because I spent a lot of time going without. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So now if I get a promo, and I don't get a lot of promos, it's not how I like made my income, just because like people are a little scared to work with me. But I never was like taking some of these dumbass business deals that I saw all my friends getting screwed over with. Because
like this one?
I don't even know what that is. But
the coldest water bottle. This was the big one on TikTok. They sent me a free bottle and I didn't actually do anything further with them. But they have a tendency to offer people $80 for 10 videos. So they're essentially offering $8 a video, and they'll offer it to a lot of people and people will take it. And I'm like, if you start doing that, you're lowering what you're worth to other companies.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like if the thing is, like when you're looking at business opportunities, you gotta see if it's an opportunity for you or an opportunity for them.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is.
I actually, I did one early on, and it was with Clean Cause, and it's back here. And I just did a few things for them because I really respected what they do. Half of their profit goes to people with people with addiction, helping people through recovery and all that. So I did do something for them. I didn't get paid. I just got free product, and I was fine with that. The only other thing like you said, I got tons of offers. Even now, I still get those offers that are like, oh, help sell our stuff and you'll get a cut of each thing you sell. And I'm like, no, I'm not working for you. I'm working for me. And so Finley hats, the ones that I have right here in front of me, we just had the guy on here. We had a representative from Finley hats on here. And this is a really mutual partnership. I was able to get new merch. They were able to get a little more exposure, but they're a really good company. I respected them. It's 13 people out in Portland, Oregon. They're a small company. They do awesome hats. The hats have a lifetime warranty. They have pockets on the inside. They're unique, but also they didn't, they worked really well with me. They didn't ever try to do anything goofy like that. They were like, hey, we want to work with you. We want to help design some hats for you. Here's what you would make on each hat. And they're a great company. And so it was really cool to have that opportunity. Like you said, I had to wait for it because you start getting opportunities. Once you hit about 100K, I feel like you start getting opportunities like that.
Exactly.
All right. So I have kept you a little bit. I don't actually know who's supposed to be coming in right now. So I'm trying to figure that out.
Yeah. I'll keep staying on until you need someone in so you're not talk. Well, I mean, you probably don't mind talking to yourself, but
yeah, for
sorry.
No, I like chatting with you. You're a good person to chat with. And like I said, when I brought you in, I think you're a really unique person and you have really interesting points of views on stuff, which is why I liked bringing you in,
Yep.
All right. Does anyone else have any questions I can throw in here? Okay. So this one, I mean, if you ever deal with mental health stuff too, I know because you do videos, you don't do a whole lot of like planned live stuff like this. I actually reached out to you initially about a podcast, and you said like, I don't know if I can commit to something like that because of your mental health stuff. And so my response to something like this is I just go for it. If it's a bad day, it's a bad day, and I'm gonna probably have to reschedule. But I think for me, I think for me, because I chose to go more of the motivational speaker route, and like I have to do a lot of those types of events, I have to try to do stuff like this and wish for the best.
Yeah, the thing is like I'll be pretty honest with people when they get it and stuff. If they're like, like I'm probably gonna forget about this, so remind me.
Yeah.
That being said, though, look, guys, here's the key to like dealing with a depressive episode, dealing with a bad mental health day. You just fucking deal with it.
Yep.
It's a tough pill to swallow. Just get up and deal with it. Like you can sit in your room and feel that way. Or you can like do something productive and feel that way. Like because you're not gonna do anything sitting on your own.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just go up and do it. I don't know. And that's like, and like, this isn't me just, I know I sound like everybody's like bad stepfather, but like, this is stuff my therapist told me, y'all, is like, you gotta stay productive because it'll kill you if you don't. It's if you like sit alone and let it like do that, then it's just gonna fester,
Yeah, for sure. So, and I guess my advice is kind of the same. My advice is I create a list and I put the smallest shit on there. Get out of bed, comb my hair, brush my teeth, the smallest shit. And then when I cross it off, I can feel a little bit better about getting something done,
Yep.
And like, maybe that's what you have to do. But I know now that I'm like a little more stable and I've been taking medication for a longer period of time, mostly what I do is what you just said. Like, I just know that, hey, it's not going to get any better sitting here.
Yep. What did you discover as a hobby as something to help with your mental health, Stixie? You know, it's been an evolution. It's always going to be evolving for you, Krez459. Thank you for the question. So it's like a lot of it when I was first starting out was like I would work a lot and I'd throw myself into work, and that became kind of unhealthy. I like when I was going through like a really bad time, like when I almost died before I got put on meds. I would like when I was real anxious, I'd do puzzles, right? Because it keeps my brain stimulated when I'm doing like puzzles. Because like everybody thinks that like I like to call it like productive free time, right? If you're playing video games with your free time, that's pretty bomb. You know what I mean? If you're sitting and watching Netflix, you're going to like it's not really going to do anything to help your brain at that time. And you gotta do something to like stimulate yourself, at least in my case, because like that's what you need sometimes is you need to like get your brain out of like the hole that it's in, you know?
Yeah, the funk or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I actually I don't know if you've ever seen, sometimes I'll live stream when I'm suffering from hallucinations.
Yeah.
And so I actually will jump on Twitch just because it's the best thing for me, because not only do I have the stimulation of the game, I have the stimulation of people trying to talk to me too. And it's really hard to focus on hallucinations with all that stimulation.
Exactly.
And so, luckily for me, I'm not someone who gets overwhelmed so much by stimulation. That won't work for everyone, but it works really well for me as a coping mechanism, you know?
Yep.
And I think that's the bigger thing. Like when people ask about mental health, we need to all acknowledge that everyone's going to cope differently. You know, what works for me isn't going to work necessarily for Stixie, vice versa. And it might not work for anyone else in here. Yep. But identifying what works for you is really the best way to go about it.
It's very important.
All right. So I have the 5 o'clock person hasn't, or what time is it? Jesus.
The 5 o'clock.
Yeah, it's the 5 o'clock person hasn't gotten back to me yet. The 5:30 person will be coming in. Are you cool chilling for another like 15 minutes?
That's fine. That's fine.
Awesome. So yeah, we definitely have time for more questions if anyone's got any. I see we got some viewers still, so feel free to throw in some questions here. Nice. I know you're all hanging out. I know you got questions.
Yeah. You guys are a very inquisitive bunch. I know it about you. I can read your minds.
Just a reminder, since we are waiting for people to get questions in, do not forget to donate to the GoFundMe so you can get some free merch, because we got my merch hat, but Finley Hats came in and also announced that they were going to do 2 mystery hats. So they actually just announced that when they came in. They also announced that my hat drop will be coming tonight. So I know they've been out. I've had them for a couple days, but they're actually dropping it at 5 p.m. Eastern, West, Pacific. I don't remember they're in Portland, wherever that is. 5 p.m. Portland time.
PST.
Pacific. PST. Yep. So, yeah, definitely make sure you check that out when I'll be putting the link in my bio as soon as I get it. So, thank you to Finley Hats for being here, and also for, I didn't ask them to throw in those other 2 hats for this donation, so that was really nice of them.
Yep. Did you have a favorite or least favorite TikTok trend? They all change. Like, I mostly just kind of make fun of them. Trying to think of my least favorite. Probably the one where it was like the stupid. You remember when there was like those fake videos talking about like getting revenge on women for the boys and stuff for Will Smith, and it's like they were totally fake. First of all,
yeah,
they were totally fake. But it's just like a dumb idea in general. And then not only that, because it's like just like promoting like, haha, let's like be dicks to women. It's like everybody believed them and started like going off on this like whole discourse about how this is like totally wrong and you're a bad. And I'm like, dude, these are just like dumbass kids trolling. Can we not give them like a whole platform?
Well,
and make a big deal about it, you know? Can we just ignore them because they're dumb little trolls? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's just it. They were trolling for likes and views. It's the same thing I get on my page all the day with some of the stupid comments and shit that I get, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your favorite one too? That one was asking.
Favorite one. Man, it's always changing. It's always changing. I like the... Man, I'm trying to think. I don't know. I've never really done a lot of trends, to tell you the truth. I usually just kind of like make fun of them or like don't do them.
I was just gonna say that too. I'm like, you don't usually like jump on with the whole lot of trends. Back when the Mr. Hamilton dance was a trend, I did that because it was super easy. You know, the one where Mr. Hamilton did like the little, and that's actually what Mr. Hamilton first found me from. So, here we go. Super controversial here. I got tore up for this yesterday or a few days ago.
Yeah. Do you like McDonald's fries? Yeah, I do. I eat McDonald's like every day.
I made a whole video about how McDonald's fries were trash, and this particular follower was not thrilled.
That's free speech, baby.
Yeah. I personally, like, they're good for 15 seconds, is my opinion, you know? Unless
well, isn't that like an espresso shot, though, which is a delicacy?
That's true, yeah. But you can kind of chug it. It's hard to, like, down a whole thing of fries, at least for me. I
down them all.
I mean, my antipsychotics make my like eating habits weird, so it's hard for me to like. Usually, my food sits there for a little bit before I actually get to it. So McDonald's fries aren't good by the time I get to them.
Yep.
Oh, here we go.
Do you have days where you're like, I'm just gonna delete my account from being overwhelmed? Yeah, you know, man, like I go through it like once every 3 months at this point. And it has to do with algorithms because, like, whenever my videos not getting views, I start to feel like, oh, I'm not doing much. And especially during, like, quarantine, like, y'all gotta understand. And a lot of people lost, like, a lot worse in quarantine, like family members. But I lost a deal with Warner Brothers because this whole COVID shit. That was like a kick in the nuts. You know what I mean?
Oh, I didn't even hear that.
Damn it. Yeah, well, I didn't talk publicly about it because I don't talk about like my deals publicly and stuff. But it's like I was about to have like this big money making deal with Warner Brothers. Nope, COVID. You know what I mean?
Fuck.
And it's like that's just how it goes. And it's like the thing is, I've been doing this for like 2 years, right? My account's like died and come back again. You know what I mean? Your account never dies, but
yeah,
you only lose by not playing the game. If you stop, if you give up, of course you're gonna lose followers and everything else. If you keep going, and this is why I've never really grown as much as some other accounts on here, but there's some accounts y'all don't remember and y'all still got me on here.
Yeah.
It's because I just kept going and that's it, you know?
Yeah. No, I love that. That's super. I would say kind of the same thing. The reason I haven't, like, there's been times where I came close to deleting it. But all of the opportunities that I have right now, my business, motivational speaking, my Finley hats deal, everything I have, all the equipment in front of me, my gaming computer, all of it was from TikTok, was from, like you said, I took a chance. I started telling my story. People liked it. And now I have all these amazing opportunities. And even on days where, like you just said, my account has been kind of dying off the past couple weeks.
Yeah.
But I know that I'm going to have another increase. And
the thing is, if you ever say your account's dying, you know, when you're doing like a live stream and you see the same goddamn people that have been following you forever still in there, your account ain't dead for those people.
Exactly.
So don't give up on those people. Don't just say, oh, well, I ain't getting views on the For You page. Fuck all that.
Yeah.
You do it for the people who support you for the long run, or else you don't deserve a platform, in my opinion. That's just me.
No, I agree with you. So, like, a great example, and I try to shout these people out, but like Ace Wolfie and Salty French Fry here, both of them are in almost all of my lives. They come to all my Twitch streams. They have been here. I think both of them have been here since noon today when I started this live. So it's like, forgetting about people like that, if I did that, I don't deserve to have a platform because they are the reason I'm allowed to keep doing this. And I do appreciate it. And sometimes I forget to tell you guys. And yeah, she said she's committed. I know Ace Wolfie's in here all the time. But yeah, like seriously, they dedicate so much time for what? Just to watch me do shit. Like,
because you got to remember how you get to. I mean, I'm sitting at like 730 something K followers right now.
Yeah,
that's not like me following myself. There's people that followed me.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, and then of course Danielle, my moderator. I try to always give her a shout out. She's my moderator on Twitch, TikTok, and Discord. Like she moderates all my shit.
Nice.
So like I think she's been here the whole time too. So thank you so much, Danielle. I appreciate it. But yeah, so it's just like you said, it's really cool to be able to have people like this that are willing to support you so much, and they're the primary reason I do keep going with this kind of stuff.
Yep.
Someone said Cody, Cody is life. Thank you, Britters.
Nice.
Britters is another one who is always on my streams and stuff.
Yep.
I think this one's for me, unless you also had something about that. I haven't heard back from that. So, yeah, they did it. He was originally interested in getting me on there. I don't think they ever drew up a character for me or anything.
I don't know what that is, but that sounds cool.
He's Mr. Hamilton had someone drop like a little character for him, and he's like, hey, let's drop a bunch of TikTokers and do this little animated series. And originally my name kept getting thrown in there. I don't think it ever took off or anything. So
yep. As most TikTok projects go, they just don't really take off because everybody leaves.
Yeah, not a lot of traction in them, you know.
Yep.
Here's one I think maybe you could answer.
Sure. How do I get rid of the shame over the things I've while being hooked on alcohol? So you know what, Krez? Like, here's the deal, right? Here's the deal. Most of the people in your life, and this is kind of a controversial thing, it's their responsibility to get over whatever hurt you caused them. As much as, like, it was your responsibility that you did that shit, and it's good to own up to it, they got to be the ones to deal with that for themselves. You know, I called my ex to apologize to her, my ex who cheated on me. I called to apologize to her not too long ago as part of making some amends to people. She ain't even remember half the shit that I had been holding on to for years.
Yeah.
For years. Stuff that I was like losing sleep over. You got to just be willing to forgive yourself. And you'll get there one day. If you're not ready to forgive yourself, that's all right. That's you. You're going to be ready for it. You're going to get over it. There's no way to get over the shame. It's just going to happen when your body's ready to do it. Because it really is like a grieving process. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't just like get better one day. You can't speed up the process. It's going to happen as long as it is. Don't worry about everybody else in that sense. Like, be a little selfish sometimes. Worry about you. And you, of course, should try to make it up to a lot of people. And that's what helped me out a lot, was just going to apologize to people. You know what I mean? But I did it for me so that I could get over it, because the fact of the matter is they didn't even really care anymore. You know what I mean? Because people move on with their lives, and you deserve that too. You know?
Yeah, I have nothing to add to that. That's really well said. I agree with everything you said. That's a big part of it, is like you have to be able to forgive yourself too. And I think that can be the harder part, honestly.
Yep. Well, it's easier to look at things like black and white, because like when we're drinking and stuff, a lot of what we do is you know, we make it all about how these other people are just being unfair to us and they don't get it, you know, and like they shouldn't have a problem with the fact that I'm hurting them with my drinking, because it's like you chose to be around me. And it's hard for us to like look at something in the middle of that. We always go towards just like hating ourselves. And you got to be able to stop looking at everything black and white all the time. And people do that too much. They look at everything black and white, and it's harmful. Thank you, Salty French Fry. Yeah. It's like you can't look at everything from a black and white perspective. You know, I mean, hell, like I had abusive family in my life, right? And that's a hard thing to get over. And a lot of my life I spent blaming myself. And then another part of my life I blamed that family member so hard, to the point where I was just feeling hatred and stuff all the time and feeling down on the world. And then I realized that, guess what? That family member had a lot of issues that didn't make what they did right, but it explains why they did the things they did, other than I'm just a horrible person. And you got to be able to like understand that kind of stuff in order for you to heal, you know?
Yeah. No, I think that's really well said too. Yeah, so I mean, just another reminder, if you are able to, please donate to the GoFundMe or on Twitch. I will be doing, Salty French Fry did ask, are we doing the live stream or the giveaway on this live stream? I will be picking the winners of the hats on this live stream. So at about just around 6 o'clock before we finish up here, I got one more guest coming on. And so we will do it right before we leave. But yes, and to be eligible to win, you have to donate at least $5 and you could win one of the 3 hats. Donate either on the GoFundMe that Danielle put here, or go to schizohippie.live, which is where you can view my Twitch, and there's a donation button on there as well. I have both pulled up. I've been adding people onto the Wheel of Destiny as we're chatting here. So everyone who has donated is already entered to win, but I am keeping an eye on it if anyone else wants to get in the next like 30 minutes here. All right. So in the next little bit here, I do have the last person coming on. I wanted to thank you so much for coming on and hanging out with me a little bit longer than planned too.
Nah, no worries. It's all right.
All right. Well, I do appreciate it. Make sure you guys follow Stixie at Charlie D'Amelio.
Yep.
But yeah, so definitely give them a follow. If you don't already, I know Salty said she followed you because she realized at first she wasn't following you. So
nice.
Oh my goodness. You know, the only issue with me in the 6-hour live stream is that I have not gotten my ass up from this chair in 6 hours. So, but like I should stand up just to show you guys that I'm wearing this suit, but then I'm also wearing pajamas.
Nice.
Pretty fashionable.
Get you a man who can do both.
Exactly. At the same time too. But yeah, thank you so much for being here, man. I'd love to connect and have you on the podcast at some point.
Absolutely. Anytime.
All right. Take it easy, man. Thank you so much for being here.
You have a good day now. Bye-bye.
Yep. Have a good one. All right. So we are in the last half hour. I am kind of waiting to see if we have anyone else jump in. If not, I might start doing the giveaways here. We are going to do, since Finley Hats added the 2 hats, I'm going to still do the shirt giveaway, but it's probably going to be through a video and not through this live. But we will still be giving away 3 Finley hats during this live. Congratulations to Salty French Fry, who won the poop knife earlier. Don't forget to message Beard Laws about that. Hello, Jacob. Welcome to the chat. Thank you for being here. Just a reminder, in about 15 to 20 minutes, I am going to be drawing for the winner of the hats. So there's going to be 3 different winners. We only roughly have 25 entries through donations on Twitch and on the GoFundMe. So if you want to be eligible for the hat, you could still get put in for it. I'm giving about 15 to 20 more minutes. All the proceeds go to get Zach back on. I should message him. Zach, are you still in here by any chance? The only reason I didn't message him right away is because I am waiting on someone else. What's happening here? We are just hanging out. Bring back Zach. I'm trying. I'm seeing if he's still in here. What?
The jeans didn't make it.
What jeans?
Those I was wearing.
Oh no, it didn't last very long.
I left them on for like 2 hours and I couldn't do it no more. Bring back Zach. Did you see Zach's new video?
No, I didn't.
Want to see it?
Sure.
It's that weird urge that I should be wearing a mask, but this is virtual. Okay.
Okay, what's happening here? We are getting ready to do some giveaways.
I was hanging out with Cody on Twitch, doing that fundraiser thing, the schizophrenic hippie. I was
Oh, here he is.
I've got some catfish accounts out there. You know, people using my picture and my likeness, pretending to be me on social media. I mean, it's a little weird, but it is what it is. And then Cody says he doesn't have anybody doing that.
Oh no!
Man, you shouldn't miss out on the catfish experience. So naturally, I went to Grindr.
No, he didn't.
Someone made a Grindr account. Your bio is tasteful. It says, "I'm Cody and I'm down to clown. Short kings are more than welcome in my court."
Oh my God.
Why wait? Hit me up ASAP before you lose your nerve. And naturally, I listed you as a bottom and a twink. And now Cody.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know, we had Zach Galloway on earlier. He's going to be doing a podcast with me coming out soon. It's called Criminally Mental, and we were talking about how he has a bunch of catfish accounts and I don't. So he started this hashtag, which you all caught on to really fast. And apparently he made a bunch of accounts for me, including a Grindr account.
Wait till Ricky finds.
Yeah, right. So thank you for that, Zach, if you're still watching. I do have our last guest in here. I gave him the wrong information earlier just because time zones. I'm confused. So I'm going to be bringing in Young Panini right now. So hopefully we are okay. This is the last person joining us today. Hello, how are you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Oh, not too bad. I just found out I'm getting trolled online, so that's fun.
Oh, well, in our business, that's a little bit expected, I guess.
Yeah. So, so yeah, apparently I have a Grindr account now, and my wife just showed it to me. So that's interesting.
Oh my God. Well, maybe not quite the trolling that we expected in this business. I don't know about all that.
Yeah. It's from, so do you know who Zach Galloway is? The prison storytime guy?
I think so, actually. Yeah. Yeah.
He wears the weird like 50s hat. I don't know how else to describe it. He's always smoking a cigarette. Me and him are starting a podcast soon. It's called Criminally Mental, where we talk about the criminal justice system and mental health. And so he was in here a little bit earlier. And yeah, so now this all happened. He just made a video about it, I guess. So, but yeah. Oh, did you freeze? I think you might be frozen on my end. We lost Young Panini.
Yeah. Shit.
I can hear you. Okay, there you go. Now I see you.
Oh, whoops, my bad.
No.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of nowhere, man. This comes and it goes, I guess.
Honestly, we're on the almost 6 hours into this live stream, and we've had almost no technical issues. So if it ends right now, like it's crazy that we've gotten this far with as little issues as we have. Oh, I think we lost him again.
I know it's there and then it's not. I don't know how to fix it.
Yep, you're coming and going. I see you now. So,
oh man, that's gonna get on my nerves.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll try. We'll just keep trying it, and if nothing else, just so you know, we do have a giveaway since you're the last person. Unfortunately, that falls into your time a little bit. But we do have a Finley hats giveaway at the end here, right about 6 o'clock. So, yeah, it's still cutting in and out, but I got you back now. So basically what I've been doing with everyone is just asking them a little bit about, how their journey on TikTok started. I've been talking a little bit about them. So for those of you who don't know who Young Panini is, I have actually described him on my TikTok as one of the only people who can consistently make me laugh when I open up the app. Honestly, one of the funniest people, in my opinion, on TikTok, completely underrated. And I get disappointed that I don't see his account growing like some of the other people that don't deserve it. So thank you for being here, man, because I really do. I love your content. And I've followed you since I was a pretty small account. So I think I did get past you now, though.
You did. Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you for having me on here. And Yeah, like I don't know what's going on with TikTok, but everything happens in due time. So I appreciate the kind words. Like it's just fun to make content these days and just kind of see where it leads, regardless of numbers and shit like that. So I'm still
Absolutely.
here.
I'm
I'm glad that
sorry.
at least you enjoy the content. Somebody.
Yeah, it keeps cutting in and out for me. But yeah, for sure. So like, and that's why I said that, because like I've followed you since I was a really small account, and I do think you're genuinely funny. You put in effort. Your jokes every single time they land, and I love it. There's not a lot of really good comedians on TikTok, in my opinion, and I think you're definitely up there. So,
well, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, before I ask you my questions, we should probably answer this one because I don't think anyone knows. The long-awaited question. What is your favorite color, young Panini, from Salty French Fry?
It is yellow. People don't believe me. It really is yellow. But in case they mean what color, like after yellow, probably they're blue or green for sure.
If you couldn't tell from my backdrop, my background, my hat, my suit, blue is definitely mine.
You got it, man. You got it.
All right. So the first question I've been asking everyone is, how did you get started on TikTok, and what did you think of TikTok before you joined?
God, I don't even remember when I started. I just know that I was really, really bored. Like I didn't have anything to come home from work and do afterwards. Like everything was just pretty stale, pretty unoriginal, pretty boring. And I just downloaded it one day, and I see all the content that other people created, and I was like, oh, let's see it as like something that was a game changer to me. And then that kind of just started to slowly change video by video until it became something that's a pretty big portion of my life here today.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and that's the cool thing. So the cool thing about talking with you is me and you are kind of in the same range right now. Like I'm right about where you are with viewers and stuff too. So a lot of my guests today have been like Colin Ray and Yoke Father, and Stixie was just on here. So it's nice to be, on here with someone who like I know, like, even though it seems small when there's so many people with tens of millions of followers, 300,000 followers is a big deal. And I know it's impacted my life. So like, how has it changed for you?
These are really great questions. First of all, like, you're catching me off guard just a little bit. It's hard to quantify in a sense, because like you said, yeah, when people have hundreds of millions, like it just kind of feels not really, I don't know how to quantify it, like kind of insubordinate to like everybody else that's doing way better. But the way that it's changed my life is just viewing certain moments, whether they be big or small, as just meaningful, I guess, if that makes any sense. Like everything kind of really does happen for a reason. And with this whole TikTok thing, I've managed to make so many interesting friends through the internet. I've got to meet and have conversations with just so many people that have kind of changed my perspective on not only myself, but the world that we live in, which was completely unexpected from a social media app, in my opinion. Like that just, it came out of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel the same way with mine too, because mine, I never intended to have followers. I wanted to come on here and vent about my mental health. And so to now be
yes
to be doing motivational speaking, and like even this, I never could have dreamed of like sitting down with a bunch of like famous TikTokers and like them talking about how much they appreciate what I do, what kind of content I do. And it's like, sometimes I need my wife to come down here and humble me and remind me that I'm still a schizophrenic person with a felony, and that's why I remind myself a lot too.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely.
But I mean, like you said, when we first started talking, I feel like most of the people I've talked to today have all agreed that, like, although the numbers are there for them, you don't really focus on that. And I know, like, especially with you, despite like, I think I get more mad for you than you do, because like I see your videos and I'm like, this is so fucking underrated, and it gets me so upset. And so it's nice to see that. I mean, you're still doing it, and it seems like you're doing it for you and for the people who do still see your videos all the time.
Yeah, man, it's one of the things that you it's almost a breaking point, if you will. Like eventually you start to have that slowdown of the numbers, I would say. But when you really look into perspective, it's like 113 in a span of like maybe a week. And that's not something that all creators typically see. It's not something even a lot of big creators see. It just kind of fluctuates depending on that algorithm. But yeah, like as you said, it stopped becoming less and less about the numbers for me and more about like, how can I get back to just enjoying what I post and enjoying the process of making videos, not only for myself, but maybe as like a bonus point of being able to see if I can make some people laugh. But it is definitely at this point just something I do for my own sanity, especially with the world that we live in, the pandemic. You've got quarantine. I'm actually currently under quarantine. I haven't left the house in about a week.
Oh no.
So yeah, it really does become just like a creative outlet for some people. And if that outlet is typically well responded to by other people or your audience or all of these numbers, it's just different. It's not something that I've really experienced before. So I'm just very thankful for it, actually.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's super cool. I kind of am in the same boat where like my numbers have started to taper off, and I knew when I started, mental health has a limit. Not everyone wants to sit around and hear about mental health or about schizophrenia, and like
they should,
but you know, not everyone does, you know. And it's like I don't feel like it bothers me as much as I thought it would when I start. Like I felt like when I started to taper off, it would bother me more, but I do feel really secure in just being able to do stuff like this. Like there's 31 people in here. I'm grateful for all 31 people in here, you know? And also like with Twitch, I get roughly 20 people in there, but I get to sit and play video games and talk with people. And I'm just like super grateful for that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And yeah, like again, I think that the people that don't view their following or their base as just a number, which again is really hundreds of millions or whatever the case. They just want those numbers next to their name on an app that say they've done this well. I think truly the people that appreciate every single person that, if there's 30 people on this live stream, that's a huge difference compared to, some Twitch streamers. They get maybe 10 views per 8-hour stream. So it's all relative in the sense of like, you're doing great, I'm doing great. No matter what the numbers or the spell out is, like we're still here and we're still doing what we love to do. So that's, I think, is the main importance there.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, and it can be hard, especially on a platform like TikTok, where it seems like growth is the topic of conversation. Like no one wants to just be on the app. And so it's like the people who do have more followers, even they are constantly like, they need more and more. And it's nice. Everyone I've talked to today, I chose specifically because I don't feel like the creators I chose were in that category. Like everyone I talk to is making content because they believe in it. They want to, they're passionate about it. And I would like to see more of that on TikTok and less of the fishing for likes, fishing for follows, because I think that diminishes some of the people who are on there who genuinely care, who spend a lot of time. Like I said, I wish your shit got more views. Sometimes I wish it more than my shit. I'm like, why can't his videos have more views? and it frustrates me, but I know that like you're comfortable with it. But when I see really good, and it's not just you, it's all sorts of creators that I see artists, musicians that I just feel don't get enough, time in the spotlight, because we tend to put forward people like that vegan teacher.
Yeah.
And that's my opinion on that.
I think you're right. I think especially.
Oh, I think we lost him. Oh, here you
You're
are.
back?
You're back. Yep.
My
You
bad.
lost you for a second.
There we go. The music business is something very difficult to crack into on TikTok. It's very different from comedy style videos or mental health awareness or only JS with Google Facts. Like it's a different level of intensity in trying to break through and get your stuff out there to other people. So to see the people that do it just for themselves and just are taking the chance to see if it becomes something greater, I think ultimately in the end, those are the people that it's really going to pan out for, regardless if it's a tapered descent of analytics currently. I think it always rubber bands back in the right direction. You just got to have a little bit of faith. So yeah.
Well, and the thing I love about your videos is I know just because your videos are like always funny and they're always so different too. So like I know just one of these days I'm gonna go on there and see one of them take off, because I have been asking everyone else today like what their video was that took off, and so I'm sure you also had one. Do you remember what it was?
I had two back to back that really kind of started it for me. It was a video I was making fun of jocks in my high school. I can't remember exactly what I said, but I was like waiting for them to show up in the NFL. It's back in my high school days. That was the thing.
Yeah.
Like if you were a jock and you're above everybody else in terms of like social status, and they thought that because of their talent meant that they had a guaranteed future doing what they loved. And I don't know why I found that funny, but it was just kind of show up in the NFL and do what you told everybody you were going to do since you told me that. So I made that video, and that one did really, really well. I still think it's sitting at like 7 million views. And
oh, damn.
Yeah, the one after that, my reaction to that video blowing up did better.
Oh shit. See, and I think I lost you again. We'll get him back.
Still here. Whenever it cuts out, I can still hear you, I promise.
That's what I figured too. But yeah, so like I think this is really fascinating because everyone I've talked to today has like really big videos. My biggest video to date is like 3 million views. So I feel like I've had more of a gradual incline, because the video that blew me up was just a couple 100,000 views at first, and it was a schizophrenic story time that I did. And like to this date, my biggest video has, I think, 2.5 million. So like I haven't had like a super huge one either. I have a lot of them. And, I think progressively it's also been the things I've done on the side. Like I did that interview with Anthony Padilla, which was awesome. And I've done a lot of little stuff like that, which has helped build the awareness of my account without having to like have a super viral video. And I don't know what counts as viral. I feel like anything over 1 million does, but I'm not sure.
Even having one that's at like 2 million views is the numbers don't matter. Like that's exposure that like people will be talking about you. Like, hey, did you see the schizophrenic story time? People are gonna be like, no, what the hell is that? And then it's an immediate tag that somebody is curious enough to like go and click on, and it's more exposure. That's another view. That's another person that hasn't been exposed to your type of content or the message that you're relaying to these people. And I think that's something that definitely deserves more views than what I'm in on. Like my mics are all right, but I think, you know, your stance of people need to know about this, and it could be an educated but like also funny process is an insane way to go. Like I think that's going to be, I think you're going to take off, man. Like one of these days, like super take off, and like, you know, people are going to be aware of these mental health issues that you're trying to bring to the table and bring in for like a conversation.
Well, and it's been really interesting to see, because I'm already at the point now where people who don't have TikTok will specifically download TikTok and be like, hey, my brother has schizophrenia. I have schizophrenia. Someone told me about you. I downloaded this app just to see your content. And I get stuff like that already. And it's so like, it's the most rewarding feeling. It feels a little selfish, because I'm like, I love the feeling of like hearing that. Well, you know, because it's like, I love the feeling of helping people to a point where like, it's all I want to do, which is why I do what I do. And
exactly. Yeah.
It's really cool. It's actually because of accounts like yours and other accounts that I started doing more comedy with it, because I've figured out I reach more people. And not only that, but people who might have been uncomfortable with the topics I'm talking about are able to use comedy a little bit easier to understand things. And there's even been some of your videos where I was like,
exactly. Yeah.
Sorry, it's cutting out in and out. But like, no, like
I
your
figured.
video.
My bad, man.
No, you're good. Don't worry. I was saying, even some of your videos I've seen where I was like, I can't believe he joked about that, but I love it, you know? And that's the shit that once I started doing it, I went from 100,000 to 300,000, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah. Comedy is definitely a crutch for me, if you will. Like, I think it holds the ability to kind of, I don't even know how to explain it. This is interesting. It just kind of holds you over, like whatever crazy stuff you're going, find a way to laugh about it. It's a way better experience than if you were just trying to like truck on through it. And something I've been doing for years. And like, honestly, you're right. It's one of the most rewarding feelings is to be able to get on that app and like make a joke and see others that are maybe going through the same or similar situation that can also be like, this was funny and it helped me kind of work through this thing that I'm dealing with right now. It's an incredible feeling, and I'm with you on that. Like it's interesting, the connectivity that we have this day and age.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I've always had an interest in comedy. For me, it's like I had this idea that my life was so dark and I couldn't ever put a funny spin on it. But the more I do it, I'm like, shit, people like when you put funny on dark. Like, because it's, you know, because there's people out there who have dealt with it. Like you just said, there's other people who can usually connect or identify with what you're joking about or what you're talking about. So. Is it frozen or is he very still?
I'm back now, I promise.
Okay. So yeah, we are closing down in the last couple minutes here. If anyone has any questions for my dude Young Panini here, please feel free to throw any questions into the chat here. Also, last reminder, in about 5 minutes here, we are going to be drawing 3 winners for hats.
Yeah.
So the first 2 drawings will be for the mystery hats from Finley, and the last drawing will be for this hat I have here with me. So feel free to get in any last minute donations. All the proceeds go to One Opportunity Hiring. You can donate either on the GoFundMe page or on schizohippie.live, which is the Twitch page that you can stream on also.
Yeah, guys, please. It's for a good cause.
All right, let's see. Do we have any last? You kind of want a sticker? I hear you, Ace. I could send you a sticker. Do we have any other questions or comments for my dude here? I pointed the wrong way. I forgot it's
me
not.
too, actually.
It's not inverted. That confuses me. I'm so used
I know
to
it's weird. Like everywhere I lean is like it's one of those inverted.
Someone said, "Where's the mucho mango?"
Y'all always think you're gonna catch me lacking. Never.
Never. Drinks it by the gallon. The two since we're talking about Arizona tea, raspberry, and then what's the other one that I liked? Arnold Palmer, I think it was. He always got it. Yeah, he does all the time.
No, Arnold Palmer's good. And then what was your other one? Raspberry?
Yeah, the raspberry one. Yep.
I don't think I've gotten to try raspberry yet, but Arnold Palmer is always good. Yeah, Arnold Palmer. I think we actually have the grape one here right now. We tried that a few days ago, and me and my roommate were kind of hooked. That one is good. But yeah, Arizona is the best tea out there. Let me just officially say.
Someone asked, how many gallons do you drink per day?
Okay, so contrary to popular belief, I don't go through like a gallon a day. It's usually it is usually, this is embarrassing actually. It is actually like half a gallon a day, I would say. Especially because I'm in quarantine. I actually don't have any like water here, so I have been drinking like half a gallon of mucho mango a day. It's vitamin C fortified, guys. So if you're sick and you need some vitamin C, mucho mango is the way to go. I'm telling you. Yeah, about a half gallon for sure.
All right. Yeah, they just said that's not that bad. I'm like, I don't think that is. Shit, back when I was drinking, I used to drink more SoCo than that in a day. So
right, yeah, for real.
Someone said, "Hey, man, at least he's hydrated."
Yeah, that's
so.
It's more than some can say.
Yeah, that's true. I have a problem with that. I mean, I drink soda and coffee drinks all day, so there we go. That's the last comment I'm going to put up here. It says, need some sunshine in your life, go follow Young Panini. You can find him on TikTok. Super funny. I'm going to try to get him on again where we can not have so much lag because I love chatting with you. And it's a little bit my fault because I did not give the creators a lot of time to prepare for today. So thank you for coming at all. I really do appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna do the hat drawing, so you can stick around if you want, or I can let you go.
Let's do it. Yeah, I'll stick around.
All right, bet. So here we go. I have 27 names that I've donated. I will give you have 1 more minute. If you're in the process of donating, let me. Someone said Southern Comfort is the devil. Don't you talk about my SoCo like I actually haven't had some in quite some time, but someone said, ooh, fingers crossed. I have
this.
I have a random. Yep, I'm giving you guys 1 more minute to donate. Are you on that list? Yep, you're on here. I'm pretty sure. Kristen, right? Yeah, Kristen, you're on here. So yeah. We got good luck, everyone. Hell yeah, good luck. So we're gonna do 2 for the mystery hats from Finley, and then we're gonna do the 1 for me.
Woohoo!
All right, I gotta pull up. I have it on another tab here, so. So I don't want to try to share the screen because I'll fuck it up. I know I will. So you guys are gonna, you guys will be able to hear it, and I will let you know who wins. All right, here we go for the first name. Nope. We got June Vonderleith. Is June in here? I'll post it in. I will be saving all the names. So June won the first hat there. If she's in here, let me know. It's Vonderleith. If she is in here, I'll get some more information in here. If not, I will reach out to her via PayPal because that's where she paid. Congrats. Yes, absolutely. Congrats to June there. That is awesome. That is the first mystery hat. My voice is starting to go. This is 6 hours of me not shutting up, and I can start to feel it now. So
Can't believe you did it for this song, though.
I was dedicated, man.
Dude, I'm impressed.
I don't think I would do it again.
Congratulations. That's
yeah, 6 hours is what we've been on. 6 hours, 2 minutes ago is what we've been on. So all right, so we are about to why is that? Oh geez. Okay, so I gotta read. Yeah. Okay, so the next spin. So June won the first one. It's been a fun 6 hours. Hell yes, it has. Here we go for the second one. All right, so for that one, we have Crystal Buchanan. Is there a Crystal Buchanan in here?
all right, Crystal.
Congratulations to Crystal. It's every day, bro. I could not do this every day. I would die. All right, let's see if Crystal's in here. If so, I will grab some information. That was for the second mystery hat. I'm just getting the name written down here, waiting to see. All right, I think we lost them. But we still have another hat to give away, and it is the Schizophrenic Hippie hat. So it's a big deal. Let's see who we got here. Waiting for the spinny thing to load again. Story of my life. Limited edition. That's right. It is limited edition. All right. So here we go. Last spin for the Schizophrenic. Literally die. Please don't die if you win. I don't want anyone to die. All right. And the last and final winner is Miss GVS. Is there a Miss GVS in here? I know I saw that name in here earlier. We lost young Panini. But is there a Miss GVS? Oh, we lost young Panini. They're in here. Are they still in here? Yes. Congratulations, Miss GVS. Thank you so much, everyone. We will be doing more giveaways coming up. I have another hat, some shirts, and a bunch of stuff. There she is, Miss GVS. If you message me, where did you donate? You donated on GoFundMe. I will send you a message. I think I can respond on GoFundMe. And I will get your information. I'm not doing the shirt in this live. I'm going to do a video for the shirts because I have 2 of them. So I will be doing a video for the shirts. That way we can get additional funds in there. We reached about, let me see here. We got 210 on GoFundMe, and we reached about 100 on, excuse me. We reached about 100 on Twitch. So we did pretty good. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Miss GVS. I really appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who sat through this with me. I will be doing the shirts. Everyone who donated today will be included in the shirt giveaway, because basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to give people more time to donate to the company, and I'll just add them on top of the people who donated today. Love you too, Ace Wolfie. Thank you. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it. I need to get up and go spend some time with my wife. I cannot sit down any longer. But thank you guys so much for being here today. Thank you for all of your support. I have a feeling that I am not going to have a voice tomorrow. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I will let you know more about, don't forget to use the bathroom. I will not. I will be posting more about the shirt giveaway, and I'll be posting the winners of the hat giveaway on TikTok later tonight. So thank you to everyone. I really appreciate it. Have a great night, and thank you so much.